Chapter 29. Oh, three hegemons shocked. Chapter 29. Oh, three hegemons shocked. Eugene is dead. Divine Lord muttered to himself and did not come back to his senses for some time. The absolute heaven barrier that was still kicking up a great fuss earlier instantly became quiet. Hegemon Black Sun even felt his face burn fiery hot. Just now he condemned you on the hardest Wisconsin H.I., plussing to go down in person to smack you on to death. But now, Eugene was actually dead. This was the first blood race hegemon realm that died since the absolute heaven barrier was established. This significance was too great. Dead until he can't be deader. Hegemon Eugene died. Blood Promise escaped with heavy injuries, killed more than 30 blood race Emperor realms, and 130,000 people below Emperor realm, while we only lost less than 3,000 men. This battle's result is even more glorious than South Chi's great victory. Zhang Feihong's entire body trembled agitatedly. When he received the war report, he thought that he had heard wrongly. This was too miraculous. Originally, South Chi's great victory was already a battle result that he could not imagine. But this time a hegemon was actually killed. Killing a hegemon. The significance was extraordinary. Forget about 300,000 troops. Even if it was 30 million troops, 300 million troops, it could not match up to a hegemon realm in importance too. How many saint sovereign heavens did the blood race have? In a giant net city, there were 8 million taking part in the 100 Suns battle. 3 continents. Saint sovereign heavens were calculated in hundreds of millions. But among so many saint sovereign heavens, not a single hegemon realm could emerge too. One had to know in these few thousand years, the blood race merely produced 5 hegemon realms too. It could be seen how much importance a hegemon realm held. Now a hegemon realm had actually fallen. How could Zhang Feihong not be agitated? Divine Lord felt that even his breathing had become ragged. A powerhouse like him. What kind of violent storm and wave had he not seen before? But this time he was really shocked. Less than 3,000 people died? How is this possible? The blood race's light of blood eye is comparable to our city protecting Grand Array. So few people actually died. Divine Lord felt that his worldview had been completely subverted. Zhang Feihong said agitatedly, Yuan obtained blood origin from God knows where. The moment his blood origin activated, the light of blood eye was directly suppressed. Then it was Saker. Li Clear Cloud faced off against the heavily wounded Eugene, fought fiercely for a day and night, and finally cut him down. When all the hegemons heard it, it was as if they were listening to a book from heaven. Blood origin. Directly suppressed. You have got to be kidding. Where did he get blood origin? Furthermore, even if there's blood origin, it can't suppress the light of blood eye too, right? Divine Lord felt that his brain could not quite wrap itself around it. Zhang Feihong smiled bitterly and said, About this I don't know. Your Excellencies had better go ask him personally. Ha ha ha! Before Zhang Feihong's voice faded, hegemon Cloudmount's unbridled laughter spread out. Too satisfying. Just earlier, he even had the thought of running to the blood race to go and risk his life. Who would have thought that there would be a turnaround? His 2 disciples actually gave him such of good news. Hearing hegemon Cloudmount's laughter, the other hegemons shut up sensibly. This face-slapping was too freaking resounding. Just now, everyone was berating Yuan bitterly, saying it like Yuan was a fool who was overambitious and unrealistic. In the end, they were slapped wildly. Overambitious and unrealistic? Try killing a hegemon realm by being overambitious. You all, this bunch of fellows, you wished to drown your father in spittle just now. Now, do you have a feeling of getting slapped in the face? Which of your father's disciples aren't talents that shock the world? Forget about your disciples. You people some heirs every day. Have you killed in hegemon realm before? Amen? Sending troops out of South Chi, sweeping across giant net. Satisfying. Satisfying. Ha ha ha. Hegemon Cloudmount felt refreshed to the extreme. Wisconsin H. I plus ing to slap the faces of the others. It was just that he had forgotten just now he had rebuked Yi Yuan and Li Clearcloud too. However, there was already no one who cared about this. All the Hegemon realms were shocked by this shocking, great victory. It was still Yi Yuan's first time entering the absolute heaven barrier. He could not help marveling in amazement, combining the power of dozens of Hegemon realms. This absolute heaven barrier was truly built with superlative craftsmen. I plus P, its power boundless. If not for the Hegemons intentionally letting him in, even if it was an origin powerhouse, they would be ground to dust by this power too. Suddenly, one illusory figure after another appeared around him, instantly giving him enormous pressure. Dozens of Hegemon realms. What kind of terrifying power was this? Although in reality, these were all a wisp of clones from the Hegemons. Yi Yuan felt that even the Li Clearcloud and Feng Xiaotian next to him, their expressions became unnatural too. Hegemon realm and Emperor realm, the gap was too big. Yi Yuan swept a glance. 63 Hegemon realms. This should be all of Heaven One's strength. Ha ha ha. Terrific, lad. You really gained face for master. Well done. Beautifully executed. Cloudmount immediately let out a loud laugh when he saw Yi Yuan. The expressions of the others all seemed rather unnatural. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Eugene was killed by eldest senior brother. It's him who gained face for master. Li Clearcloud shot Yi Yuan a glare and said, Don't give me that! Could it be that I, this eldest senior brother, can still TZH credit with little junior brother? It was you who advocated it strongly, mobilizing forces out of South Chi and attacking Giant Net. It was also you who suppressed the light of Blood Eye, sweeping away all under Emperor Realm, that I could cut Eugene down. If he relied on the light of Blood Eye, I really wouldn't have been able to kill him. This was like Blood Promise attacking South Chi in the past. Feng Xiaotian could resist 3 to 5 origin powerhouses by relying on the power of the Grand Array. Eugene was a Hegemon realm powerhouse to begin with. If he relied on the power of the light of Blood Eye, blocking Li Clearcloud was still a cinch. Listening to these two apprentice brothers declining modestly, the other Hegemons had indescribable feelings. Consecutive great victories, the limelight had all been S and TC, head away by Cloudmount's lineage. This fellow was really like the noonday sun currently, bringing up a Hegemon realm, an origin powerhouse who could kill a Hegemon realm, and also an even more monstrous one that ran to the blood race and became the blood race's blood divine son. This was too demoralizing. All right. Your contributions. The Alliance will naturally make a judgment. Don't need to argue anymore. Yi Yuan, this lord asks you, what's the deal with your blood origin? Divine Lord asked, mentioning this. Yi Yuan's face revealed a hint of solemnness. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression changed, the other Hegemons also felt a chill run down their backs. After Yi Yuan finished talking about the Chaos Bloodstone, the expressions of the Hegemons all became solemn. The joy of the great victory was also swept away clean. What replaced it was deep worry. They thought that the blood race's strongest person was Ngizwa, who knew that the blood race was actually born from a chaos bloodstone. Judging from what Yi Yuan described, once this evil stone hatched, it would surely be a calamity. Hegemon Cloudmount looked at Yi Yuan and only said after some time, You brat, you're really messing around too much. Do you know that you're treating your life as a joke? Although Yi Yuan played it down, what kind of character was Hegemon Cloudmount? How could he not know the dangers involved? This Chaos Bloodstone was the mother stone of the blood race. Its power could be seen at a glance. Playing schemes with this thing, it was equivalent to dancing on the edge of a knife. Any slip-ups, and that would be a fatal consequence. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually succeeded. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The arrow is notched on the bow and have no choice but to release it. Such a civ secret. How can it do if I don't personally go and take a look?" Although it was a little dangerous, there were some harvests when all things were considered. This wisp of blood origin rendered a great contribution. The group of hegemons was speechless. A puny little saint sovereign heaven actually conned a trace of blood origin from the blood race's mother stone. Too freaking impressive. Divine Lord mused for a moment and said, "Yi Yuan, can you let this lord take a look at this blood origin?" Yi Yuan nodded slightly, the origin of blood in his body suddenly erupting. The expressions of all the hegemons instantly changed. Divine Lord's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, "This! What pure power of origin! No wonder you can suppress the light of blood-eye. This chaos bloodstone is too terrifying." Those present were all hegemon realms. They were too familiar with the power of origin. They had fought countless times with the blood race's powerhouses and similarly understood the origin of blood extremely well. But even if it was and G's was power of origin, it was also not as pure as this wisp. This was the real origin power of blood. Looking at a leopard through a tube to see only one spot, they were able to imagine the horror of that chaos bloodstone. Once this chaos bloodstone is born, that will surely be the disaster of all the heavens. How can there be such a monstrous thing in this world? The blood race has really concealed things so deeply. Hegemon Chaos Bloodstone said with an emotional sigh. The other hegemons nodded one after another. They felt pressure too, but following that it was deep helplessness. They were powerless to change this situation. Yi Yuan said, "Seniors, if my guesses are right, and G's will definitely request the Chaos Bloodstone to take back this wisp of blood origin. I came here to request everyone to take action and help me to suppress this wisp of blood origin. Also, just nice, everyone can take this opportunity to gauge the Chaos Bloodstone strength." In reality, Yi Yuan also did not know the Chaos Bloodstone strength. He only knew that it was very strong, but just how strong his realm was too low, and he was unable to perceive it at all. But these hegemons could gauge it. Chapter 2904 Chaos Bloodstone makes a move. Peak Showdown. Chapter 2904 Chaos Bloodstone makes a move. Peak Showdown. Lord G's exploded once more. His roar spread throughout the entire blood G. D temples S. P. A. C. Yi Yuan. Two words seemed particularly grating on the ears. Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. Giant Net City was leveled to the ground. This was really a slap to the blood race's face. For thousands of years, when had the blood race suffered such a miserable defeat before? What was even more ning was that Yi Yuan relied on the origin of blood to suppress the light of blood-eye. That was how he attained an unprecedented great victory. This was really a joke. The Mother Stone acknowledged Yi Yuan and bestowed Yi Yuan the origin of blood. Then Yi Yuan used the origin of blood and ravaged the blood race, eliminating hegemon Eugene. This victory was simply a huge irony. And G's face burned fiery hot. He hated it. He never dreamed that Yi Yuan actually really dared to lead the Heaven One army to raid Giant Net City. But what could I do? Can I go and tell the Mother Stone, "You idiot, you picked the wrong person. Isn't this courting death?" But now, it was out of the question if he did not go. Yi Yuan's existence was a huge, latent danger. He had to tell the Mother Stone that it was wrong. After calming down, and G's held fidgety emotions as he stepped into the void. The beating of the heart was still going strong. And G's took a deep breath. A faintly discernible undulation transmitted out of his body. This was and G's communication method with the Mother Stone. Suddenly, that powerful beating suddenly stopped. The entire void S.P.A.C. was actually going to collapse. At the same time, the entire blood G.O.D. temple started trembling. What is going on? Is the sky going to fall? In the blood G.O.D. temple, many people did not know the inner reason and started panicking. And those blood race core powerhouses, each and every one had solemn expressions. They knew that the Mother Stone was enraged. W.A.N.Gs were knelt down before the Chaos Bloodstone, breaking out into a cold sweat. The pressure that the Chaos Bloodstone gave him was too great. He knew that this was the consequence. The paramount Mother Stone was actually blind. How humiliating was this? Even Lord W.A.N.Gs would trembled with fear in front of the Chaos Bloodstone. That puny little saint sovereign heaven actually cheated it of its origin of blood. To the Chaos Bloodstone, this was unprecedented humiliation. That ant-like little fellow? Too weak. It could turn him to ashes with a thought. But it was such an ant that actually conned him of a trace of blood origin. No idea how long had Pa-S said either. The Chaos Bloodstone finally quietened down. The originally crumbling void actually started to be repaired. An intangible undulation transmitted out of the Chaos Bloodstone. W.A.N.Gs were groveled. Another series of fluctuations transmitting out, recounting the entire matter of Yi Yuan. The Chaos Bloodstone fell into silence. Clearly, this little fellow surprised him greatly. However, no matter how formidable, he was also just a little fellow. In front of absolute power, any schemes were all futile. Suddenly, a drop of blood essence floated out of the Chaos Bloodstone. It was precisely that drop of blood essence from Yi Yuan's body. When W.A.N.Gs saw it, he could not help being overjoyed. Yi Yuan was dead for sure. A series of blood-colored light halos transmitted out of the Chaos Bloodstone, entering the drop of blood essence. W.A.N.Gs had an excited look. Killing Yi Yuan had practically already become his top priority. Once the Mother Stone made a move, that punk absolutely could not escape. This drop of blood essence was the hostage. What was laughable was that Yi Yuan actually dared to hand his blood essence over to the Mother Stone. Using this drop of blood essence, the Mother Stone would be able to deal a backlash to the original body, directly killing the other party. But 1 breath, 10 breaths, 100 breaths, Pa-S said. The Chaos Bloodstone did not have any activities. What the H.E.L.L. did killing a true sovereign heaven need so long? Bang! The drop of blood essence exploded, instantly turning into nothingness. The Chaos Mother Stone that had already calmed down became enraged again. W.A.N.Gs had a stunned face. What was going on? The Mother Stone could not kill Yi Yuan? An undulation spread out, and W.A.N.Gs instantly understood. This drop of blood essence was not Yi Yuan's. W.A.N.Gs could not help drawing a breath of cold air. This was too inconceivable. Yi Yuan used other people's blood essence to Pa-S himself off? Furthermore, it actually even worked. What kind of existence was the Chaos Bloodstone? He knew all too well. A powerful existence, capable of creating a race, was absolutely an existence that saw through all life penetratingly. But it was actually deceived by a little fellow who did not even reach the Emperor realm. Of course, if he knew that the wisp of Tao sword that Yi Yuan left behind was currently lying dormant in the Chaos Bloodstone quietly, he would definitely be even more shocked. Another ripple of undulation spread out. W.A.N.Gs roused himself again. There was still the origin of blood. The blood essence was not Yi Yuan's, but the origin of blood was given to Yi Yuan. Clearly, the Chaos Bloodstone was truly enraged. A powerful origin power came off from it, directly Pa-S, sing through the void and reaching into the distance. Far-reaching, unrestrained, but with boundless power. It's here. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, directly spewing out a mouthful of blood mist. That force had not arrived yet, and he already felt a boundless pressure. The expressions of the hegemons instantly changed. Too strong. Is this the power of the Chaos Bloodstone? There's actually still such a terrifying existence hidden in the blood race. Too scary. Divine Lord's hair stood on end, feeling enormous pressure. So strong. How can there be such a terrifying existence in this world? What an evil power. Once this thing is born, I'm afraid that the entire 33 heavens will be plunged into despair. This power of origin was tyrannical to the extreme. The Chaos Bloodstone stopped concealing itself. It also had no need to hide anymore. The origin of blood was already bestowed on Yi Yuan. The Heaven One's various races naturally knew about his existence too. Within Yi Yuan's body, that wisp of blood origin was already eager to cause trouble, virtually breaking out of his body. Once it emerged, it would definitely blow his entire body up. On Yi Yuan's body, his skin started splitting apart, blood mist spurting out like it was free. What are you still in a stupor for? Still not making a move? Yi Yuan is going to die. Hegemon, Cloud Mount roared, a boundlessly powerful origin power flooding out crazily. Directly injecting into Yi Yuan's body, the others also abruptly startled awake. One powerful origin power after another directly firing into Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan only felt that there were countless powerful gases within his body that were currently circling around crazily. These powerful gases were like one bomb after another that could blow him into smithereens at any time. One power of origin after another suppressed the origin of blood. At this time, the insides of Yi Yuan's body had already become a battlefield. The battlefield for the group of hegemons and the Chaos Bloodstone to wrestle with strength. This was completely dancing on the edge of a knife. A single misstep and Yi Yuan would die until not even dregs remained. This was a soundless battlefield. It would not shock the heavens and make the earth quake, but it was absolutely dangerous to the extreme. Very soon, the Chaos Bloodstone's power of origin suddenly descended. That feeling was like a giant battle's. H+P had covered the sky and blotted out the sun as it descended. It was as if the end of the world had come. Yi Yuan's two eyes went dark, almost fainting away. Chapter 2905 Mutual Destruction. Chapter 2905 Mutual Destruction. Yi Yuan felt like his dantian was about to explode. A tremendous power was towing the origin of blood, wanting to pull it out of his body. Fortunately, dozens of hegemon realms made a move at the same time. This power was sufficient to obliterate heaven and decimate the earth. It was also Yi Yuan's first time feeling the power of hegemon's origin power. That kind of power originated from heavenly Tao and carried the might of heaven. This feeling undoubtedly had tremendous benefits for Yi Yuan. In the future, it had tremendous reference significance when he stepped into the origin realm or even the hegemon realm. But at this time he could not care less. He was currently like a grinding disc, being scrubbed back and forth by two formidable forces. Want to die. This was Yi Yuan's only feeling at this time. Too strong. Although the collision this time was not a physical showdown. The showdown of origins held other dangers. He spurted blood fog from his mouth wildly, instantly falling into the brink of death. And right at this time, a powerful life force poured into his physical body, healing his injuries frenziedly. Guard your heart. Bring out your Tao sword and suppress the origin of blood. This thing is very important to both you and us. We mustn't let him take it back. Hegemon Cloud Mounts, words sounded in Yi Yuan's ears. This life force was extremely strong. Although his physical body was constantly being destroyed, it was also being frenziedly healed. The power of a hegemon was unimaginable. Yi Yuan's heart stirred slightly, hurriedly converging his mind. Tao sword suspending in his dantian, suppressing the origin of blood. This wisp of blood origin was not strong. Yi Yuan's strength was sufficient to suppress it. The Chaos Bloodstone had high regard for Yi Yuan because of the aura of the Tao sword. It naturally would not harm him. This wisp of blood origin was just to help him comprehend the Tao of origin. But it became incomparably berserk under the Chaos Bloodstone's calling, desperately wanting to break free from Yi Yuan's constraints. Yi Yuan's Tao sword burst forth with a powerful pressure, forcibly suppressing this origin power in his dantian. As for the outside world's raging storm, that was not something that he could intervene in. Presumably, with dozens of hegemons joining hands, it would not be to an extent of being unable to deal with a Chaos Bloodstone, right? After all, this was not his main body descending in person. Sure enough, in both sides' origin battle, the Heaven One hegemons took the upper hand very quickly, especially Divine Lord as well as Hegemon Cloudmount, Hegemon Black Sun, these few. Their strength was really formidable to the extreme. It was also Yi Yuan's first time feeling Divine Lord strength. His power of origin was like a dazzling sun, beating everyone's power of origin. But this silent confrontation was dangerous to the extreme. If not for Hegemon Cloudmount protecting Yi Yuan, he would long have been wrecked into residues. Although they took the upper hand, each hegemon's face had solemnity written all over it. There were dozens of hegemons taking action at the same time. This kind of terrifying lineup was sufficient to obliterate heaven and decimate the earth. It actually merely suppressed the Chaos Bloodstone. The other party was too strong. This thing is too strong. If its main body descended in person, we can't resist at all. Divine Lord's face revealed an unprecedented, solemn expression. Hegemon Black Sun also said in a solemn voice, "What the L is this thing? Its wicked aura is surging to the sky. If this thing is born, I'm afraid that it will be able to sweep across the 33 heavens on its own." Hegemon Cloudmount said, "This thing coexists with the blood race. The stronger the blood race is, the greater his strength. Now, the momentum of its rise is probably unstoppable already." With one sentence, everyone fell silent. This was a huge crisis. This is no longer our grand bright jade, complete heaven's affair. We must break through the boundary wall and announce to all the heavens and deal with the blood race together. At this rate, it's not impossible for the 33 heavens to fully fall into the enemy's hands. Hegemon Black Sun said. Divine Lord said in a solemn voice, "It's no use. I've long contacted the fellow Taoists in the other heavens, but I can't contact them at all now. Most likely, the crisis of the boundary wall has already swept throughout all the heavens. Furthermore, with our current situation, we can't break through the boundary wall at all. I'll go." Suddenly a voice interrupted. The group of hegemons were taken aback and could not help looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. "You, a lower, true, sovereign heaven, wanted to traverse through the heavens? You're kidding me." But Yi Yuan did not have this self-awareness and said in a solemn voice, "No matter what, we should make a trip to the heavens. Fighting the enemy separately like this will only each be routed by the blood race in the end. Even if I bring back some news, it will be of tremendous help to us too." His words made the group of hegemons fall silent. Back then, when the labyrinth divine palace swept throughout the heavens, it provoked all the heavens hegemons to join forces before they managed to suppress it. But currently, all the heavens were fighting the enemy on their own and were unable to resist the blood race at all. One shouldn't look at how the Heaven One Alliance achieved successive victories currently. Those were just miracles created by Yi Yuan by relying on numerous means. But this kind of miracle actually only affected those below the Emperor Realm. The battle situation above Emperor Realm did not change in the slightest. Even if a hegemon was killed, Heaven One was still in an absolute weak state of affairs. Furthermore, the blood race became increasingly stronger. The end result would still be the absolute heaven barrier being breached and grand, bright jade, complete heaven falling into the enemy's hands. This kind of outcome Everyone was actually mentally prepared since a long time ago. It was just a matter of time. Divine Lord nodded and said, "What Yi Yuan said is right. We should make a trip to the various heavens. It's just," Yi Yuan said, "just let Master Cloudmount assist me. I'll naturally have a way to pass through the boundary wall." When the group of hegemons heard, they were extremely surprised. Sending a true sovereign heaven out of the boundary wall, this was simply a fantasy tale. Everyone was currently discussing it when Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed. The origin of blood within his body became berserk once again. *T. That guy wants to detonate the origin of blood. Hegemon Cloudmount cried out in alarm. At the outside world, the Chaos Bloodstone also became extremely irascible after suffering a silent loss. Detonating the origin of blood caused tremendous harm to his main body too. Unless there were no alternatives, he did not want to as well. But at this time he felt that he was being schemed against by Yi Yuan in all manner. This time he even mobilized dozens of hegemon realm powerhouses to encircle and suppress him. This genuinely enraged him. Hence, he wanted to kill Yi Yuan at all costs. Detonating the blood origin. This was something that happened internally. No matter how strong the hegemons were, they were unable to stop it too. Sensing the terrifying fluctuations coming off Yi Yuan's body, Hegemon Cloudmount's eyes turned bloodshot. He was too satisfied with this disciple. If Yi Yuan died here, he would be overwhelmed to the extent where he wished that he was dead. Yi Yuan spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, the blood origin swelling crazily. His Dao sword was almost unable to suppress it anymore. His body was like a balloon being inflated with air, swelling up rapidly. If he exploded, he would be ground to dust. No matter how weak an origin was, that was also an origin. This kind of thing should never have existed in a true, sovereign heaven's body in the first place. If an origin detonated, that power would be absolutely horrifying. Yi Yuan also did not expect that the Chaos Bloodstone would actually risk mutual destruction and detonate the blood origin. At the critical moment, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across Yi Yuan's eyes. He controlled the Dao sword and stabbed over toward that trace of blood origin. Chapter 2906 Forced Fusion. Severely wounding the Chaos Bloodstone. Chapter 2906 Forced Fusion. Severely wounding the Chaos Bloodstone. With regards to this trace of blood origin, Yi Yuan had always stayed as far away from it as possible. After all, it was too powerful. He had always been studying this trace of blood origin, hoping to be able to pry into the blood race's secrets. It was just that this thing was too profound. His realm was not there yet, and he could not understand it. But this time he had no choice anymore. If he allowed it to detonate freely, he would be dead for sure. Hence, he controlled the Dao sword and chopped toward the blood origin. This was not for the sake of destroying the blood origin, but to forcefully integrate it. As the Dao sword was born from Yi Yuan's lifetime comprehension of great Dao, it was his supremely powerful treasure that he derived from destroying a world. How much potential this thing had, even he himself did not know either. At least he could accomplish things that many people could not do, such as suppressing the blood race's blood essence. This showed that Yi Yuan's Dao surmounted many things to begin with. No matter how strong the origin of blood, it was also just a type of origin power that was born from heaven and earth. Even if it was all in Kampa, it was also impossible to be greater than heaven. But Yi Yuan's Dao sword was an item that evoked heaven's jealousy. It was born from heavenly Dao, but also different from heavenly Dao. Hence, Yi Yuan had no choice. He could only forcefully integrate it and forcibly refine it, turning this wisp of origin power into his own. This origin of blood did not belong to Yi Yuan. It was just the Chaos Bloodstone, lending it to Yi Yuan to use. But at this time, Yi Yuan was going to seize it for himself. An all-in-Kampa, Sing aura was released from the Dao sword. that was akin to all roads leading to Rome that belonged to great Tao. Under this power, the blood origin seemed to have been hit by a paralyzing hex. Following that, the Tao sword transformed into thousands of fine strands, forcibly penetrating into that trace of blood origin. Forced fusion. The outside world could not see the scene at all. Each hegemon's face revealed an extremely worried expression. And over at the Chaos Bloodstone there, although he did not speak, judging from his aura, he was clearly proud of himself to the extreme. That pleasure of taking revenge seeped through the power of origin, showing itself to the hegemons. And it. If the power of origin crumbles, a true sovereign heaven definitely can't withstand it. This time, Yi Yuan is really dead for sure. Divine Lord said agitatedly. This DAMN thing actually did not stint to damage his own strength in order to kill a lower true sovereign heaven. Zhou Pinespring also said with a look of grief and indignation. Hegemon Cloudmount's 2 eyes even turned blood red, urging his own origin power crazily, fighting back against the Chaos Bloodstone. Die, die, die. All attack ruthlessly for me. Your father must make this guy pay the price. Cloudmount roared. This was the disciple that he cherished the most. Now he was actually going to die in front of him. He could not stand it, although Yi Yuan became his disciple for a short time. Yi Yuan indeed suited his taste very much. That imposing aura that showed disdain on the world, that sort of fanaticism and madness toward alchemy Tao. It was virtually identical to him back then. But now, Yi Yuan was actually going to die. Feeling hegemon Chaos Bloodstone's lament and resentment, Divine Lord and the rest also urged their origin power crazily, attempting to inflict serious injuries on the Chaos Bloodstone. He was also hoping to stop the Chaos Bloodstone from detonating the blood origin through this kind of method. But this was futile. If the Chaos Bloodstone wanted to detonate the blood origin, it was merely a matter of a thought. This was already irreversible, but it was certainly very hard for the Chaos Bloodstone's power of origin to want to break through the blockade of dozens of hegemons. But it was not difficult to get away. This guy's origin power was born from heaven and earth. It was extremely pure and powerful, surmounting all the hegemons. That shocking origin of blood gradually faded away. The group of hegemons obstructed and intercepted and failed to stop him. Furthermore, his retreat was unhurried, as if to express mockery to the group of hegemons. But suddenly this origin power suddenly paused, instantly weakening. How could the hegemons let this chance go? Origin power smashed over towards the Chaos Bloodstone frenziedly. The originally powerful origin of blood was pressed on the ground by dozens of hegemons at this time and being drubbed. Even if they were unable to eradicate it, it caused tremendous damage to him. A confrontation of origin powers was extremely dangerous to begin wide. With this, it was sufficient for the Chaos Bloodstone to bite off more than he could chew. It was just that they were perplexed in their hearts. What was going on with this Chaos Bloodstone? Swizz. H. Plus the origin of blood could not withstand such terrifying attacks, retreating like tidewater. When he came, he was fearsomely powerful, making the dozens of hegemons feel like they were facing a great enemy. But when he left, he was panicky like a dog that lost its home. This battle was a complete victory. What on earth is going on here? His power of origin seems to have suffered a serious injury. Divine Lord said with a frown. Cloudmount shuddered and cried out in surprise, Yi Yuan! It must be Yi Yuan. The group of hegemons no longer pursued the Chaos Bloodstone and returned to Yi Yuan's side. Yi Yuan was safe and sound, but the aura of blood exuding from his body made everyone's faces change slightly. The forced fusion succeeded, but Yi Yuan's body was tainted with a terrifying origin of blood. This made his aura change drastically. At this time, the feeling that Yi Yuan gave the hegemons was like they were facing a bloodkin. Yi Yuan, are you all right? Hegemin Cloudmount asked with concern. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. Sucking in a deep breath, he shook his head and said, I'm fine. Just now, in my moment of desperation, I forcefully integrated the origin of blood. Now it has already become a part of my Tao sword. The hegemons drew a breath of cold air. This guy was too crazy. Fusing origin, this sort of thing, was no different from courting death. This guy actually fused it just like that. Power of origin was the great Tao that others comprehended. It could not be copied at all. The path that each person took was different. Forcefully combining other people's path with your own path. This was completely a death-seeking action. A single misstep, and it would be the result of foundation collapsing. This was also the reason why it was so hard for hegemon realms to be born. Your path, you could only walk yourself. Yi Yuan actually integrated it just like this. Furthermore, it even worked. However, it was precisely because of Yi Yuan's madness that they could deal a deadly blow to the Chaos Bloodstone, inflicting heavy wounds on the Chaos Bloodstone. It was just that at this time the BL white energy on Yi Yuan's body billowed to the sky. Judging from his aura, he was completely a bloodkin already. Ha ha ha, terrific lad. Master knew that you'd be fine. Hegemon Cloudmount said with a loud laugh. Zhou Pinespring rolled his eyes and said, just now Wonder whose eyes turned red and said that he was going to avenge junior brother. Hegemon Cloudmount said in a great rage, You scoundrel, do you want to betray your master? The corners of Zhou Pinespring's mouth twitched slightly and he stopped talking. Yi Yuan looked at the master and disciple two people and could not help smiling. Of course, he felt a warm current flow through in his heart. This master was acknowledged correctly. Yi Yuan then do belong to the blood race or human race now. Hegemon Black Sun suddenly said in a solemn voice. The moment these words came out, everyone's expressions changed. What was the meaning of this? Hegemon Cloudmount's face turned black, and he said in a great rage, Black Sun, what do you mean? Of course Yi Yuan is a human. But Hegemon Black Sun said, if he has been assimilated by the blood race, if he's only Brus, I plussing you off right now. Chapter 2907 headed for the Soul Clan. Chapter 2907 headed for the Soul Clan. The group of hegemons fell silent. There was indeed this possibility. Blood slaves being controlled by the blood race were not easy to be discovered when placed in a crowd, let alone that Yi Yuan, this blood slave, was personally assimilated by the Mother Stone. This I have no way of proving. Yi Yuan spread his two hands out and said very shamelessly. He indeed had no way of proving it. He looked completely like a bloodkin from head to toe currently. The moment these words came out, many hegemons' expressions changed one after another, while Black Sun smiled coldly and said, Since you're unable to prove yourself, then you're a huge hidden danger to us. Divine Lord, this boy can't be kept alive. The moment these words came out, Hegemon Cloudmount immediately objected, saying angrily, F** TKU, Black Sun, you blood thing. Do you want to spar with this seat? Come. If I don't beat you until you cry for your mother, this seat absolutely won't stop. While talking, Hegemon Cloudmount's overwhelming aura was monstrous. The entire absolute heaven barrier started to tremble. He did not look like he was joking in the slightest. He was really going to exert his utmost strength. This stance, he was already going to rescind his power to the absolute heaven barrier and fight to the death with Hegemon Black Sun. Hegemon Black Sun's expression also changed drastically. Clearly, he did not expect that Hegemon Cloudmount was actually being serious. He turned hostile at the drop of hate. It frightened the other hegemons badly too. Hegemon Cloudmount's function in the absolute heaven barrier was that of the main pillar. If he revolted, then the consequence would be disastrous. Divine Lord frowned and said, Fellow Taoist Cloudmount, please hold your horses first. If there's anything, let's discuss it clearly. We mustn't easily take action and let the blood race have an opportunity to exploit. Hegemen Cloudmount bristled with anger and said with a cold smile, "What rubbish! H. plus Schwezeming. Don't think that this seat doesn't understand. You have this intention too. But have you thought before how many amazing contributions Yi Yuan has made in these short few decades? You guys actually kicked him to the curb like this after he has outlived his usefulness. Do you feel that your father is easily bullied?" Hegemen Cloudmount was not a fool, let alone someone who angered easily. Him, exploding like this, he had naturally already thought it over in his heart. Although Black Sun's words were unpleasant, what he said represented the thoughts of the vast majority of the hegemons. Was Yi Yuan very impressive? Yes, too impressive. But it was also precisely because of this that this bomb was too terrifying to be placed in the alliance. It was terrifying to the degree that even Divine Lord was fearful of it. This person had just scammed even the Chaos Bloodstone. But Hegemen Cloudmount did not care about these at all. Yi Yuan was his disciple, his most valued disciple. Even if everyone did not stand on Yi Yuan's side, he had to stand on Yi Yuan's side too. No one expected that Hegemen Cloudmount actually valued Yi Yuan so much and actually directly fell out. Him directly calling Divine Lord's name was virtually equivalent to making a decisive breakaway. This already represented his attitude. Want to kill Yi Yuan. It was absolutely impossible. Divine Lord also felt a headache and said, "Fellow Taoist Cloudmount, don't get angry first. This Lord also didn't say to kill Yi Yuan. It's just that we're burdened with everyone's expectations. No mistakes can be allowed. With Yi Yuan's state, we have to figure out what's going on, isn't that so?" Cloudmount snorted coldly and said, "This seat will vouch for him. Yi Yuan absolutely won't betray the alliance. If you all can't figure out what's going on, then think of a way to figure it out. But if anyone dares to touch a single hair of Yi Yuan's, even if I abandon the absolute heaven barrier, I'll also get justice back." The expressions of the group of hegemons became incomparably awkward. This was being completely unreasonable, but this kind of unreasonableness made Yi Yuan feel a warmth in his heart. From start to end, he had unconditional faith in him and never even asked a word. Hegemon Black Sun wanted to kill him. Hegemon Cloudmount even directly exploded without even thinking. With such a master, what more could one ask for? At this time, Zhou Pinespring also said coolly, "This set will advance and retreat together with Master." Li Clearcloud also stood beside Yi Yuan and said coolly, This eldest senior brother isn't a hegemon realm yet. My words carry little weight. But before killing Yi Yuan, you have to kill me first." Feng Xiaotian did not say anything. He just stood beside Yi Yuan silently. The attitude was self-explanatory. The expressions of the hegemons changed again. There was no need to talk about Zhou Pinespring, this hegemon powerhouse. Li Clearcloud was a huge potential stock too. Once these master and disciples, 3 people withdrew, the Heaven One Alliance would virtually be equivalent to dissolving. This consequence would be severe. Yi Yuan felt touched in his heart. Originally, he was still somewhat conflicted about acknowledging a master, but now he only felt that this decision was incomparably right. For a moment, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Both sides were in a stalemate, neither able to open their mouths. Did the concerns of Divine Lord they all not make any sense? Of course it did. Yi Yuan's situation was a huge, latent danger to them. His current realm was still low. After he entered Emperor Realm, that impact would be huge. Presently, Yi Yuan was already the entire Heaven One's legendary figure. If this kind of character became a bloodkin, this was undoubtedly a massive joke. This effect was pretty much the same as the Blood Divine Sun. It was just that the blood race could afford the loss. But Heaven One could not afford to lose. Yi Yuan suddenly took a step forward and said with clasped hands, "Master, seniors, There's actually no need to be troubled over this matter. Previously, I said before that I'm going to leave grand, bright jade, complete heaven. As long as I'm not here, all the latent dangers naturally won't exist either. If I'm in the various heavens and can bring back some useful intel, or even the way to defeat the blood race, then everyone naturally won't need to suspect anything anymore too. Hegemon Cloudmount's pupils constricted and said, "You're really leaving? You have to know, there are too many perils in the various heavens. There isn't Master to protect you there once you encounter danger, and, body can save you." In grand, bright jade, complete heaven, Hegemon Cloudmount was a D-like existence. Even if the dozens of hegemons on the scene wanted to kill Yi Yuan, he could protect him too. But if he went to other planes, it would be beyond Hegemon Cloudmount's reach. Yi Yuan nodded his head firmly and said, "Yes, disciple has a reason that I must go." His reason was Mu Lingxue. At present, Yi Yuan's divine emergence had already been cultivated to late-stage second level. It was already not far from the third level. Once he broke through to the third level, Yi Yuan would be able to recondense Mu Lingxue's divine soul and revive her. He had waited too long for this day. Over at grand, bright jade, complete heaven this side, the blood race was turned upside down, and the Chaos Bloodstone was seriously injured too. Within a short time, there should not be too many dangers on the Heaven One Alliance this side. Actually, after Yi Yuan broke through to true sovereign heaven, Mi Tian told him that recondensing the divine soul still needed a series of steps, and that he had to make a trip to the Soul Clan. Therefore, Yi Yuan did not want to delay a single moment. He only wanted to immediately set off and head to the Soul Clan. The Soul Race did not exist in grand, bright jade, complete heaven. In the 33 heavens, each heaven had their own unique race, such as Mi Tian's hometown, Void Shrine illuminating heaven. There were many chaos true spirits, and although grand, bright jade, complete heaven had many true spirits, there were no true spirits that were truly born from chaos. The soul race's most prosperous land was the nihility exceeding balance heaven. This was also Yi Yuan's destination. Chapter Hegemon Cloudmount mused for a long time, but finally still agreed. Hegemon Cloudmount mused for a long time, but finally still agreed. Very clearly this was the best way. To really fight it out to the death, that was not the situation that he wanted to see. Otherwise, how could he have guarded this absolute heaven barrier for thousands of years? But for Yi Yuan, he would rather fall out with the hegemons. Hearing Hegemon, Cloudmount agreed. Everyone, including Divine Lord, let out a long sigh in relief. To really talk about strength, even if Hegemon Cloudmount was not as strong as Divine Lord, he was also not far off. The two were both the most apex Hegemon realms. Once this kind of core figure erupted, then Heaven One Alliance would be completely finished. It seemed like Yi Yuan leaving became the best option. Yi Yuan looked at Hegemon Cloudmount, as well as Zhou Pinespring they all, and he cupped his fists as he said, "Many thanks, Master," as well as the trust of senior apprentice brothers. At most 100 years, within 100 years, Yi Yuan will definitely rush back and fight shoulder to shoulder with everyone and eradicate the blood race. Hegemon Cloudmount flicked his sleeves, and the unfriendly look on his face grew thicker as he said cynically, "Everyone says that the bow is cast aside once the birds are God. The bird isn't dead yet, and some people already want to kick the bow out after its services are no longer needed, cutting off their own arm. What a joke! What *** T-trust? Don't look at whatever Heaven One Alliance. Actually, each and every one is harboring ulterior motives. If this was not the case, how could Heaven One not be able to even give birth to a single Hegemon realm for thousands of years?" Ha ha! This sarcasm, if somebody else said it, they would definitely be smacked to death by the hegemons. But no one dared to rebut Hegemon Cloudmount's words. Even Divine Lord had to bottle it up too. Right now, under this sort of situation, they could not trigger this old man anymore. The more they said, the more severe the consequences would be. Under a huge Orvain, The barrier of heavens that led to the nihility, exceeding balance heaven, was hidden. This barrier of heavens was extremely hidden. It was hard for ordinary martial artists to reach it too. However, to these hegemons, it was naturally not considered a secret. Passing through the barrier of heavens was an extremely difficult thing. Not reaching hegemon realm, it was incredibly arduous to want to pass through the barrier of heavens. Even if it was a hegemon realm, tearing through the boundary and heading to other planes was also not something that could be done casually. Hegemon Cloudmount's true body came. The other hegemons also sent clones over, witnessing Yi Yuan's departure. Not seeing Yi Yuan leave with their own eyes, they could not set their minds at ease. Regarding this, Hegemon Cloudmount naturally turned his nose up in disdain. Of course, Hegemon Cloudmount being able to leave temporarily was also thanks to Yi Yuan. This series of shocking victories beat the blood race until they could not catch their breath. That was how he could leave, temporarily. I didn't expect that you're actually going to nihility exceeding balance heaven. That is the territory of the soul race. However, Master has once visited the various heavens and myriad worlds. Nihility exceeding balance heaven has many hegemons who owe this old man a favor too. Bring this thing along with you. If you really run into some trouble, go and find those few old things. They will naturally make a move and help you. As he said, Hegemon Cloudmount passed Yi Yuan a long-stemmed tobacco pipe. Seeing this long-stemmed tobacco pipe, Zhou Pinespring and Li Clear Cloud's eyelids quivered, revealing disbelieving looks. The other hegemons had shocked faces too. Hegemon Cloudmount was a major smoking addict. This long-stemmed tobacco pipe was called Treasured Glass Tobacco Pouch. It was his lifeblood. This thing had followed him for God knows how many years already. It had never left him. Although because of material limitations, it could only be promoted to grade 4 Grand Mist treasure quality in the end. It held extraordinary meaning to Hegemon Cloudmount. Today, he actually gave this treasure to Yi Yuan. It could be seen how highly he valued Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was not a fool either. He could tell the value of this item from the other people's expressions. He shook his head and said, "No way, this thing is too valuable. This disciple can't accept it." Hegemon Cloudmount glared and said in a solemn voice, "Just take it when I ask you to. What's with all the crap? A lousy grade 4 Grand Mist treasure. This seat doesn't think anything of it." Seeing that Hegemon Cloudmount's mind was made up, Yi Yuan hesitated for a bit, but still accepted it and said, "All right, then disciple will accept it. Master, rest assured. I'll definitely bring it back," Hegemon Cloudmount said impatiently. Already said just a piece of crap. If it's thrown away, it's thrown away. Could it be that this seat would still care? All right, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and get lost. I can't leave the absolute heaven barrier for too long. Yi Yuan put the treasured glass tobacco pouch away and nodded slightly as he said, "Then I'll have to trouble Master." Hegemon Cloudmount said, "Kid, this barrier of heavens isn't an ordinary existence. This seat can't send you across the boundary at all. The pressure and the chaos will crush you into a meatloaf." It was naturally no big deal for hegemon realms to pass through the barrier of heavens, but Yi Yuan's strength was too weak. Even if there was Hegemon Cloudmount's help, he had to withstand tremendous pressure too. This pressure was sufficient to crush him to death. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Master, rest assured. This disciple naturally has his means." Hegemon Cloudmount nodded and said, "Amen. In a while, I'll forcibly break through the barrier of heavens. But while I say that it's breaking through, actually Emperor Vastheaven will also find it difficult to bear the pressure inside. Furthermore, there's only a brief 15 minutes. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Master, please cast the spell." Hegemon Cloudmount stopped being long-winded and urged his powers to start tearing through the boundary. He also really wanted to see just what means Yi Yuan had to pass through the barrier of heavens. The other hegemons actually did not really believe it. Therefore, That was why they did not care about hegemon cloud mounts biting sarcasm, insisting on coming over to take a look. If this hegemon cloud mount deliberately went easy and said that Yi Yuan left, but he actually did not leave, then the problem would be huge. The barrier of heavens isolated the 33 heavens, making the 33 heavens each become a world. Want to pass through the barrier of heavens, not unless one's strength reached the hegemon realm. Of course, Origin Emperor Sakra Heavens also had the strength to pass through the barrier of heavens. It was just that the price was too high. No one was willing to attempt it. Hegemon realms could forcefully tear through the boundary. If dozens of hegemon realms joined hands, they could even completely link up two worlds, letting people with meager strength forcefully pass through the planes. Back then, that was how the Labyrinth Divine Palace swept across the 33 heavens. And that battle also alarmed the hegemons in all the heavens, setting off a shocking great battle of hegemons. But a single hegemon realm, even if it was a powerhouse like hegemon realm Cloud Mount, he was unable to completely open up a passageway. The powerful pressure in the barrier of heavens was sufficient to crush a puny little true sovereign heaven like Yi Yuan into minced meat. Therefore, they did not believe it. A terrifying energy undulation directly infiltrated the barrier of heavens. Amidst that thick stretch of chaos, an opening was forcefully opened up. It was just that the region of chaos was still very dense. Furthermore, that passageway that was being forcibly opened up was currently healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Yi Yuan cupped his fists towards Hegemon Cloud Mount and the rest and said, "Master and senior apprentice brothers, take care. Yi Yuan is leaving." Finished saying, Yi Yuan immediately transformed into a true dragon and tore across the air, only to see Yuan being akin to fish in water amidst that region of chaos, seemingly very comfortable. That terrifying chaos pressure was actually unable to do anything to him. All the hegemons were dumbfounded from watching. This kid really had so many tricks that it was appalling. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter. That seems like the true dragon clans wandering the divine space, right? This kid actually even learned such a secret art. Divine Lord saw through Yi Yuan's secret art with one glance and was extremely shocked. That seems like the true dragon clans wandering the divine space, right? This kid actually even learned such a secret art. Divine Lord saw through Yi Yuan's secret art with one glance and was extremely shocked. It's actually wandering the divine space. Legends have it that when this secret art travels through the void, it will meet with no resistance, as if entering an unpopulated land. Upon seeing it today, it's indeed extraordinary. Hegemon Black Sun said in shock, "Heard that this secret art can only be grasped by chaos true dragons. This boy is just true, sovereign heaven. His bloodline is already powerful to such a degree." Seeing Yi Yuan tear across space, each and every one of the hegemons was dumbfounded with amazement. It was truly that this secret art was too miraculous. Chaos True Dragon. Even among hegemons, it was an extremely powerful existence too. And wandering the divine space, even hegemon realms were incredibly envious too. With this secret art, one could travel to and fro freely between the various heavens. Originally, Yi Yuan was unable to cultivate this secret art. But after draining the blood pool twice and also having obtained the origin of blood, this greatly strengthened Yi Yuan's bloodline power. Following that, this wandering the divine space was also successfully cultivated. Of course, this kind of success naturally could not compare to Tian's style back then. But with Hegemon Cloud Mount's help, it was enough. Seeing this bunch of hegemons' shocked appearances, Hegemon Cloud Mount felt the delight of having taken revenge. "Your father's disciple is amazing. You all, this bunch of fellows, I'll take care of you all sooner or later." Yi Yuan landed in a large hall with a look of surprise. Within the great hall, A group of people seemed to be currently paying homage, and he rashly barged inside just like that. The group of people also looked toward him with baffled faces. Where did this guy pop out from? Yi Yuan's gaze swept over the hall. This place was an empty cave that was opened up into a great hall by someone. Above the great hall, there was just a giant statue that was enshrined, looking valiant and thriving, with an imposing appearance. This statue's face was actually somewhat blurry. However, Yi Yuan still felt that this statue looked somewhat familiar. The powerhouses in the great hall finally reacted. Following that, it was a frenzied, killing intent. The group of powerhouses rushed over indiscriminately. The bloody aura on Yi Yuan's body was too thick. It could not help from the people's eyes and ears at all. The strength of the cultivators in the hall was not weak. The strongest was a lower emperor cloud heaven. Just now, this roar was given off by him. Apart from this emperor cloud heaven, there were still many true sovereign heaven powerhouses in the great hall. It could be seen that the strength of this sect was not weak. Yi Yuan currently had a lot of means, but sovereign realm to emperor realm was a huge threshold. He was currently far from being an emperor realm powerhouse's match, even if it was a lower emperor cloud heaven. Yi Yuan also did not expect that he would encounter such danger the moment he came out of the barrier of heavens. This sect was clearly extremely hostile to the blood race. At this time, the pressure of Emperor Realm was fully released, rushing toward Yi Yuan crazily. The other true sovereign heavens also followed closely behind, cutting off all of Yi Yuan's escape routes. Behind him, the barrier of heavens had already recovered. Yi Yuan entered a wolf den all of a sudden, with no path of retreat at all. Yi Yuan felt his scalp tingle. Suddenly, his eyes landed on the statue, and a flash of inspiration came to him. He yelled loudly, "Hang Yang!" This yell was indeed useful. That Emperor Cloud Heaven's figure stopped, looking at Yi Yuan uncertainly as he said, "You should have came out of the barrier of heavens. Why would you know Ancestor's name?" Yi Yuan secretly let out a sigh in relief, thinking to himself that old man Cloudmount saved his life. Of course, the danger had not passed yet. If the bloody aura on his body could not be explained clearly, it would likely still be death. Yi Yuan looked at that Emperor Cloud Heaven and said, "Hang Yang is your ancestor. Then this place is still the Sublime Pill sect?" The Emperor Cloud Heaven's suspicions grew stronger, and he said with a nod, "That's right." "Sect Master, what are you being long-winded with this bloodkin for? Ancestor Hang Yang died at the hands of the blood race. Let's kill him and avenge Ancestor." These few years, how many people of our Sublime Pill sect had been killed by the blood race? "Sect Master, stop talking crap with him." Yi Yuan's appearance made these people burn with rage. These also let Yi Yuan realize that most likely the blood race was already wreaking havoc in Nihility, exceeding balance heaven too. But the sect master waved his hand and said, "Let him finish speaking." Seeing the sect master's attitude, Yi Yuan's heart calmed down significantly. The moment he came out, he felt that this status looked very familiar. At that time, he had not reacted to it yet. But he suddenly recalled that before coming, Hegemon Cloudmount told him that he came to Nihility exceeding balance heaven 70,000 years ago to travel. When he just came out of the barrier of heavens, he had once casually given pointers to a youth before. That youth was Hang Yang, the Sublime Pill sect back then. The strongest person was merely limitless sublime heavenly stratum. It was unbelievably weak. The Hang Yang back then was even just lesser sublime heavenly stratum realm. He was also an outcast in the sect. However, this Hang Yang was extremely diligent, hiding in this cave alone and practicing superfluous Tao techniques. Hegemon Cloudmount had his interest aroused and casually gave Hang Yang some pointers. What kind of existence was Hegemon Cloudmount to a lesser sublime heavenly stratum? His casual giving of pointers was enough to benefit for life. However, a lesser sublime heavenly stratum was just an ant-like existence to a hegemon realm. Hegemon Cloudmount naturally would not waste much time on him. He stayed in the Sublime Pill sect for 5 days, then directly left. The events afterward, Cloudmount could not be bothered to care at all. Before coming, Hegemon Cloudmount covered all details, no matter how trivial, telling Yi Yuan about everything that he had seen and heard in nihility exceeding balance heaven. Fortunately, Yi Yuan reacted quickly. Otherwise, he would already be dead. As for this statue, it was actually greatly different from Cloudmount, so Yi Yuan did not recognize it for some time too. A lesser sublime hegemon realm. Even if a hegemon realm was standing in front of him, he could not see his features clearly either. What Hangyang saw was just a blur. In reality, if hegemon Cloudmount did not do it deliberately, even Yi Yuan would not be able to see his appearance clearly too. This level of existence, every movement and action was Tao, not reaching Emperor Realm. One would not be able to see anything at all. Clearly, just 5 days of guidance, but Hangyang forged a path that led to heaven, letting a puny little Sublime Pill sect become a major sect. Judging from the sect master's attitude, he knew some things. Yi Yuan looked at the sect master, casually took out the treasured glass tobacco pouch, and said, "Since you know something, then you should know about this, right?" The sect master's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, This is impossible. How can you have this tobacco pouch?" Actually, Hangyang's strongest impression of Cloudmount was when he was smoking his tobacco pouch. At that moment, Cloudmount was akin to a god from heaven. Blasphemy was not tolerated. Only all the way until many years later did he know what kind of existence Cloudmount was. However, Cloudmount's scene of smoking the tobacco pouch could not be sculptured even when Hangyang was at his prime. This statue did not have a tobacco pouch, but he replicated a tobacco pouch in addition to pay homage. The sect master knew about this. The treasured glass tobacco pouch in Yi Yuan's hand was identical with what Hangyang replicated. Therefore, the sect master was shocked. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a sigh, "If my guesses are correct, Hangyang should be considered my senior apprentice brother. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter the moment these words came out, everyone could not help trembling all over. The moment these words came out, everyone could not help trembling all over. Their ancestor was the senior apprentice brother of this bloodkin in front of him? Sect master gave a cold laugh and said, "What kind of existence was that person? How can he possibly take you, a bloodkin, in as a disciple? Do you think that you can smoke your way through like this?" Actually, the sect master already believed it 40% to 50%. Others did not know, but he knew that this place was where the barrier of heavens was at. This person crossed worlds, and even carried the tobacco pouch in his hand. This already indicated a problem. It was just that the only confusing aspect was the blood race aura on Yi Yuan's body. Over 70,000 years ago, my master crossed worlds and came. Yi Yuan was not long-winded either, repeating the events that Cloudmount told him about. The expression on the sect master's face became fascinating. This secret, ancestor would only tell it to the sect master, and what Yi Yuan said was not the slightest bit off. Although it was only a short 5 days, it was ancestor Hangyang's astonishing fortuitous encounter. It was also precisely these 5 days that opened up ancestor Hangyang's path of cultivation, letting him reach Emperor Sakra heaven later on. It also let the Sublime Pill sect, this measly little sect, rise like a comet. Sect master's heart shook wildly, but the doubt in his eyes grew stronger, and he said, "That Lord was born in the human race. Why would he take you in as a disciple? Moreover, you're just a measly little lower true sovereign heaven. I'm not of the blood race. As for this bloody aura," Yi Yuan did not conceal it either, recounting the background of the bloody aura. It was just that when these disciples heard it, they all felt like Yi Yuan was boasting. Who doesn't know how to brag? I can even say that I've killed a hegemon before. Blood races, blood, divine son. You might as well as that your Lord Wangzhou. Wouldn't that be better? You even transformed into a bloodkin and ran to the blood race to become their blood divine son. Hoo-hoo. Is the blood race so easy to pass off? Do you think that their hegemon realms are all idiots? I say, if you're passing off as a human, can't you find a better reason? Are you treating us as idiots? Didn't you say that you swept across the blood race? Then us, these people, you could find a cinch, right? Come on, try sweeping us away. Not seeing it with their own eyes, Yi Yuan's experiences were indeed too fantastical. When others heard it, it naturally became boasting. But Sect Master's eyes flickered indeterminately, and he actually believed him a little more. He knew what a terrifying existence that person was. The more terrifying Ancestor's strength became, the more he could feel the unfathomability of that person. Maybe only such an incredible genius was worthy of being his disciple, right? One shouldn't look at how Ancestor Han Yang professed to be a disciple. That was actually just gilding gold onto his own face. That person completely looked down on Ancestor Han Yang. Yi Yuan said, "Coolly, all right, as long as the sect master doesn't make a move. It doesn't matter if tenfold more comes." Everyone was taken aback. This guy really dared to go along with it. Sublime Pill sect's disciples completely exploded, requesting to battle one after another. One had to know that there were still 3 half-step emperor realms among the true sovereign heavens here. There were as many as 7 grand completion true sovereign heavens here. As for those below true sovereign heaven, there were dozens of them. Sect Master was also somewhat moved and said, "Fine, I won't make a move." Hence, Sublime Pill sect's disciples each rubbed their fists and wiped their palms, wanting to eliminate Yi Yuan. Since they were taking action, then life and death need not be discussed. An hour later, the world was silent. Apart from the 3 half-step emperor realms, the rest had all collapsed. This was still Yi Yuan pulling his punches. Otherwise, those people would virtually have died out. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with astonished faces. This guy's strength was too terrifying. Below grand completion, 1 punch each. Grand completion realm took a bit of effort. Half-step emperor realm. By relying on the wandering the divine space, the other party could not do anything to Yi Yuan at all. At present, Yi Yuan's bloodline power had already reached peak battle soul level after experiencing several baptisms. Jumping realms and battling within true sovereign heaven was not much different from eating and drinking. This time, they somewhat believed it. It was because when Yi Yuan was fighting with them, he clearly still had strength to spare. It was not impossible to sweep across the blood race. When the sect master saw Yi Yuan's strength, monstrous waves were set off in his heart. Only this kind of genius had the qualifications to acknowledge that person as master. Yi Yuan took out a heavenly pill and said to the sect master, "This is the blood imitation pill. After consuming it, one will be able to simulate the aura of a bloodkin." At this time, the sect master already believed 70%. He found a true sovereign heaven who consumed the blood imitation pill. Sure enough, that disciple's aura became exactly alike that of a bloodkin. With this, everyone was convinced. There was really such a miraculous heavenly pill. At this point, the sect master drew a deep breath, prostrated on the ground, and said, "Disciple Wang Jun pays respect to Ancestor. What are you all still in a daze for? You all pay homage to Ancestor every day. Now that you're seeing his disciple, why haven't you prostrated?" The other disciples exchanged glances. In the end, they still went on their knees, paying respects to Ancestor. Although he foresaw it long ago, Yi Yuan was still somewhat doubtful as he said, "Aren't you afraid that I'm a spy of the blood race?" Wang Jun shook his head and said, "During these few thousands of years, our Sublime Pill sect's powerhouses have dwindled repeatedly, from Ancestor Han Yang to Emperor Vast Heaven, then to Emperor Cloud Heaven, then to me. This incompetent disciple, the sect master, has changed 3 times. But ancestor Hangyang has passed down. If we see the treasured glass tobacco pouch one day, we'll have to treat them with the manners of treating our forefather. For our sublime pill sect to be able to have today, it was all thanks to Patriarch. Since Patriarch acknowledged ancestor, then we'll naturally treat you in accordance with the manners of treating our forefathers. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "It has also been hard on Hangyang, this senior brother of mine. You all probably don't know our master's name yet, right?" Wang Jun said excitedly, "Ancestor, please inform us." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "You all remember our master is Cloudmount, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's Extreme Medicine Sect's ancestor." Wang Jun's entire body trembled, and he said with amazement, "It's actually Ancestor Cloudmount." Cloudmount's reputation was extremely resounding. Wang Jun had naturally heard of it before too. It was just that he did not think that his own ancestor actually had such a great background. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "You all didn't go and cultivate but came here en masse to pay homage to Master. What is it for?" He had always been very curious. Even if Hangyang respected and honored his teacher, it was also not to such an extent of making the sect's disciples pay homage every day, right? Could it be that these guys all did not need to cultivate? Wang Jun smiled bitterly and said, "Getting pointers from Patriarch, my sublime pill sect soared to the heaven in one bound, and also became a top sect of soul awakening continent. The disciples under our sect nearing 10,000. Powerhouses plentiful as clouds. It's just a pity that several thousand years ago, the blood race came to invade my sublime pill sect's powerhouses dwindled to 0. Now, there's only me, one emperor realm remaining." Speaking up to here, Wang Jun could not help quietly shed tears. Over the years, too many people died. Yi Yuan was secretly shocked in his heart. Was this nihility exceeding balance heaven actually exactly alike Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven too? But very soon he realized that he was wrong. In this nihility exceeding balance heaven, the soul race was the well-deserved overlord. Even the human race, which spanned across all the heavens, were unable to contend with them too. There were how many races that could contend with the blood race? However, this soul race was precisely one of them. It was just that when immortals fight, the little demons suffer. At present, the soul race and blood race were at war, but there were not many real fights. Both sides were driving out the humans, attacking each other. Actually, the ones who died the most were the humans instead. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter This nihility exceeding balance heaven situation was somewhat different from Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. This nihility exceeding balance heaven situation was somewhat different from Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. There were only 2 continents here, but no matter which continent, the soul race was the well-deserved overlord. The soul race had many hegemons who kept suppressing the blood race. Looking across the 33 heavens, the human race's hegemon realms were the most, but here the human race was weak. Therefore, in each great battle, these 2 major races would drive the human race out to be the vanguard, attacking each other. The humans were the biggest cannon fodders. Sublime Pill sect was originally an Emperor Sakra Heaven level major sect. Although they could not enter the sights of a hegemon level sect, it was quite powerful too. But these few thousand years, they suffered the conscription of the soul race repeatedly. Large batches of powerhouses died at the front lines. Presently, there was only Wang Jun, being the only powerhouse left. They were paying homage to Cloudmount here, just praying that the soul race could completely forget about them and stop drafting them. If there was another draft, the Sublime Pill sect would probably be in danger of being annihilated. Talking up until this point, Wang Jun, this Emperor Realm powerhouse, was also filled with tears. When Yi Yuan heard it, he also sighed endlessly. Concerning the blood race running rampant, It really angered both heaven and men, plunging the people into misery and suffering. After another few rounds of small talk, Yi Yuan understood a little about the war between the blood and soul races. Then he chased the Sublime Pill Sect's people out and started his own, close seclusion. Before entering close seclusion, Yi Yuan made a long list and handed it to Wang Jun, having him collect the heavenly medicines on the list. A large number of grade 5 and even some grade 6 heavenly medicines were listed on the list. Some heavenly medicines were even very precious. Fortunately, the Sublime Pill Sect had tens of thousands of years of foundation too. They could still gather some grade 6 heavenly medicines. Done with these, Yi Yuan started his close seclusion. The urgent matter on hand was to resolve the problem of the bloody aura on his body. The blood and soul 2 races were diametrically opposed. If Yi Yuan went to the soul race like this, he would probably be one shot before meeting anyone. The soul race was a must-go destination. Yi Yuan's biggest goal this time was one of the soul race's 3 great sacred artifacts, the Purple Ripple Umbrella. This Purple Ripple Umbrella was a chaos sacred treasure with boundless power. Yi Yuan's soul-gathering technique must be coupled with the Purple Ripple Umbrella before it could help Mu Lingxue assemble her soul. It was just that chaos sacred treasures were supreme treasures when placed in any world. How could the soul race possibly lend it to Yi Yuan easily? Just like the Myriad Realms mountain in Yi Yuan's hands, once it was leaked out, that would absolutely cause a sanguinary slaughter. The soul race's 3 great sacred artifacts, the Purple Ripple Umbrella, Soul-Killing Bell, and the Forget-Me-Not Cauldron, each one was a supreme soul artifact. The heavens and myriad worlds only had this one. Furthermore, looking at it presently, the soul race was far from friendly with humans. It would be very difficult to borrow it. However, Yi Yuan finally saw hope after walking all the way until today. Even if his bones were ground to dust, he had to successfully borrow the Purple Ripple Umbrella too. Yi Yuan's mind was completely immersed in the Dao Sword. The current Dao Sword seemed to be stained by specks of bloodstains on it. These were precisely the materialization of the blood origin. Originally, he thought that once this origin of blood was merged together, it would corrode the Dao Sword. After all, this wisp of blood originated from such a powerful chaos bloodstone. But looking at it now, the power of the Dao Sword seemed to exceed his imagination. Not only did this wisp of blood origin not corrode the Dao Sword, but it was also completely integrated into the Dao Sword instead. Yi Yuan could mobilize the power of the blood origin at any time now. This was also to say that the current Yi Yuan was indeed no different from a bloodkin in the least bit. It was just that this power was too strong. Yi Yuan was currently unable to control it, so the blood aura on his body could not dissipate at all. As long as he completely controlled this origin of blood, Yi Yuan would be able to recover back to Nu. In other words, the current Yi Yuan was probably the one and only existence across the various heavens and myriad worlds to possess the power of origin at true sovereign heaven realm. As long as Yi Yuan controlled this power, his strength would soar again. The Dao Sword was indeed a miraculous existence. Although it was condensed and formed by Yi Yuan using the power of Great Dao, Yi Yuan discovered that he still knew too little about it. Even Mi Tian was extremely astonished by it too. There were many divergent cultivators, but someone like Yi Yuan, a divergent cultivator who dared to point at heaven with their sword, was one of its kind. Maybe there were, but they were all dead. Not only did he survive, but he also became stronger and stronger instead. Time passed quietly. Yi Yuan was continuously familiarizing and controlling the power of the blood origin. But the Sublime Pill Sect's dissatisfaction with Yi Yuan caused a great clamor. Sect Master, based on what? This kid has an unknown background. Yet he's riding on top of our heads to be an ancestor. This is nothing yet. The grade 6 heavenly medicines that barely remained in the sect have practically been all plundered away by him. You're at any rate an Emperor Realm powerhouse too. Could it be that you can stomach this grievance? Vice Sect Master Lu Yen said with an indignant face, "Our Sublime Pill sect is already at the end of our rope to begin with. Now we actually still have to support such an ancestor. Hoo-hoo! We these people pay homage to our founder every day, hoping that his elderly self can show mercy and save us from extreme misery. Now things are great. He sent an ancestor down, and we still have to provide for his needs." In the Sublime Pill sect's great hall, 3 great half-step emperor realms were extremely dissatisfied. When Yi Yuan went into a close seclusion, he demanded a large number of grade 6 heavenly medicines. These few years, the Sublime Pill sect had been declining with each passing day. The grade 6 heavenly medicines that Yi Yuan demanded, the Sublime Pill sect had most of it, but some of the heavenly medicines were very precious. With the Sublime Pill sect's current strength, they paid a huge price before acquiring them too. Grade 6 heavenly medicines were not expendable to the present Sublime Pill sect too. Yi Yuan's list heaped disaster after disaster on the Sublime Pill sect that was on the decline. However, Wang Jun still gritted his teeth and got it. Although he had quite a lot of unhappiness too, obeying Ancestor Hang Yang's legacy teachings, he still carried them out unwaveringly. The moment Yi Yuan, this ancestor, came, he took away a large number of heavenly medicines. This made them extremely dissatisfied. Furthermore, Yi Yuan, this ancestor that made neither head nor tail, had caused them to be very unhappy too. If an Emperor Vast Heaven came, or even if it was an Emperor Cloud Heaven, they would just suck it up and acknowledge it. But a lower true sovereign heaven, no matter how talented you were, what the hell did it have to do with us? Wang Jun swept Lu Yen a glance and said coolly, this was what Ancestor Hang Yang passed down. For so many years, each sect master will personally pass it on to the next sect master before being drafted. Lu Yen, if this sect master is drafted this time, this legacy teaching will be inherited by you too. Are you taking over or not? Lu Yen could not help choking when he heard that. To a sect, inheritance was the most important. Inheritance was not just the inheritance of cultivation methods and martial techniques. It was also the inheritance of responsibilities. To the current Lu Yen, he did not need to do anything. But once he became sect master, he would have to fulfill the responsibilities. Then was he taking over or not? Sects that could have tens of thousands of years of lineage all had their own raison d'etre. If they could not even pass down this bit of responsibility, then the sect would have long dissipated. Moreover, under the current circumstances, where could they go to escape the war between 2 major races? If they became itinerant cultivators, it would be even more miserable. But at this rate, our Sublime Pill sect will be finished. Lu Yang gritted his teeth and said. Wang Jun still said coolly, without Patriarch Cloudmount, the Sublime Pill sect wouldn't have all these today. You and I also wouldn't have had the lucky chance to reach the Emperor realm. Therefore, even if the Sublime Pill sect is finished, we have to carry out this legacy teaching too. Amen? It's very lively. Everyone's here. Perfect. I still have a list here. Wang Jun, hurry up and help me take care of it quickly. Right at this time, a voice sounded out. A leisurely-looking Yi Yuan walked into the great hall. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter enough. I can't take it anymore. You, this fellow, are you done yet? Enough. I can't take it anymore. You, this fellow, are you done yet? Lu Yen directly blew up, pointing at Yi Yuan as he started to bellow. The others in the great hall were also all glaring. This guy was simply a vampire. The heavenly medicines that he asked for previously virtually depleted half of the sect's accumulations. Another half-step Emperor realm also said angrily, "What rubbish ancestor! Sect master! Even if I'm struck dead by heaven, I'll also chase this guy out of the Sublime Pill sect today." Another half-step Emperor realm also said angrily. The others spoke up one after another, criticizing Yi Yuan. Their patience had already reached its limits. Wang Jun also looked at Yi Yuan with a helpless look and said, "Ancestry, the list that you gave previously has already depleted more than half of the sect's accumulations. If you want more, the sect's disciples won't be able to cultivate normally anymore." Yi Yuan could not help being taken aback and said, "Is that so? Then it's really a shame. Since that's the case, you pick some strong ones to consume these heavenly pills first. The Sublime Pill sect still needs some powerhouses to protect it." It was only to see him flick his sleeves grandly. Piles of bottles and vials appeared before everyone's eyes. Lu Yang, who was still blowing his top earlier, his eyes went wide. Inside the bottles and vials, that profound undulation already filled the entire great hall. Sublime Pill sect was established with alchemy. There was no shortage of alchemy path experts in the sect. They naturally knew about profound, great heavenly pills. Wang Jun shot to his feet, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of disbelief as he said quiveringly, "Ancestor Yi, you're saying that these heavenly pills are all for us?" Yi Yuan said, "Otherwise, these heavenly pills are of little use to me. I've already adapted to the origin of blood, my strength improving greatly. I'm about to transcend tribulation and break through my realm right away. There are 20 profound, grade, resplendent, divine emperor pills in here. It should be sufficient to let Lu Yen 3 people step into emperor realm. The rest are also enough to let the collective strength of true sovereign heavens reach a higher level. 2 to 20 profound, grade, resplendent, divine emperor pills." Wang Jun felt like he was listening to a book from heaven. Resplendent, divine emperor pill. That was a miraculous, heavenly pill that could create emperor realms. The refining difficulty was not an ordinary kind of high. Even Ancestor Hangyang could not refine profound, grade, resplendent, divine emperor pills too. Ancestor Yi, a grade 6 heavenly alchemist, could refine it? Could emperor realms be nurtured using heavenly pills? Not just emperor cloud heaven. Even hegemon realms could be groomed using chaos heavenly pills too. But the sad thing was that the heavenly medicines required to refine this sort of chaos heavenly pill were seriously too rarely seen. Not a single strain might be born in 100,000 years. It was just that the nurturing of emperor realms was very different from the previous cultivation realms. Even if the pill entered profound grade, it was also no guarantee that a half-step Emperor Cloud Heaven could step into Emperor Cloud Heaven. Emperor Realm was too mysterious. Therefore, Yi Yuan refined 20 in one go. No matter how poor the aptitudes of Lu Yen 3 people were, 20 was enough for them to step into Emperor Realm too. After all, it was profound grade. If not for these 20 resplendent divine Emperor pills, it would not have emptied out the Sublime Pill sect's accumulated resources too. But even if the Sublime Pill sect's accumulated resources were emptied out fully, it could not purchase 20 resplendent divine Emperor pills too. No, just talking in terms of value, it could at most just buy 1 or 2. This thing was too precious. Wang Jun looked at Yi Yuan, as if having seen a ghost, and said, You're just lower true, sovereign heaven. You can already refine profound, grade heavenly pills?" Yi Yuan smiled and said no. Wang Jun let out a long sigh in relief and muttered, "Luckily, I could already do it at Middle Saint, sovereign heaven." The Sublime Pill sect disciples present felt incredibly blown away. Everyone refined pills. Why were you so outstanding? Profound grade was a realm that was lofty and out of reach. Forget about a measly little lower true sovereign heaven. Even if it was Emperor Vast Heaven, being able to step into profound grade was very rare too. One had to know, when Yi Yuan entered profound grade back then, even a top sect like the Extreme Medicine sect was shaken. How could a puny little Sublime Pill sect not be horrified? Even when the Sublime Pill sect was at its peak, the people who could enter the realm of profound grade did not surpass 3 people too. Now a lower true sovereign heaven went into a close seclusion for a few months' time and took out a bunch of profound grade heavenly pills. This sort of thing was seriously too shocking. So when they learned that Yi Yuan turned those heavenly medicines into profound grade heavenly pills, they were completely flustered. At this time, Wang Jun, they all finally understood why back then Hegemon Cloudmount could not even be bothered to give Ancestor Hangyang a glance. In their view, Ancestor Hangyang, who could develop a sublime realm sect into an Emperor Sakra Heaven level major sect, was absolutely amazingly talented already. But compared to this one in front of them, he was truly pummeled until not even dregs remained. Only such a genius was fit to become the disciple of that kind of existence. Lu Yang directly knelt down in front of Yi Yuan and cried bitterly as he said, "Ancestor Yi, this disciple deserves death. This disciple shouldn't have criticized Ancestor behind your back, shouldn't have projected my own shortcomings onto others. This disciple is unfilial. Ancestor, please punish." At this time, Lu Yan really felt that he could look for a hole to crawl into. These few days, he had a stomach full of complaints. If not for Wang Jun suppressing it, he would have long broken in and chased Yi Yuan away. But only now did he understand that Yi Yuan wanted these heavenly medicines not for himself, but for the Sublime Pill sect and him. He was really worse than a beast to actually scold Ancestor Yi behind his back. He currently wished to find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. Ancestor Yi, this disciple also played a part. Ancestor, please punish. Ancestor Yi, please punish. Even the half-step Emperor realms, as well as those true sovereign heavens, all knelt down too. These few days, they criticized Yi Yuan plenty. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'll get up. This matter was in fact my fault. It was me who was anxious to enter close seclusion and didn't explain things clearly. Since the Sublime Pill sect is the Tao teaching that my master left behind, then I, this disciple, naturally have the responsibility to guard it. You guys also wouldn't have called me Ancestor Yi in vain." Lu Yan was completely convinced. He kowtowed heavily to Yi Yuan, exclaiming, "Ancestor Yi has a mind as open as a valley. This disciple admires. From now on, this disciple will follow Ancestor Ye's lead." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "No need to waste time on this. After you all distribute the heavenly pills, go into a close seclusion, respectively. This Ancestor is going to transcend tribulation." Finish saying, Yi Yuan's figure moved and already went out of the great hall. Very soon, terrifying undulations came from outside. Wang Jun and the rest exchanged glances, the look of shock on their faces growing stronger. What terrifying undulations! They could also tell that Yi Yuan was a divergent cultivator. But this true sovereign Tao tribulation was a little too terrifying, right? Such a terrifying, true, sovereign Tao tribulation. Could Ancestor Yi overcome it? Upon coming out to see, everyone was dumbfounded with shock. Yi Yuan was akin to a living god or devil under the Tao tribulation. A Tao sword destroyed all of the Tao tribulations. After refining the origin of blood, Yi Yuan's strength became powerful until it was hair-raising, coupled with the power of blessing. This true, sovereign Tao tribulation was no longer able to do anything to him. Seeing this scene, Wang Jun suddenly had tears running down his face as he said, "Perhaps Patriarch Cloudmount heard our prayers and sent Ancestor Yi to come and save us. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter Lu Yan, 3 People's Talents were indeed not to be complimented. Lu Yan, 3 People's Talents were indeed not to be complimented. The 3 people consumed 19 resplendent divine Emperor pills before finally breaking through to Emperor realm. A waste of such fine, profound, great heavenly pills. But at any rate, the Sublime Pill sect had 4 Emperor Realm powerhouses now. Their strength immediately jumped up a level. Emperor Realm and not Emperor Realm were 2 totally different worlds. Even if Yi Yuan was so monstrous, it was also impossible to cross this large mountain, jumping realms to battle. As for those true sovereign heavens, their strength similarly made great progress. The Sublime Pill sect from top to bottom revered Yi Yuan like a god. Yi Yuan stayed in the Sublime Pill sect for 3 years. For 3 years, Yi Yuan placed his mind on the origin of blood and the comprehension of the divine emergence's 3rd level. At present, already Yi Yuan fused with the blood origin. This was the work of the Tao sword. He could utilize the power of origin, but his understanding of the origin of blood was very superficial. It was merely a matter of knowing how to do something, but not understanding why. The origin of blood was also the most fundamental power to construct the rules of all the heavens. Therefore, its power was not inferior to that of spatial origin. With Yi Yuan grasping an origin power in advance, he naturally palpitated with excitement. With the Tao sword as a medium, his speed of comprehending the origin of blood was extremely fast. Comprehending origin had no shortcuts to take. But Yi Yuan took a shortcut. On the contrary, Yi Yuan did not have any clues about the divine emergence's 3rd level this entire time. The soul race had 3 great sacred cannons and 3 great sacred soul artifacts, all of them with a 33 heavens top existences. The divine emergence's 3rd level was a massive threshold. It was incomparably difficult. This 3rd level often could only be comprehended by the soul race's Emperor Realm powerhouses, and the divine emergence was also one of the soul race's sacred cannons. The difficulty could be imagined. Yi Yuan virtually did not have much bottlenecks, cultivating it to grand completion's 2nd level. But this time he encountered a bottleneck. The tranquility of these 3 years was finally broken by the arrival of the Soul Envoy. Paying respects to Lord Soul Envoy, Wang Jun brought the Sublime Pill sex people and carried out a worship ritual on bent knees. This Soul Envoy was merely grand completion, true sovereign heaven. But these exalted Emperor realms actually had to extend such solemn respects. It was truly oppressing. The Soul Envoy was very haughty and did not have the intention of letting Wang Jun and the rest get up at all. Rather, it was behind him. An Emperor Cloud Heaven Powerhouse's gaze was swimming across Lu Yanfu people, revealing a smile that was not a smile. This person was called Zhangzuoshan, Soaring Cloud Sect's sect master. To talk about this Soaring Cloud sect, back then they were still the Sublime Pill sect's subordinate sect. The strongest was merely true sovereign heaven. Compared to the Sublime Pill sect, the Soaring Cloud sect was like an ant. But circumstances changed with the passing of time. The Soaring Cloud sect already had 3 Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouses now. There was even a Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven among them, their strength far surpassing the Sublime Pill sect instead. Actually, the soul race did not squeeze the human race blindly. Instead, they groomed some weak sects consciously. But when they drafted the humans, they would naturally draft those powerful sections. This was equivalent to weakening a batch and nurturing a batch. That batch that was weakened naturally hated the soul race to the core. But that batch that was being groomed, they overflowed with gratitude towards the soul race. This way, not only did it divide the human race, it also made it impossible for some powerful existences to appear in the human race, forever being enslaved under the soul race. The Sublime Pill sect was clearly that batch that was being weakened, and the Soaring Cloud sect was that batch that was being nurtured. Zhang Zuoshan's aptitude was actually ordinary, but with the soul race's strength, wanting to nurture a Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven was still easy to accomplish. And Zhang Zuoshan also directly became a sycophant of the soul race. If the soul race asked him to go east, he would never go west. The Soul Envoy looked at Wang Jun and said lightly, "Wang Jun, your Sublime Pill sect Zhou Qin as well as 5 other Emperor Cloud Heavens, have already all fallen. These words did not carry the slightest trace of emotion. It was as if the few Emperor Realm powerhouses who died were little dogs. Wang Jun's entire body shook, tears pouring out of his eyes. Senior apprentice brother, it was all me who harmed you. Zhou Chen was precisely the Sublime Pill sect's former sect master. Over 50 years ago, the Soul race forcibly drafted Zhou Chen and 6 Emperor Cloud Heavens, only leaving behind Wang Jun, 1 Emperor Realm powerhouse. Hence, Zhou Chen passed the position of sect master to Wang Jun. Actually, that Kala planned to take Wang Jun away too. But Zhou Chen gave the vast majority of the Sublime Pill sect's resources to this Soul Envoy in order to leave behind a trace of bloodline for the Sublime Pill sect. This was also the reason why the Sublime Pill sect depleted their resources to get a few grade 6 heavenly pills now. These few thousands of years, the nightmares that the Sublime Pill sect had heard of were too many. Ancestor Hang Yang brought a group of disciples and fought for over 1,000 years with the blood race. In the end, he still fell. When the bad news came, the entire sect was in deep grief. Yet, this was only the beginning. After Ancestor Hang Yang died, the Soul race drafted another batch of Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses. Following that, it was Emperor Cloud Heavens. Until now, there was only Wang Jun, a single sapling left. Wang Jun! Rather than crying bitterly for Zhou Chen, that damn thing here, why not worry about yourself? Lord Soul Envoy has said, all of the Sublime Pill sect's Emperor realms will enter the Scarlet Drill battlefield. Since you all have 4 Emperor realms now, then just now, go together then. Zhang Zuishan looked at Wang Jun with a smug look, seeing that the Sublime Pill sect actually had 4 Emperor realms appear all of a sudden. He was extremely shocked in his heart. Originally, the Soaring Cloud sect had already completely pressed the Sublime Pill sect down. What kind of people Lu Yen these 3 were, Zhang Zuishan knew. Wanting to step into the Emperor realm, there was basically no possibility. But who knew that having not seen for a few short decades, the 3 of them actually all stepped into Emperor Cloud Heaven. Fortunately, he kept it in mind. This time he was going to round the Sublime Pill sect up in one fell swoop. So he secretly informed Lord Soul Envoy to have him continue drafting the Sublime Pill sect. This time he could completely trample the Sublime Pill sect into the mud. Wang Jun's entire body shook, wishing to tear Zhang Zuishan to shreds. He knew that it was definitely him who stirred up enmity again. Lord Soul Envoy, my Sublime Pill sect's talents have already dwindled to 0 in order to fight for the Soul race. Now, there are only these last few bloodlines left. This time, Wang Jun is willing to set off for Scarlet Drill battlefield. Lord Soul Envoy, please let Lu Yen they all off. Wang Jun said in a trembling voice. The Soul Envoy gave Wang Jun a glance and said coolly, it's your honor to fight for my soul race. Why? Do you feel that this envoy is setting you all up? Don't need to say any more. The situation of the battlefront at the Scarlet Drill battlefield is urgent. We're precisely in need of your services now. This time, not only are the 4 of you going, all of the true sovereign heavens have to go. When Zhang Zuishan heard, he was beside himself with joy by the side. Wang Jun lifted his head abruptly, looking at the Soul Envoy with a look of resentment. This was driving everyone to extermination. Wang Jun was furious to the extreme, the Emperor realm pressure on his body suddenly releasing, already having the stance of risking it all. However, the Soul Envoy did not care at all. He just said coolly, why, you even want to make a move? You have to think clearly. Once you make a move, your Sublime Pill sect will completely disappear. This sentence was akin to a basin of cold water pouring down the head. The Emperor realm pressure on his body instantly disappeared without a trace. Going, there was still a glimmer of hope. Not going, they would be completely wiped out by the soul race. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter Each and every one of the Sublime Pill Sect's disciples was bound by a common hatred for the enemy, wishing that they could perish together. Each and every one of the Sublime Pill Sect's disciples was bound by a common hatred for the enemy, wishing that they could perish together. This soul envoy did not give the Sublime Pill Sect any way out. Die in glory rather than live on in dishonor. Right, we're not scared of death. At most, we'll fight it out to the death. Sect Master, we've had enough a long time ago. These few years, we've lived worse than dogs. Fight it out with him. As he talked, this newly advanced Emperor Realm Powerhouse was looking at Zhang Zuoshan. Thousands of years of accumulated resentment had completely erupted at this moment. The soul race did not give any way out at all. This was wiping out their true, sovereign heavens and above in one fell swoop. Without even true sovereign heavens, was the Sublime Pill Sect still the Sublime Pill Sect? Zhang Zuoshan stood behind the soul envoy with a smile that was not a smile. The Sublime Pill Sect bringing about their own destruction. He was happy to see it happen. Thinking back then, he was like a dog in front of the Sublime Pill Sect. Now, he finally felt exultation upon fulfillment. All shut up for me! Wang Jun roared angrily, suppressing everyone's voices. In the Sublime Pill Sect, Wang Jun's prestige was still extremely high. He forcefully suppressed the fury in his heart and said in a solemn voice, "What can mutual destruction achieve? My Sublime Pill Sect has a lineage of tens of thousands of years. It can't be cut off just like that. We'll go." Wang Jun virtually depleted all of his strength to utter the word go. He knew that if he went, the Sublime Pill Sect would be completely beaten into the dirt. The four of them Emperor Realms, added up, might not be Zhang Zuoshan's match too. Rather than dying in vain, it was better to leave some descendants behind for the Sublime Pill Sect. Presumably, the true sovereign heavens would have all died out. The soul race would not go so far as to target some saint sovereign heavens, right? After all, if these people went, they would only be cannon fodders too. Lu Xian, from now on, you're the Sublime Pill Sect's sect master. Wang Jun looked at a grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heaven, and said. Lu Xian's eyes were filled with tears, kneeling down with a thud. The soul envoy smiled and said, "That's right. This is the wise move. Moreover, going to the Scarlet Drill battlefield might not be a road that leads to death. Maybe it will be your lucky chance too. In that place, there are many people who break through the fetters and break through realms repeatedly, becoming overlords of a region. You all don't need to be so pessimistic. All right, whatever you have to hand over, hurry up and hand it over. And then we're leaving." Half a day later, the soul envoy escorted a group of Sublime Pill Sect powerhouses, and they were prepared to leave. The entire Sublime Pill Sect was in a state of misery. At this time, Wang Jun already recovered calmness. He instructed Lu Xian, his gaze sincere as he said, "Lu Xian, I only have one request for you. No matter how hard it is, you have to let the Sublime Pill Sect survive too." When he said this, Yi Yuan's figure appeared in Wang Jun's mind. With him around, the Sublime Pill Sect would not die. So what if there were no true sovereign heavens? With him around, before long, the Sublime Pill Sect would have a large batch of true sovereign heavens appear again. Emperor realms would absolutely not be far beyond reach too. Yi Yuan was in a close seclusion. From the start until now, nobody in the Sublime Pill Sect mentioned Yi Yuan's name. Firstly, they were grateful to Yi Yuan and could not drag Yi Yuan into the water. Secondly, they all tacitly felt that with Ancestor year round, the Sublime Pill Sect still had a tomorrow. Of course, Wang Jun, they all did not feel that Yi Yuan appearing could change anything. It was true that he was a genius, but facing a behemoth like the soul race, a genius could not change anything. Ancestor Hangyang was Emperor Sakra Heaven, something that even an Emperor Sakra Heaven could not change. What could a measly little true sovereign heaven change? When Lu Xen heard that, he knelt down again with a thud and said in tears, Lu Xen remembers Sect Master's teachings. Sect Master, take care. Zhang Zuishan smiled lightly and said, TSKK, what a touching scene. Lord Soul Envoy, the Sublime Pill sect is so ignorant about what's good for them. Can you send them to Tinkue Front? The Soul Envoy nodded slightly and said, Amen, Tinkue Front there is indeed short on people. One sentence made the expressions of Wang Jun and the rest change again. Tinkue Front was the Scarlet Drill Battlefield's most dangerous place. The cruelty did not lose to South Chi Giant City. Going there was virtually certain death. Ancestor Hang Yang died at the Tinkue Front. If looks could kill, Zhang Zuishan would have already died God knows how many times. The Soul Envoy did not care about these gazes in the slightest. He just said, Coolly, all right, stop talking crap. Set off. Everyone was just about to leave, but two figures blocked their path. Seeing the arrival, Wang Jun's pupils constricted. He glared at Li Jianshin, who was next to Yi Yuan, and said with an angry roar, Li Jianshin, Ancestor Yi has treated you with kindness. Why are you harming him? The arrival was precisely Yi Yuan. Next to him was a Saint Sovereign Heaven disciple, Li Jianshin. This Li Jianshin had a very outstanding alchemy talent. Yi Yuan found him very promising. During these few years, he frequently gave guidance to Li Jianshin. His strength also advanced rapidly. Just like that, he already became the #1 person under Lu Xan. Wang Jun did not expect that this guy actually secretly went to find Yi Yuan. The moment Yi Yuan appeared, he could not escape anymore. Hence, when he saw Yi Yuan appear, Wang Jun was beyond furious. The moment Zhang Zuishan saw Yi Yuan, he could not help smiling. Yo, it turns out that there's still a true sovereign heaven hiding. Wang Jun, what gall you have? Lord Soul Envoy, looks like if we don't teach them a lesson, this bunch of guys won't be obedient. Amen? Lord Soul Envoy. The Soul Envoy ignored Zhang Zuishan, but his pair of eyes were glued on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was extremely surprised too, and was currently sizing the Soul Envoy up, a hint of a smile surfacing at the corners of his mouth. Hoo-hoo, it's really a small world. I didn't expect that I could actually meet an old friend in Nihility, exceeding balance heaven. Yen, Jade True, how have you been? Yi Yuan said with a beam. That was right. This Lord Soul Envoy was precisely the Jade True heavenly sex ancestor who schemed against Yi Yuan back then, and was sent packing by Yi Yuan Yen Jade True. After the farewell back then, Yi Yuan never saw Yen Jade True again. He never expected that he crossed a world to arrive at Nihility exceeding balance heaven, and actually met Yen Jade True. Furthermore, he even became the soul race's Soul Envoy. To talk about this Yen Jade True, he was really fated to not die. Originally, he was severely wounded by Yi Yuan and also inflicted with the soul poison. It was very hard to recover his peak strength again. Furthermore, in his condition, he could not cross the sea and go to heaven one continent at all. In the sea, he similarly suffered a frenzied pursuit. But who could have expected that when he fled to the bottom of the sea, he actually discovered a mystic realm? That mystic realm was even left behind by an Emperor Realm's soul denizen. Not only did Yen Jade True obtain an Emperor Realm's legacy, he even entered the realm passageway between Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven, and Nihility exceeding balance, heaven, in an accident arising from many causes, finally arriving at Nihility exceeding balance heaven. Later, by relying on that Emperor Realm inheritance, as well as his own intellect, not only did he enter the soul race, he even became a soul envoy. It was just that he never expected to actually bump into his sworn enemy, Yi Yuan, in this Nihility exceeding balance heaven. After being taken aback, Yen Jade True came back to his senses very quickly. Looking at Yi Yuan with a smile, he said, "This envoy is well, very well. Yi Yuan, since you appeared in the Sublime Pill sect, then follow them to the Scarlet Drill Battlefield. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter seeing that Yi Yuan actually knew the soul envoy, Wang Jun and the rest could not help but rejoice. Seeing that Yi Yuan actually knew the soul envoy, Wang Jun and the rest could not help but rejoice. Yen Jade Tru's one sentence directly woke them up. It turned out that these two were enemies. With this, it was really over. Yi Yuan did not feel anything. He just smiled and said, "It looks like you've already forgotten the lesson from last time." Yen Jade True laughed loudly and said, "Forgotten? Hoo-hoo, how can I possibly forget? Do you think that this envoy is still that trash who doesn't know anything? Back then, the reason why this envoy was plotted against by you, it was merely because I was an origin, divinity body at that time. Now, this envoy had a great lucky chance and already completely transformed into a soul denizen, grasping the soul race's powerful mystic arts. It's the soul race that let this envoy experience a nirvanic rebirth. Killing you now is merely a matter of a single thought. Yi Yuan, you don't know this, but for so many years, this envoy has been constantly thinking about returning to the grand, bright jade, complete heaven to avenge the enmity back then. I really didn't expect that heaven has eyes to actually deliver you before this envoy. Ha ha ha! Talking until the back, Yen Jade True could not resist letting out a loud laugh. He was seriously too happy. Back then, Yang Jade True being defeated at Yi Yuan's hands, it could be said to having all hope being dashed to pieces. But only until he obtained the soul race's inheritance did he learn why he was defeated. Was an origin divinity body a soul denizen? In essence, the two were homologous. But the human race's origin divinity had a huge connection to the physical body and the inner world. It was different for the soul race. Furthermore, the human race rarely had soul race mystic arts. Even if there were techniques to cultivate the origin divinity, it was far from the soul race's too. Therefore, the human race's origin divinity was actually 108,000 miles worse than same rank soul denizens. Across the heavens and myriad worlds, it was not only the human race. After other races had their fleshy bodies be destroyed, there would be a soul body existing too. But a soul body was different from the soul race. The cultivation of the soul race was another great Tao. Both that and the blood race's origin of blood were extremely strong, great Taos. Soul race powerhouses could eliminate hundreds of millions of living things with a single thought. Origin divinity body must obtain the soul race's cultivation method, shed off the shackles of the origin divinity, and tread onto the great Tao of soul before they could be called a soul denizen. Otherwise, they were too weak to stand up to competition. Please keep reading on MYB0XN 0VL D0T C0M. Very clearly, Yi Yuan grasped some kind of extremely powerful soul race mystic art back then. That was how he could defeat the strong while being weaker, beating the piss out of him. But now it was already different. He, Yen Jade True, obtained the soul race's inheritance and already completely transformed into a soul denizen. His strength could no longer be mentioned in the same breath a long time ago. The moment Zhang Zuishan heard, he was overjoyed. He knew that this one in front of him was currently a rising new star in the Nirvana Soul Hall. His rate of improvement was very quick. He was already just half a step away from Emperor Realm. Therefore, he did his best to suck up to Yen Jade True. That was how he had today. Ha ha! I was wondering what powerful figure it was to be able to make Lord Soul Envoy keep thinking about him. It turns out that it's merely a random nobody. Kid, there's a phrase. Change is the only constant. The wheel of fortune turns. Have you heard it before? The present Lord Soul Envoy can crush you as easily as crushing an ant to death. Zhang Zuishan said smugly. Yen Jade True said with a smile, "That's correct." How soothing to the heart. Change is the only constant. The wheel of fortune turns. Wasn't he and Yi Yuan be like so? Heaven really had eyes. delivering Yi Yuan in front of him. The expressions of Wang Jun and the rest changed drastically. They similarly knew that this one before their eyes was the Nirvana soul, Hall's expert. Same rank humans were not his match at all. They knew that Yi Yuan was formidable, but fighting with the soul race was different. One thought life and death would be decided. Ancestor Yi, we'll stop them, hurry up and go. Wang Jun's figure moved, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. Lu Yan and the rest gave no chance to explain, standing shoulder to shoulder with Wang Jun previously. The entire sect even wanted to perish together with Yan Jade-Tru, and they suppressed it. Now, for Yi Yuan's sake, they did not even want the sect anymore. The loyalty of Wang Jun, these people could be seen. Zhang Zuishan snorted coldly and said, "A bunch of ant-like things to actually dare be disrespectful to the sole envoy. Hoo-hoo, I think that you all are really tired of living." But Yi Yuan, who was away from Wang Jun and the rest, said with a faint smile, "Looks like you have great resentment. Then I'll give you a chance. Come and kill me." This slightly smiling appearance. Yan Jade-Tru was very displeased. His 2 eyes narrowed, instinctively feeling that Yi Yuan harbored malicious intentions. This kid was too cunning. He was already infinitely cautious back then. Who knew that he still succumbed to his trick? He understood Yi Yuan too well, but the more he understood, the more fearful he was of Yi Yuan. Zhang Zuishan, go and kill him. Hesitating for a moment, Yan Jade-Tru still said cautiously. Zhang Zuishan was stunned. Is Lord Soul Envoy scared of this kid? In the Nirvana Soul Hall, Lord Soul Envoy killed gods if gods blocked him, killed Buddha if Buddha blocked him. Under Emperor Realm, he was virtually unrivaled. Now he was actually afraid of a newly advanced, middle true sovereign heaven? Could this kid be so impressive? However, he did not dare to refuse to carry out Yan Jade-Tru's orders. The moment Zhang Zuishan's Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven aura released, everyone's faces changed. You dare to hurt my ancestor Yi. This sect master will fight it out with you. Wang Jun, 4 people immediately faced off against Zhang Zuishan without hesitation. Luckily, Wang Jun's strength was already very close to Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven. The 4 people barely managed to resist Zhang Zuishan. Yan Jade-Tru thought that the Sublime Pill sect only had Wang Jun, 1 Emperor Realm. That was why he brought Zhang Zuishan alone, who knew that 4 Emperor Realms appeared all of a sudden. Yi Yuan did not care. He still smiled at Yan Jade-Tru and said, "Why? Don't dare? If you're not making a move, then I'm going to make a move." Yan Jade-Tru's pupils constricted. A powerful long-distance attack directly entered Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. One thought life and death was decided, but when his soul force entered Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, it suddenly seemed like it collided into an iron plate. Yan Jade-Tru gave a muffled groan, falling back several steps in a row. Yi Yuan did not play any tricks. How could his origin divinity be so powerful? The origin divinity attack, just now, Yi Yuan did not even deliberately defend against it. He only felt that Yi Yuan's origin divinity was strong like an iron plate, and his origin divinity attack was slammed until it was badly battered. He looked towards Yi Yuan in horror and said, How can this be? How can your origin divinity be so strong?" Back then, Yi Yuan's origin divinity barely managed to reach Saint Sovereign Heaven. Just how long had it been? His origin divinity already reached Upper True Sovereign Heaven? Furthermore, Yi Yuan's origin divinity was more than 100 times more solid than ordinary Upper True Sovereign Heavens. Just what kind of origin divinity cultivation method did this guy cultivate? He obtained an Emperor Vast Heaven's inheritance. After cultivating bitterly for so long, he did not even have a match in the Nirvana Soul Hall. Now he actually lost to a human? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, "Looks like the lesson last time wasn't deep enough. Then this time I'll deepen the impression." Finish saying, Two origin divinities emerged from Yi Yuan's body. Finally, they merged into one. Yen Jade True felt horror in his heart, crying out in surprise, "Twin Chaos Origin Divinities!" Chapter Yi Yuan's origin divinity was of one body and two faces to begin with. Yi Yuan's origin divinity was of one body and two faces to begin with. One was the dragon's soul, the other was the divine soul. Having obtained divine emergence, Yi Yuan's both divinities cultivated it at the same time. The two origin divinities became strong on their own. Now, each one did not lose to same rank powerhouses. When the two combined into one, the power was even greater. Yi Yuan condensed a long bow with soul force, bending the bow and notching an arrow. Yen Jade True's expression changed drastically. He was too familiar with this move. Arrow of God Extermination. It was just that when Yi Yuan unleashed it now, the power could no longer be mentioned in the same breath. It's still this move. This situation really deepens the impression of the past. Yi Yuan smiled, and the arrow of God Extermination tore across the air. Yen Jade True felt his scalp tingle, hurriedly releasing several streams of soul force, surrounding himself tightly. This move was also an Emperor Realm inheritance. It was called Nether Shield. Its defensive strength extremely strong. The Nether Shield instantly shattered. Yen Jade True only felt his head spin, his soul body already suffering heavy injuries. Circumstances changed with the passing of time. Feeling the power of this arrow of God Extermination again, Yen Jade True was struck dumb with amazement. His nether shield was akin to an ant in front of the arrow of God Extermination. I only unleashed 30% of my power and you already collapsed? This time, try 40%. Yen Jade True wanted to cry. Just 30% power, and he already could not withstand it, let alone talk about 40% power. Yen Jade True gritted his teeth hard and said with an angry roar, "Yi Yuan, you forced me." Destruction, heavenly blade. On his hand, a ring suddenly lit up. Yen Jade True's soul force suddenly skyrocketed dozens of times. And at this time his soul force also turned ethereal, transforming into a blood-red colored long blade. An Emperor Vast Heaven's inheritance was naturally extraordinary. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL D0T C0M. This ring was Yen Jade True's trump card. This ring was called Soul Recall Ring, a grade 3 Grandness treasure. Once it was activated, it could cause soul force to skyrocket. And this destruction, heavenly blade, was that Emperor Vast Heaven's ultimate move. The moment this blade emerged, everyone's faces changed drastically. Wang Jun felt this terrifying soul force undulation. This blade, even with an Emperor Realm's origin divinity, it probably could not resist it too. Ancestor Yi, be careful! Wang Jun roared loudly. While talking, Wang Jun was struck flying by Zhang Zuoshan with a palm. The latter laughed and said, "Unable to even fend for yourself, you still have the leisure to care about others. Do you think that Lord Soul Envoy can really be defeated by some Tom, Dick, or Harry? That kid is dead for sure." A trace of surprise was revealed on Yi Yuan's face too. But very soon he recovered back to normal and said with a faint smile, "A little interesting." In the next instant, his soul force similarly soared. In an instant, Yi Yuan's soul force directly started to immolate. The soul bow and soul arrow in Yi Yuan's hands all caught on fire. Divine emergence, mystic art, rising from the ashes. The destruction, heavenly blade, and arrow of God Extermination instantly exploded in the void. Yen Jade True was akin to being struck by lightning, drifting out like a piece of paper. His entire person instantly became much dimmer. Clearly, his soul body had already sustained serious injuries. Zhang Zuoshan had a dumbfounded expression on his face, as if he had seen a ghost. He had seen before with his own eyes Lord Soul Envoy used the destruction heavenly blade to slash a half-step Emperor realm until he disintegrated. Apparently, he was actually defeated by this little fellow from the human race. This was also too fake, right? Wang Jun had a dumbfounded look too, immediately becoming wildly ecstatic. Ancestor Yi was indeed impressive. Haha, Zhang Zuoshan, just now, who did you say was dead for sure? Wang Jun said with a loud laugh. Zhang Zuoshan's face turned back. This face slapping was also too fast, right? At this time, Yi Yuan already arrived at Yan Jadetru's side, pulled the ring off Yan Jadetru's body, and started examining it carefully. This is a soul artifact? Indeed, a little interesting. Yan Jadetru, give me this thing, all right? Yi Yuan looked at Yan Jadetru and said. Yan Jadetru gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Dream on! I'm a soul envoy now. If you dare touch a hair on me, the soul race won't let you off. Also, this sublime pill sect, you wouldn't want to watch them die, right? He was confident that he understood Yi Yuan very well and knew that Yi Yuan would not leave the sublime pill sect alone. Who knew that Yi Yuan grinned, and then a streak of gloomy light was fired into Yan Jadetru's soul body. Yan Jadetru cried out miserably, rolling around on the ground in pain. He just felt as if hundreds of millions of ants were gnawing on his soul body. That sort of anguish made him virtually want to end it all. Hearing Yan Jadetru's miserable scream, the group of Emperor realms could not help shuddering with fear too. I'll give, okay? Yan Jadetru gave in. Yi Yuan smiled and said, If you did so earlier, wouldn't you have suffered less physical hardship? While talking, his fingertips beckoned, retracting that streak of gloomy light. Yan Jadetru looked at Yi Yuan, filled with fear. He originally thought that having obtained an Emperor vast heaven's inheritance and sweeping across the Nirvana Soul Hall, he would definitely be able to avenge the enmity when he encountered Yi Yuan again. Who knew that in the end, he actually still suffered a crushing defeat. Not only was he defeated, this grade 3 Grand Mistreasure actually even had to be snatched away by Yi Yuan. Helpless, Yan Jadetru could only retract the Soul Recall Ring's imprint. Very soon, Yi Yuan became the Soul Recall Ring's new owner. After feeling it, with this Soul Recall Ring, if Yi Yuan's soul force skyrocketed, he would virtually be able to rival grand completion, true sovereign heavens. Coupled with the powerful mystic arts in deity realm, Yi Yuan could exterminate half-step Emperor realm soul denizens akin to retrieving an item from his own bag. After Yi Yuan's twin chaos origin divinities all reached grand completion, true sovereign heaven, even if he encountered Emperor realm powerhouses, he might not be without the strength to have a fight. Seeing Yi Yuan's gleeful look, Yan Jadetru felt as awful as one could be. Yi Yuan looked toward Yan Jadetru and said with a smile, Lord Soul Envoy, regarding this matter of recruitment, do you know what you should do? Yan Jadetru seemed like he had eaten a fly, but he still nodded and said, Gee, got it. He struggled to his feet, gaze looking at Zhang Zuoshan intent as he said, Zhang Zuoshan, the soaring cloud sect from top to bottom. Those above Saint Sovereign Heaven will all enter the scarlet drill battlefield. Zhang Zuoshan's expression changed wildly. What is going on here? Weren't we here to get the Sublime Pill sect? How did it become drafting the Soaring Cloud sect in a blink of an eye? Furthermore, Yan Jadetru's words were to round up the Soaring Cloud sect's sovereign realm and above in one fell swoop. Yan Jadetru's gaze turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, What? This envoy's words aren't useful anymore? Do you need this envoy to send a message to my master and invite his elderly self to come over and speed things up in person? Hearing this, Zhang Zuoshan's expression changed drastically. Yan Jadetru already acknowledged an Emperor Vast Heaven as master when he arrived at the Nirvana Soul Hall. His master was the Nirvana Soul Hall's elder. Not only was his strength preeminent, but his authority was also immense too. If he were to take action, the Soaring Cloud sect could forget about leaving behind a trace of bloodline in the end. It's useful. Zhang Zuishan obeys. Zhang Zuishan even had the heart to die. Hearing that the sole envoy was going to conscript the Sublime Pill sect again, Zhang Zuishan immediately came forward on his own accord, wanting to tag along. Trampling on the former high sect was a very satisfying thing. But who knew that it actually entrapped the Soaring Cloud sect? The current Zhang Zuishan, his intestines already turned green with regret. Report to the Scarlet Drill battlefield within 10 days. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. Yan Jade-Tru looked at Zhang Zuishan and said coldly, "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter: Ancestor Yi was indeed sent by Patriarch to save us. Ancestor Yi was indeed sent by Patriarch to save us. Too satisfying. The Soaring Cloud sect has this day too. Ancestor Yi is really impressive. Alchemy Dao, Martial Dao, Soul Dao, all of them are astonishing. No wonder he could be taken in as a disciple by Patriarch. The Sublime Pill sect's disciples were agitated until they were almost crying. Originally, they thought that the sect was going to decline henceforth. But who knew that Ancestor Yi overcame the raging tides, saving the sect, and even conveniently trampled the Soaring Cloud sect into the mud while he was at it. Zhang Zuishan left in disgrace. When he left, he was wailing bitterly. Soaring Cloud sect's decline was virtually a certainty. But Wang Jun and the rest of the Emperor Realm powerhouses were not so optimistic. Yi Yuan had offended the Soul Envoy to the core. The Soul Envoy represented the Nirvana Soul Hall. Yi Yuan beat Yan Jade-Tru to this extent and even snatched his lucky chance. This was equivalent to slapping the Nirvana Soul Hall's face. Could this Nirvana Soul Hall be willing to drop the matter? Nirvana Soul Hall was the organization used by the Soul Race to rule Day Cloud Continent. The powerhouses were plentiful as the clouds. The place where the Sublime Pill sect was located was Ninglan territory. Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall was Ninglan territory's supreme governing body. All who offended the Nirvana Soul Hall did not have a good end. Ancestor Yi, hurry up and leave the Sublime Pill sect. The Soul Envoy's master, Emperor Sevenfeather, is the Nirvana Soul Hall's elder, and Emperor Vast Heaven Realm Soul Emperor. He values this disciple a lot. If he finds out, he'll definitely come and kill you. Wang Jun clearly knew quite a bit of inside information and immediately urged Yi Yuan to leave. Yan Jade-Tru was pleased with himself in his heart, but he did not dare to reveal it. He knew about Yi Yuan's means and could only secretly take delight in it. So what if you Yi Yuan are formidable? I'm the Soul Race's envoy now. Just you wait for death. Are you thinking about after your master comes, then kills me and he'll bring you away? Suddenly, Yi Yuan's voice sounded out, interrupting Yan Jade-Tru's beautiful dream. Please keep reading on MYB0XN 0VL D0T C0M. Yan Jade-Tru's expression changed, and he said with an awkward smile, how can that be? Yi Yuan smiled and said, actually, these few years, I've always been waiting for the Nirvana Soul Hall's people to come. Except, I didn't expect that the one who came would actually be you. Yan Jade-Tru's expression changed again. He was an extremely clever person. The moment Yi Yuan opened his mouth, he immediately connected it to many things. No wonder he suddenly appeared in nihility, exceeding balance heaven. It turned out that his goal was actually the Soul Race. Suddenly, he thought of something and cried out in surprise, You want to borrow the power of the Soul Race to revive your beloved? Yi Yuan smiled and said, talking with smart people saves effort. Therefore, you should know what I'm planning, right? Yan Jade-Tru said, this is impossible. You're a human. How can you possibly enter the Soul Race? Yi Yuan smiled slightly. Suddenly, his origin divinity split into two, one becoming a dragon soul, the other turning into the chaos origin divinity. Following that, Yi Yuan gave a muffled groan, a trace of blood seeping out of his mouth. The dragon's soul tunneled into Yi Yuan's body with a whoosh. Now it became two Yi Yuans. One was a chaos origin divinity, and the other was Yi Yuan's main body. Yan Jade-Tru's pupils constricted, crying out in surprise once again as he said, You are a madman, to actually sever your twin origin divinities. But it's useless. Concerning the soul race and the origin divinity, there is a fundamental difference. Even if you cut off your origin divinity, you can't become a soul denizen too. I spent 150 years before completely transforming into the soul race. Do you feel that Master will wait 150 years for you? When he said this, Yan Jade-Tru was full of mockery. Origin divinity transforming into a soul denizen was a process. This process was the process of completely cutting off the origin divinity from the physical body and purifying oneself. Even if Yi Yuan forced him to teach him this purification technique, Soul Emperor Seven Feather would not give him this time either. Yi Yuan smiled and said, 150 years? That's too long. Yan Jade-Tru, in my impression of you, you're a genius. You actually used 150 years before transforming into a soul denizen? Yan Jade-Tru smiled coldly and said, which origin divinity doesn't have too many fetters while they were alive? Wanting to cut off the past and turning into the soul race, how can it be so easy? A period of 150 years is sufficient to rank into the top 3 in the Nirvana Soul Hall too. Yi Yuan, stop pretending in front of the seat. This seat will impart you the purification technique. I want to see how long you take. Yi Yuan said coolly, no need. I have a purification technique myself. While talking, Yi Yuan's body emitted motes of light as if purifying himself. Yan Jade-Tru stared at Yi Yuan, his eyes going wide. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 100 breaths. The aura on Yi Yuan's body already became exactly like him. Yi Yuan already transformed into a soul denizen. How is this possible? Yan Jade-Tru muttered. Yan Jade-Tru had never heard of this kind of transformation speed before. Of course, with his level, he had no way of understanding what kind of existence divine emergence was at all. One of the soul race's 3 great sacred canons was not joking around. It was not just Yan Jade-Tru. Wang Jun and the rest were stunned too. How could nihility, exceeding balance, heavens, humans, not know the difficulty of transforming? In reality, nihility, exceeding balance, heavens, origin divinities were beyond count. But those that were truly able to become a soul denizen were just in the minority after all. But he had never heard before that someone could actually transform completely into the soul race in 100 breaths. Furthermore, when Yi Yuan cut off his fetters with his original body, he was clearly still heavily injured. But in a blink, he became completely fine. Everything before their eyes already subverted their understanding. Therefore, can we set off now? Senior apprentice brother Yan. Yi Yuan fired out a spell. Yan Jade-Tru felt as if something had entered his soul body, and his expression could not help changing. His meaning was very clear. He wanted to have Yan Jade-Tru bring him into the Nirvana Soul Hall. From now on, they might become apprentice brothers. TSK, truly, fate makes a mockery of men. Yan Jade-Tru's eyes shrunk slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, I can bring you over, but you have to swear a deadly oath to release me after the matter is done. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, no problem. I have a feeling that you're my lucky star. With you around, my luck seems to be good every time. So there's no need to kill you. Yan Jade-Tru nearly spurted out a mouthful of old blood. Of course, he was a soul body and did not have blood. In reality, if not for Yan Jade-Tru, there really would not be today's Yi Yuan. Afterward, if not for Yan Jade-Tru's guide, it would have been impossible for Yi Yuan to find the Labyrinth Divine Palace too. The Labyrinth Divine Palace's treasures established a solid foundation for Yi Yuan's rise later on. This time, he delivered the Soul Recall Ring. TSK, such a nice guy. About to part, there was thick concern all over the faces of Wang Jun and the others. Severing fetters, infiltrating the soul race. This sort of thing was too crazy. The soul race has powerhouses plentiful as clouds. It was hard to predict the fortunes of this departure. Wang Jun could not help but worry. All right, stop looking like your parents died. From now on, with senior apprentice brother Yen and me in the Nirvana Soul Hall, you all can cultivate with peace of mind. Isn't that so, senior apprentice brother Yen? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Humph. Yen Jade True snorted coldly. Wang Jun, my main body will be staying in the Sublime Pill sect. Help me look after it, Yi Yuan said. Ancestor, rest assured. Even if Wang Jun dies, I'll also ensure your safety. Wang Jun patted his chest and said, if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 29, 18 Scarlet, Drill, 3 Suns. Chapter 29, 18 Scarlet, Drill, 3 Suns. This place is the Lucid Forest. It's the place where the Nirvana Soul Hall's disciples cultivate and also one of the 3 stages of the entrance A assessment. I've already helped you to make arrangements for the rest. As long as you clear the Lucid Forest, Soul Controlling Avenue, and Soul Refining Furnace, 3 stages, you'll be able to enter the Nirvana Soul Hall. Yen Jade True pointed at a forest ahead as he explained. Nirvana's Soul Hall was the inevitable path that led to the Soul Race. However, not all Soul denizens had the qualifications to enter the Nirvana Soul Hall. This Nirvana Soul Hall was akin to a great sect. Wanting to enter it, one must pass a stringent test. This test was no joke. A moment of carelessness, and one would die inside. Of course, the benefits of entering the Nirvana Soul Hall were immense too. The Soul Race's control over resources was extremely strict. Entering the Nirvana Soul Hall, one would have the possibility of advancing to a higher level. Wanting to enter the core of the Soul Race, there was only through the Nirvana Soul Hall. Therefore, Soul Race powerhouses flocked to the Nirvana Soul Hall like ducks. Countless Soul Daos were set up in the Lucid Forest. Soul Dao was the lifetime comprehension of a soul denizen, corroborating one's own Dao with tens of thousands of Soul Dao, comprehending a great Dao that belonged to yourself. That was the function of the Lucid Forest. However, being situated amidst tens of thousands of Soul Daos, it was also extremely easy to lose yourself. To the vast majority of the soul denizens, entering the Lucid Forest would often lead them astray, turning into one of the myriad Soul Daos inside. Of course, with danger, there were lucky chances too. Some people comprehended their own great Dao in the Lucid Forest, their strength advancing by leaps and bounds. Hence, many Nirvana Soul Hall disciples similarly comprehended Dao inside. The time limit to pass the stage is 3 days. As long as you walk out of the Lucid Forest within 3 days, it's considered clearing it, Yen Jade True said. The rest he did not say much either. He knew Yi Yuan too well and knew that this Lucid Forest could not stump him. It was just that. He was somewhat curious just what level Yi Yuan could achieve. Actually, Yen Jade True originally wanted to show off his results. But, thinking about it, better forget it, in case he got slapped by Yi Yuan. Back then, when he entered the Lucid Forest, he only used 20 hours and walked out. This result was sufficient to rank in the top 10 when looking at the entire Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall. It was really very impressive. Therefore, he was taken in as a disciple by Soul Emperor Sevenfeather II. What this stage tested was not talent, but Dao heart. Only with a strong Dao heart could one remain lucid. But Yen Jade True knew that Yi Yuan's Dao heart was frighteningly powerful. At this time, there were already many people who took the stage, waiting to enter the lucid forest. Yi Yuan also entered the crowd along with the flow. Get lost! Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd, and a path automatically opened up. A young man stepped forward with his hands behind his back, looking like he considered everything and everyone beneath his notice. The others seemed to be very fearful of him. Yi Yuan heard people starting to discuss beside him. Who are these three people? Why are they so arrogant? You never heard of the Crimson Drill, 3 Sons? I didn't expect that they would also come to take part in the test with us this time. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian Zhou Yu He Qin. These 3 all returned from the Scarlet Drill battlefield. I heard that the 3 of them rendered ill. U.S. Trius achievements in the Scarlet Drill battlefield and were taken in as honorary disciples by the 3 Hall Masters. It's just waiting for after the AS assessment this time before they are accepted under their tutelage. The 3 of them have corrupt energy that billows to the sky. I don't even dare get close. Too strong. The top 3 this time will definitely be the 3 of them. No wonder they are so haughty. They really have the capital to be arrogant. Everyone sent the 3 people off with their eyes, walking through the crowd. Places that they said bye. All gave a wide berth. It was not that they wanted to retreat, but that they had no choice but to retreat. Compared to the others, these 3 people were simply head and shoulders above them. These 3 genuinely killed their way out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The corrupt energy on their bodies billowed to the sky, their soul bodies incomparably solid. Those who were slightly weaker, just this corrupt energy could turn them to ashes. Soul race powerhouses were not as weak as the human race's origin divinity, especially those like Qin S. H.I. plus Tian 3 people. Their soul bodies were already condensed to the extreme. Wanting to kill them was even harder than the blood race. The 3 people took big steps, as if there were an body around. Humph! A bunch of trash also wants to enter the Nirvana Soul Hall. Truly ignorant. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian looked at everyone who retreated, a look of displeasure on his face. Zhou Yu smiled and said, dreams are a must. However, taking the AS assessment in the same batch as us, they will doubt life, right? He Chen's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, sweeping a glance, there's no one who can fight. These trash actually came to take part in the test too. Zhou Yu said, hoo, our goal isn't just to enter the Nirvana Soul Hall. We're not from the same world as them to begin with. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian snorted coldly and said, taking the test together with these trash really spoils my appetite. 1D. The 3 people did not have the intention of covering it up at all. Everyone could hear the words that were said. When everyone heard, their faces turned completely red. Those who dared to come and challenge the Nirvana Soul Hall's test were not rookies. At least, they had some confidence in themselves. But, just as Zhou Yu said, they were somewhat doubting life. The Scarlet Drill 3 Sons were too strong. As the 3 people walked, they arrived at Yi Yuan there very soon. The others backed away, one after another. A middle true sovereign heaven next to Yi Yuan tugged at him and whispered, still not backing away? You're courting death. Yi Yuan smiled and said, this lucid forest tests the Tao heart. If you retreat, is there still a need to enter the lucid forest? That person was taken aback. Thinking about it, that was true. But right at this time, a surging corrupt energy hit him head-on. His expression changed wildly, only feeling like his soul body was almost collapsing. He hurriedly retreated more than 10 steps before stabilizing his figure. This way, Yi Yuan appeared especially conspicuous. The others immediately started discussing in whispers. Keeping up appearances to cover up his predicament? Retreat and you won't be able to clear the lucid forest? What a joke! How is this keeping up appearances to cover up his predicament? This is throwing away his life. The Scarlet Drill three suns together can directly make his soul body collapse. There are really those who aren't afraid of death these days. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian, three people naturally saw Yi Yuan too. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian's brows furrowed slightly, very displeased in his heart. A place that they were sing through. There was actually someone who dared to not give way. Furthermore, what Yi Yuan said earlier was not deliberately hidden. Everyone heard it, including the three of them. Humph! Ignorant thing. Without strength, and you still dare to utter wild ravings, really courting death. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian gave a cold snort, the corrupt energy on his body suddenly skyrocketing several-fold. Zhou Yu also laughed lightly. Following that, his corrupt energy also skyrocketed. He Chan sneered coldly, similarly skyrocketing. The three people's corrupt energy billowed straight to the clouds, enveloping everyone inside all at once. They did not deliberately target the others, but the expressions of the rest changed wildly, retreating again one after another. An extremely large empty lot formed around the trio. Apart from the three of them, there was only Yi Yuan left in that empty lot. Yi Yuan was in the center of the three people's corrupt energy. Previously, they did not intentionally release corrupt energy, but now they had the intention of taking Yi Yuan down a notch, forcing Yi Yuan to fall back. Retreat! When Qin S. H. I. plus Tian walked by Yi Yuan, he bellowed. However, what Yi Yuan returned to him was just a slight smile, unmoving as a pine tree. Chapter 29:19. Entering the forest. Chapter 29:19. Entering the forest awkward. Huge awkwardness. How resounding was that one word, retreat? However, Yi Yuan did not even take half a step. Apart from awkwardness at the entrance of the lucid forest, it was still awkwardness. Originally, they thought that Yi Yuan, who was too weak to stand up to a gust of wind, would have to suffer serious injuries under this corrupt energy, even if his soul did not dissipate. Who knew that he did not feel anything out of sorts at all? No way, right? That kid is clearly just middle true sovereign heaven, and he can actually resist Qin S. H. I. plus Tian's corrupt energy? I heard that Qin S. H. I. plus Tian's corrupt energy can even suppress the blood race's blood energy. It actually can't suppress that kid. It's really Imbara. Sing now. You look at Qin S. H. I. plus Tian's face. It turned green. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian's awe-inspiring reputation was ill. U.S. Trius in the entire Scarlet Drill battlefield and even Ninglan territory. But who could have thought that he actually suffered a loss in front of an unknown punk? Zhou Yu was clearly a little more shrewd than the other two. He looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Interesting. Really interesting. I didn't expect that in the temple entrance A.S. assessment this time, I'd actually be you and pee into an interesting little fellow. What's your name?" Yi Yuan shook his head slightly with a faint smile, but turned around and left. The trio who remained had dumbfounded faces. This guy actually ignored them. There was actually someone who dared to ignore the Scarlet Drill. 3 suns here. This time, even Zhou Yu lost composure. "Punk, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Zhou Yu said in a cold voice. "Want a posture? Do it after Pa-S. Sing the test. You haven't even entered the lucid forest, and you're flaunting your prowess here, making a spectacle of yourselves," Yuan said coolly without even turning his head back. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Domineering enough. Far away, when Yen Jade True saw this scene, he could not help smiling broadly. Sure enough, it was very Yuan-like. Although these 3 people were very strong, compared to Yi Yuan, they were still far off. The corrupt energy on the Scarlet Drill 3 suns' bodies was extremely heavy. Their soul body was extremely solid. They were indeed not easy to deal with. But the path that Yi Yuan took was drastically different from theirs. The Scarlet Drill, 3 sons, experienced the battlefield for a long time, tempering their soul bodies like how humans train their physical bodies. But the path that Yi Yuan took was a great Tao that led to heaven. Fighting with Yi Yuan, he felt that Yi Yuan's origin divinity was akin to a vast expanse of fog, seemingly unreachable. Although the corrupt energy was heavy, it was not worth mentioning in front of Yi Yuan. Unless this corrupt energy reached the Emperor realm, it had no way of affecting Yi Yuan at all. Hoo, looks like someone is going to challenge us this time. Interesting. Very interesting. Qin S.H.I. Plus Tian laughed coldly without ceasing, but his eyes were already somber to the extreme. These 3 people were all ruthless and cruel, having killed countless people. The humans and bloodkins that died in their hands were beyond count. Originally, they thought that this time it would be a compet. One tie-in between the 3 of them, who knew that there was actually someone who dared to provoke them. But Zhou Yu smiled and said, "Isn't that great? Originally, I thought that it would be boring this time. Wrecking a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth while we're at it is pretty good too. It's just I don't know whether or not he can get out of the lucid forest." People familiar with him all knew that Zhou Yu already had killing intent aroused. Right at this time, a figure appeared in the sky above the lucid forest. Emperor Realm Powerhouse. All right, everyone is already here. Enter the lucid forest. With 3 days as the time limit, after 3 days, those who can't come out will naturally be transported out. However, if you can't even last 3 days, then you can't blame anyone. Now you all can still choose to withdraw, the Emperor Realm Powerhouse said loudly. Body moved. Those who came here naturally already knew the danger of the lucid forest. The Emperor Realm Powerhouse smiled slightly and said, since Body backed out, enter the forest. Under his word of command, thousands of soul race geniuses entered the lucid forest in succession. There was a light screen before the forest. The light dots on the light screen represented everyone's positions. Whoever's light dot disappeared, it represented that there had already been wiped away, turning into a part of the lucid forest. Each time they entered the forest, there would be hundreds of people who fell in the end. Not long after everyone entered the lucid forest, several figures landed. That Emperor Realm Powerhouse's pupils constricted slightly, and he hurriedly bowed and said, "Paying respects to 3 hall masters, paying respects to elders. Amen, you carry on hosting the lucid forest. Don't need to care about us." Yes. It turned out that it was actually the hall master and 2 vice hall masters arriving in person. A slight chill ran down the backs of the forest guardian. Looks like the 3 hall masters value these 3 honorary disciples very highly. Hall Master Great Emperor East Sun, Vice Hall Master Great Emperor West Dawn, Great Emperor would release. These 3 people were all Emperor Sakura Heaven Realm Mighty experts. To be able to receive attention from the 3 of them, the weight of the Scarlet Drill 3 sons could be seen. Apart from them, Yen Jade True's master, Soul Emperor Sevenfeather, also arrived. "Master," Yen Jade True said with a bow. When Sevenfeather saw Yen Jade True, he was also slightly surprised and said, "You're here too?" Yen Jade True said, "Yes, this disciple made a good friend when I went out this time. He wants to enter the Nirvana Soul Hall too, so I arranged for him to join the temple entrance assessment." Sevenfeather nodded slightly. This kind of thing was very common and not a big deal. But Yen Jade True was incredibly disappointed in his heart. He placed hopes on that his master could see through what was wrong in his soul body. But sadly, nope. It seemed like Yi Yuan's method was extremely brilliant. Even an Emperor Vast Heaven Realm Mighty expert was completely clueless. "Who's your good friend?" Sevenfeather asked. That last one is called Yi Yuan." There was everyone's name on the light screen. Sevenfeather could not help laughing as he said, The periphery's baneful souls are the fewest. He's still wandering around the perimeter until now. Most likely, it will be very hard to survive 3 days, right? Yen Jade True could not help smiling bitterly. He was perplexed too. With Yi Yuan's Tao heart, he should advance very quickly. But he actually stopped right at the beginning. This showed that he was already beguiled concerning the lucid forest, the deeper in, the more wandering souls and the stronger they were. The beguiling power also grew stronger. Hoo-hoo! Martial Uncle Seven Feather, this kid was still picking a fight with the Scarlet Drill 3 suns earlier. I was wondering how strong he was. Who knew that this kid can't even break through the outer perimeter? What a piece of Traz. H. Plus hoo-hoo, junior apprentice brother Jade True's strength is decent, but his eyesight in making friends is too lousy. That Scarlet Drill 3 sons are indeed well deserving of being the 3 Hall Masters' honorary disciples. At this rate of advancement, most likely they will be breaking the record. The one speaking was called Jiang Hao. He was also an elder's disciple. His strength was almost on par with Yen Jade True. Between the two, they contended with each other overtly and covertly as well. That scene earlier he was present to and naturally took it into his sights. Originally, he thought that Yi Yuan had some abilities to be able to block the Scarlet Drill 3 Suns' corrupt energy. Who knew that he was so useless? Seeing Yen Jade True get deflated at this time, he naturally could not resist coming out to deal 2 kicks in. When he said this, Seven Feathers' face was also rather awkward. His expression turned dark, looking at Yen Jade True with a dark expression. What kind of rubbish friend did you make? Putting aside that his strength was weak, he even offended the Hall Master's honorary disciple. Wasn't this secretly reporting himself? He, an exalted Emperor Vast Heaven, could not afford to lose this face. Looking at the Scarlet Drill 3 Suns again, they were virtually advancing at an equal pace and already rushed 3 miles into the forest. The lucid forest was not big. It was only 10 square miles, but the deeper in, the slower one would get. Chapter 2920, You Cheated. Chapter 2920, You Cheated. Upon entering the lucid forest, countless aura of Daos. H.I.T.M. head-on. Yi Yuan swept a glance over, having some enlightenment. Hence, he started to study it carefully. What he cultivated was the soul race's sacred canon. His comprehension of the Tao of Soul was extremely deep. Regarding these so-called Daos, Yi Yuan understood them with one glance. After studying for a while, Yi Yuan discovered that it was dull. These Daos were all too superficial. It did not give him much inspiration. Of course, he understood that this was due to divine emergence being too profound. The more he cultivated, the more Yi Yuan discovered the extensiveness and profoundness of divine emergence, pointing straight at the origin of Soul Tao. Only at this time did he remember that he seemed to be taking part in an A assessment. There was no one around him a long time ago. Hence, he took large strides forward. The surrounding Daos got more and more, and also increasingly profound, as if it could let people reach out and grasp the Tao. The lucid forest was to let people hold fast to their Tao hearts. The more Daos you saw, you would waver in your own Tao heart. In this lucid forest, you could not avoid these so-called Daos at all. It did not need to be looked at using the naked eye at all, but directly came into contact with the soul body. But to Yi Yuan, these could not affect him in the slightest at all. Putting aside how powerful divine emergence was, one could only say that Yi Yuan's Tao heart was not an ordinary kind of strong. He was a man who dared to point at heaven with his sword. Hence, his speed of advancement was incomparably fast. 10 miles was merely a twinkle to a true sovereign heaven. Hence, Yi Yuan came out after several breaths. Outside of the lucid forest, Great Emperor East Sun, 3 people were currently discussing their honorary disciples. Qin S.H.I. plus Tian indeed doesn't fall short of this old man's expectations. Among the 3 people, His skill is a level higher in the end. Great Emperor East Sun stroked his beard and said with a smile. Great Emperor West Dawn was indifferent as he said, "It seems to be too early for Brother East Sun to draw a conclusion now, right? There are huge variables in the lucid forest. Moreover, Qin S, H, I, plus Tian isn't in the lead by much. Zhou Yu has always been reserved. He definitely won't lose in this lucid forest stage." Great Emperor East Sun said coolly, "Then just wait and see." Suddenly, Great Emperor East Sun's eyes became wide saucers. Even his words became stutters. It was because a light dot Serpa, S, said Qin S, H, I, plus Tian 3 people like lightning and reached the end point in a few breaths of time. Great Emperor West Dawn smiled and said, "Brother East Sun, it's merely a compet. 1. Tie-in among juniors. Why do you have to be so agitated?" Agitated my asterisk SS. Are you freaking blind? It seems like this guy did not see the light screen. Drawing a deep breath, Great Emperor East Sun said, "Somebody came out." Someone came out. Great Emperor West Dawn wondered whether this guy was joking or not. But right then, there was suddenly a commotion from the crowd. This is also too fast, right? Just now, my attention was fully on Qin S, H, I, plus Tian 3 people. I didn't even see clearly who that was. Me too. This wouldn't be some problem with the light screen, right? Something is definitely wrong with the light screen. This lucid forest record is 6 hours and 15 minutes. Even if someone broke the record, it's also impossible to be so fast, right? They only saw a light to flash past, then it disappeared. As for who it was, everyone really did not see clearly, because everyone's attention was all placed on the scarlet drill 3 suns. This was also the biggest highlight of the AS assessment this time. But very soon, a figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Shockingly, it was Yi Yuan. The forest guardian was also somewhat absent-minded. His focus just now was also on Qin S, H, I, plus Tian 3 people. By the time he became aware of it, someone had already come out. Yi Yuan looked at the forest guardian and asked, "Senior, am I considered to have pas said?" The forest guardian had a blank expression. Nodding his head, then shaking his head again, he questioned, "H, how can you be so fast?" Yi Yuan countered the question, "It's merely 10 miles. Isn't it a snap of a finger to us?" The forest guardian was taken aback and immediately said angrily, "Hang on. You were clearly stuck in the beginning just now. How did you clear it so quickly? You cheated." Everyone's hearts eased up. It turned out that he was cheating. Sure enough, only cheating could be so fast, no? The forest guardian had already been at this lucid forest for many years. The geniuses that he had seen before were beyond countable. But no matter how outstandingly talented, it was also impossible to clear the lucid forest so quickly. Therefore, it could only be cheating. If you cheated, forget it. The main characters this time were the Scarlet Drill 3 Suns. You stole their limelight. Wasn't this slapping the faces of the 3 Great Hall Masters? The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was amused. Since Senior said that I cheated, then this Junior will go again. Senior can enter the forest to inspect. If there's any problem, Senior can strike me dead on the spot. How about that? The forest guardian's old face turned red. Yi Yuan's speed was too fast. He could not keep up. Although he was an Emperor Realm powerhouse, he also could not be unmoving as a pine tree in this lucid forest. I'll go. At this time, Great Emperor East Sun spoke up. He also did not believe that Yi Yuan could pass through the lucid forest in such a short time. This sort of thing had never happened before. It was too bizarre. Yi Yuan clasped his hands at Great Emperor East Sun and entered the forest again. Great Emperor East Sun's figure moved and entered the lucid forest too. Upon entering the forest, Great Emperor East Sun's pupils constricted. Yi Yuan's figure sped towards the distances like lightning. The countless soldats around him could not affect Yi Yuan in the slightest. Great Emperor Eastsun also stepped forward, incredibly shocked in his heart. These low-level soldados were naturally unable to affect him too much, but there was ultimately some influence. He unleashed all of his ability and could only eat dust behind Yi Yuan in the end. In merely several breaths of time from start to finish, the two people came out of the lucid forest very quickly. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for Great Emperor Eastsun's ruling. Great Emperor Eastsun's heart was in shock currently. What a powerful Dao heart! He shook his head slightly at West Dantu people and said, "This boy didn't cheat." Who's? H. Plus outside the lucid forest, it completely burst into an uproar. How is this possible? It's merely 5 breaths of time from start to end. How does this result expect people to live? No wonder he turned his nose up at the scarlet drill, 3 suns. This is simply a one-sided beating. This result was too explosive. Explosive until everyone did not dare believe it. Jiang Hao's expression was like he had eaten a fly. Sure enough, Yen Jadetru's mocking voice entered his ears very quickly. Hoo-hoo, what Brother Jiang Hao said is right. My eyesight is indeed extremely poor, but I failed to discern that Brother Yi was actually so impressive. However, Brother Jiang Hao's eyesight seems to be worse than mine. Yi Yuan's result can brutalize the scarlet drill. 3 suns already, right? More than brutalize, it was simply a catastrophic mangling. Entering the lucid forest, the shorter the time, the more difficult it was. After so many years, everyone kept reference. H.I. plussing the record continuously. It was incredibly difficult to improve it again by a few breaths. But now, the record was no longer important. It was because it was impossible for anyone to be able to beat Yi Yuan's record. Chapter 2921. You've already worked very hard. Chapter 2921. You've already worked very hard. The A.S. assessment was still ongoing. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian 3 people were still advancing at high speed. Of course, this high speed was in the past. Everyone looked at the moving light dots on the light screen as if seeing their hard work in the lucid forest. Looking at Yi Yuan again, their hard work seemed so laughable. Everyone was imagining Qin S. H.I. plus Tian 3 people's expressions after coming out. Finally, 6 hours' time was up. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian's light dot vanished. Ha ha ha. 6 hours. I broke the lucid forest's record. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian, am Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall's number 1. The moment his figure appeared, he let out a burst of loud laughter. He felt invigorated to the extreme in his heart, overpowering Zhou Yu and He Qin. He even broke the lucid forest's strongest record. He was already fantasizing how his master would praise him. Strongest in history. How glorious was this? Before this, the lucid forest's strongest record was 6 hours and 15 minutes. He, Qin S. H.I. plus Tian, forcibly moved this record up by 15 minutes. This was already a huge improvement. This achievement was absolutely enough to ignite the entire Nirvana Soul Hall if there wasn't Yi Yuan's existence. Very soon, Zhou Yu and He Qin came out of the forest successively, the expressions on their faces rather complicated. The 2 of them similarly broke the record. It was just that they lost to Qin S. H.I. plus Tian. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian laughed loudly and said, "The 2 of you, don't make this kind of expression. Losing to me isn't some disgraceful thing. After all, you guys broke senior apprentice Brother Zhou Yuan's record too." Zhou Yu had an unkind expression as he said, "What are you being smug for? You were merely lucky. If not for encountering several troublesome Daos on the way, I might not have lost to you." Qin S. H.I. plus Tian said smugly, "Losing is losing. Why are you finding excuses? The lucid forest is fair to everybody, Otherwise, it wouldn't have been used as a test too. Why? Can't afford to bear a loss? Zhou Yu snorted coldly and said, "What can't afford to bear a loss? Sooner or later, you'll be my defeated foe." "All right, where's that arrogant kid?" He Chen, who had not said a word, suddenly said. Qin S.H.I. Plus Tian was taken aback and immediately laughed loudly and said, "That kid is probably eating dust behind us, right? Ha ha ha. But that punk has some capability. It shouldn't be hard to pass the test." The three people chattered like Body was around, walking in front of the forest guardian. The three of them were immersed in the joy of breaking the record and did not feel the strange atmosphere at all. Of course, they also did not see the Yi Yuan in the crowd. Qin S.H.I. Plus Tian gave Great Emperor East Sun a bow from afar and said excitedly, "Master." This disciple thankfully didn't fail the mission, winning the top spot and breaking senior apprentice Brother Jiu Yuan's record. At long last, I didn't let down Master's expectations. Great Emperor East Sun's expression was strange, and he said with a nod, "MNU, you've already worked very hard." Qin S.H.I. Plus Tian was stupefied. W worked very hard? What was the meaning of this? At this time, shouldn't Master be lauding him with praises? Why did it seem like he was consoling him? This script was not right. "Master!" Qin S.H.I. Plus Tian suddenly lifted his head, and at this time he finally noticed the Yi Yuan who was beside Yen Jade True, and his entire person was immediately petrified. When did this guy come out? Clearly, no one came out from just now until now. Qin S.H.I. Plus Tian's head was somewhat disoriented, unable to wrap itself around things for some time. Great Emperor East Sun heaved a slight sigh and said, "SHI Plus Tian, your performance is already very good. It's just that, sadly, you didn't break the record. Because before you, Yi Yuan has already broken the record." Qin S.H.I. Plus Tian, three people were akin to being struck by lightning at the same time, looking at Yi Yuan in astonishment. This guy was actually faster than the three of them. How was this possible? He forcibly increased senior apprentice Brother Jiu Yuan's record by 15 minutes. Could it be that this guy actually cleared within 6 hours? This is impossible. How can this punk possibly Serpa? SS 6 hours? Qin S.H.I. Plus Tian blurted out. Great Emperor East Sun seriously could not bear to demoralize this honorary disciple. But the reality was this cruel. 6 hours? Hoo-hoo! 6 hours is enough for Yi Yuan to go back and forth several thousand times in the lucid forest. The one who spoke was Seven Feather. Just now, Yi Yuan already rejected Great Emperor East Sun's invitation. Very clearly, Yi Yuan already had the intention of entering his tutelage. After all, he was brought by Yen Jade True. Previously, he was still blaming Yen Jade True for being a busybody and embarrassing him. But now, no matter how he looked at Yen Jade True, he found him pleasing to the eye. Having accepted such a heaven-defying disciple, even the master felt honored too, several thousand times. "Your bull, this is absolutely impossible." When the word **T reached the tip of his tongue, Qin S.H.I. Plus Tian forcibly swallowed it back. Soul Emperor Seven Feather was not someone that he could offend. Sure enough, Seven Feather's expression turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "With Hall Master here, could it be that this seat will still crack jokes with you, a junior?" After Yi Yuan entered the lucid forest, he only used 5 breaths of time before clearing it. 5 breaths. Qin S.H.I. Plus Tian, 3 people spoke in one voice, almost biting their tongues off. Qin S.H.I. Plus Tian used a probing gaze to look at Great Emperor East Sun. The latter nodded his head helplessly and said, "That's right, it's 5 breaths. This seat already examined it. It's not fake." Boom! Qin S.H.I. plus Tian felt like his soul body was about to explode. This was too demoralizing. The three of them killed countless enemies on the Scarlet Drill battlefield and had long already cultivated their Dao hearts like it was Vajra. 6 hours was absolutely a result that was worthy of being proud of. But someone actually only used 5 breaths? Qin S. H. I. Plus Tian felt that everyone was cracking a joke with him. There were naturally not just Qin S. H. I. Plus Tian 3 geniuses partic. 1. P. Aiding in the A assessment. In reality, this batch of soul race geniuses were really quite a few. Very soon, someone came out in succession. It was just that after they came out, without exception, they were all deeply shocked by the result of 5 breaths. Originally, they were somewhat patting themselves on their backs for having obtained a decent result. But at this time, they had already begun to doubt life. 3 days later, the Lucid Forest AS assessment ended. In the end, there were 372 people who PAS said the Lucid Forest, and there were more than 200 people who died in the Lucid Forest. The people who PAS said the test arrived at the second stage, Soul Controlling Avenue. Originally, Great Emperor East Sun and the rest of the powerhouses came over just to conveniently take a casual look. After all, this level of test was not really considered a big deal to them. But now, because of Yi Yuan's sudden emergence, all of the Emperor Realm powerhouses arrived at the Soul Controlling Avenue. Soul Controlling Avenue. It was established between 2 mountain peaks and was a transparent Pa-S sageway. The so-called Soul Controlling Avenue was actually a test of the examinee's defensive ability. To the soul race, defensive strength was an extremely important ability. After the physical bodies of other races were destroyed, their soul bodies could exist independently. But the soul race, once they were exterminated, that was a true death. Therefore, to enter the Nirvana Soul Hall, one's defensive strength must Pa-S. And this was precisely the forte of Qin S. H. I. plus Tian and the others. They slaughtered wildly in the Scarlet Drill battlefield and had long already tempered their soul bodies like steel. After these few days of digestion, the 3 people had already come around to it. After all, they were powerhouses who had experienced countless life and deaths. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold snort, "Punk Pa-S sing the Lucid Forest is no big deal. The Soul Controlling Avenue is the true test of strength. This time, I'm going to let you know what's called a true powerhouse." Chapter 2922. Tempering Soul Body. Chapter 2922. Tempering Soul Body. It's still that sentence. Want a posture? Do it after Pa-S sing. Talking until flowers cascaded from the skies here, wouldn't it be very Imbara? S. Sing if you get face slapped in a while. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said nonchalantly. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Then we'll see who gets face slapped after getting out of the Soul Controlling Avenue." An Emperor Realm powerhouse appeared in front of everyone and said loudly, "Soul Controlling Avenue has a total of 10 segments. Pa-S. Sing 2 segments will be considered Pa-S. Sing the test. This Soul Controlling Avenue has the effect of tempering the soul body. It's greatly beneficial to you guys, but this seat urges you all to act within your capability, or else you'll die. At present, the best result of the temper entrance AS assessment is peak 5th segment. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian Trio secretly resolved themselves. This time, they were definitely going to sweep Yi Yuan's face away. Since the Scarlet Drill battlefield, the 3 people's present accomplishments were not accomplished overnight. Their soul bodies were extremely solid. Great Emperor East Sun had once said before, with the STU Ardiness of Qin SH I plus Tian soul body, he could at least reach the 6th segment too. This was also to say that there was virtually no suspense in him breaking the shackle of the 5th segment. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could still contend with him in this round. Under his word of command, over 300 people entered with a whoosh. Upon entering the soul-controlling avenue, the divine soul attacks that blotted out the skies and covered the earth came over to greet them. Many soul race powerhouses unleashed various methods to resist these divine soul attacks. However, many soul race powerhouses started crying bitterness without ceasing. The first segment is already so freakish. This is killing people. Just what kind of freaks entered the Nirvana Soul Hall? Ouch, I can't anymore. I'm going to withdraw. Coming out from the first round, these 300 over people were naturally all elites. But very soon, someone could not hold on anymore. The endless divine soul attacks were like a violent storm, raiding these soul race powerhouses. Each second, they practically had to answer more than 10 divine soul attacks. It was simply seamless until not even wind could penetrate. The soul-controlling avenue was similarly 10 miles long. Each mile was a segment, but now, before talking 1,000 feet out, someone had already collapsed. Of course, if there were weaklings, there were powerhouses too. Chin S. H. I. plus Tian, 3 people did not have any reaction to this violent storm-like attack at all. In fact, they did not even use defensive mystic arts. The first segment was too effortless for them. The 3 people virtually rushed to the second segment's checkpoint while keeping abreast of one another at the fastest speed. The checkpoint in front of them was not difficult. They had to conserve soul strength to resist the checkpoints at the back. At this time, the 3 people turned around to look without prior agreement and discovered that many people had already caught up. But they did not see Yuan's figure and could not help letting out a sigh of relief. This fellow indeed could not make it anymore. During this round, it is our turn to perform. That punk seemed impressive, but it's also nothing more than this. In this round, what it relies on is the soul body. The 3 of us definitely won't lose to anyone. Chin S. H. I. plus Tian said with a cold smile. After getting out, we have to teach that punk a lesson. Zhou Yu's expression also became dark. That's of course. Your father roamed the battlefield unobstructed and haven't lost so much face before. This time, I'll see how that punk can be arrogant. Chin S. H. I. plus Tian said with a cold snort. Remembering the first round, it was really an utter loss of face. Not only did he lose face, he even implicated Great Emperor Eastsun in losing face too. Finished saying, the 3 people entered the second segment without even turning their heads back. In the second segment, not only did the number of divine soul attacks increase manifold, the power also multiplied. To everyone, it was an enormous test. Chin S. H. I. plus Tian, 3 people did not dare to be careless either, displaying defensive mystic arts one after another and continued advancing. Outside of the soul-controlling avenue, Great Emperor Eastsun and the rest nodded with slight smiles, clearly quite pleased with the performance of Chin S. H. I. plus Tian, 3 people. Hoo-hoo! Arriving at the soul-controlling avenue, Yi Yuan has indeed revealed his true colors. This seat sees that each step he takes is very taxing. Great Emperor West Dawn said with a laugh. Great Emperor Eastsun also smiled and said, in terms of soul body, most likely among true sovereign heavens, someone stronger than the 3 of them really can't be found. The Scarlet Drill battlefield is akin to a meat grinder. The 3 of them fought with real swords and spears, killing their way out a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Their soul bodies have already reached the limit of true sovereign heaven. Great Emperor Would Release said, Tao heart is heaven-defying, but it has to be matched with corresponding strength too. Otherwise, it will be akin to a rootless weed, too weak to stand up to anything. If Let Yi Yuan fights with the 3 of them, he'll probably not be able to last one exchange with them. All the powerhouses nodded one after another, clearly quite agreeing with it. 7 Feathers' face was a little ugly. He also did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so useless. In the second round, he actually ended up last. Most likely, he would not even be able to pull through the first segment. This time, Even Yan Jade True was puzzled too. He knew that, in terms of soul body, Yi Yuan was indeed not considered strong. Yi Yuan's powerful aspect was his miraculous soul path mystic arts. Could it be that he was really going to be disappointed this time? Very soon, many powerhouses Pa-S said through the first segment one after another. The people left behind in the first segment became fewer and fewer. Some were seriously injured by soul path attacks and were already unable to continue the A.S. assessment and could only withdraw. But Yi Yuan was still several thousand feet away from the checkpoint of the first segment. And at this time, Qin SHI plus Tian 3 people had already Pa-S said through the second segment and entered the third segment. The speed made people tongue-tied. Great Emperor East Sun smiled and said, "This Yi Yuan's Tao heart is powerful," making him rather stubborn. He could actually hold out until now. Great Emperor West Dawn chuckled and said, "No matter how stubborn he is, it's no use too. Even if he can Pa-S the first segment, the second segment's number and power are all multiplied. It's simply impossible for him to Pa-S through. In fact, he might directly turn to ashes after entering the second segment. In my view, he's courting death here." Great Emperor East Sun did not care about Yi Yuan any longer, but looked toward Qin SHI plus Tian and said with a smile, "SHI plus Tian, this child still has quite the potential. He has already gradually shaken off the two of them. This seat reckons that there shouldn't be a problem in him entering the sixth segment. It's just I don't know how far he can walk in the sixth segment." The moment these words came out, everyone's expressions changed one after another. They did not think that Great Emperor East Sun actually regarded Qin SHI plus Tian so highly. Forget about the sixth segment. The difficulty of the fifth segment was already HEL a level. When these big shots in front of them were at true sovereign heaven realm, it was impossible to make it to the sixth segment too. Qin SHI plus Tian was really monstrous. In the soul-controlling avenue, Yi Yuan paused with each step, enduring the divine soul attacks from all directions. With the divine emergences methods, it was too easy to want to block these divine soul attacks. But he did not. These divine soul attacks actually had the effect of tempering the soul body. Hence, he did not want to waste this opportunity. The first stage was useless to him, so he cleared it very fast. But this stage was different. These divine soul attacks hammered his soul body continuously, making his soul body become powerful. Just as Yan Jade True conjectured, his soul body was very ordinary. A human's origin divinity was not of soul races after all. Yi Yuan's origin divinity resided in his sea of consciousness the vast majority of the time. He really wanted to try what kind of level his soul body could attain. Chapter 29-23, Creating a Miracle. Chapter 29-23, Creating a Miracle. Haha, the two of you can't do it. My soul body is about to break through right away and reach 6 rods. Qin SHI plus Tian's unbridled laughter came from in front. At this time, the 3 of them had already made it to the 4th segment. The disparity also gradually manifested. Qin SHI plus Tian already shook the other 2 people more than 100 feet behind. Furthermore, it showed signs of being shaken off further and further. Apart from this, Qin SHI plus Tian's soul body became increasingly erratic, an appearance of going to advanced ranks. Soul body was a kind of unique existence. In each realm, the strength of the soul body was divided into 10 rods. This magnitude was different from the human race and true spirit clan's fleshy bodies. If what humans and the true spirit clan pursued were hardness, then what the soul body pursued was tenacity. The greater the tenacity, the harder it was to kill. If a true sovereign heaven soul denizen's soul body could reach 10 rods, even if an emperor cloud heaven came, it would be difficult to kill them too. Of course, to the Nirvana soul hall, 10 rots belonged to an existence in legends. Body could reach the realm of 10 rots at all. At this time, Qin S, H-I plus Tian's soul body was about to reach 6 rots. This was already extremely shocking. Finally, Qin S, H-I plus Tian took the lead and charged into the soul-controlling avenue's 5th segment. Then his soul body became even clearer, as if a crystalline sculpture. Great Emperor Isin's pupils constricted, and he said, "Broke through! 6 rots. Even if it's this seat, I didn't reach this step back then too." Hiss! From the powerhouses there came a series of cold air being sucked in. 6 rots. That was already the soul body strength in the legends. This guy is too strong. 6 rots. Even if he stands there to try to kill him, I can't kill him either. Although there was an upset in the lucid forest, in this round, Qin S, H-I plus Tian finally regained face. Yi Yuan was ultimately just taking advantage by trickery in the lucid forest. In terms of strength, he's far worse than Qin S, H-I plus Tian. Under the soul-controlling avenue, many people were discussing animatedly. At this time, there were already many people who came out. Some had Pa-S, said 2 segments, succeeding in the test, but some had already been eliminated. But the strength that Qin S, H-I plus Tian revealed suppressed all of the questioning voices. Qin S, H-I plus Tian, after 6 rots, had the air of a king who returned. Many people looked toward Yi Yuan again. They could not help revealing sympathetic gazes. This guy was still milling around in the 1st segment until now. Amen? Seems like there's already no way of upgrading. I'll enter the 2nd segment then. Right at this time, Yi Yuan discovered that the 1st segment's tempering already had no effect on him, and his soul body already reached peak 2 rots as well. Yi Yuan discovered that the divine soul attacks in the soul-controlling avenue were very special. Rather than say that it was a test, it was better to say that it was a kind of tempering. Entering the 2nd segment, the number and power of the divine soul attacks immediately doubled. Yi Yuan revolved the divine emergence and started guiding these divine soul attacks, tempering his soul body. Hence, he entered the realm of 3 rots smoothly. It was just that at this time, there was already no one who paid attention to him. Qin S, H-I plus Tian already caused a great sensation. The people all wanted to see just which step Qin S, H-I plus Tian could walk until. After entering the 5th segment, Qin S, H-I plus Tian's pressure suddenly increased. They clearly felt that Qin S, H-I plus Tian was straining much more than before, even if he entered the realm of 6 rots. However, he was still advancing with strong determination. He got nearer and nearer to the 6th segment. The people were already holding their breaths. Broke through. Right when Qin S, H-I plus Tian stepped into the 6th segment, someone shouted at the top of their voice. This moment was seriously too exciting. Qin S, H-I plus Tian broke through 2 records in a row. This guy is really monstrous. The ACCU, mutilations of the Scarlet Drill battlefield, finally erupted at this moment. This guy's future accomplishments are immeasurable. You guys look. That Yi Yuan is still persevering. Compared to Qin S, H-I plus Tian, he's just like a clown now. The crowd was boiling over with excitement. At this time, the inconceivable record that Yi Yuan made in the lucid forest, everyone selectively had forgotten about it. After all, having Tao hard and vain without strength, everything was futile. And Qin S, H-I plus Tian broke the records of the 2 stages in a row. This absolutely set the world on fire. It was because the records of these 2 rounds were not maintained by the same person. Even great Emperor Isin's breathing became irregular too. He had long predicted that Qin S, H-I plus Tian could step into the 6th segment, but all the way until this moment arrived, he was still somewhat uncontrollably agitated. After all, it was too hard to come by. Someone noticed Yi Yuan. He finally made it to the second segment. Furthermore, he did not die yet. His perseverance seemed to have been rewarded. But under Qin S, Hi plus Tian's light, Yi Yuan's perseverance appeared so laughable. Right at this time, Zhou Yu and He-Chin, two people, finally could not endure and withdrew. They only reached the peak fifth segment in the end. They were naturally not satisfied with this result. In the AS assessment this time, Qin S, Hi plus Tian completely shook the two of them off. However, being able to reach the peak fifth segment, it was also sufficient to show their strength. And Qin S, Hi plus Tian was still continuing to advance forward. At this time, the entire soul-controlling avenue only had Yi Yuan and Qin S, Hi plus Tian, two people remaining. At the back, Yi Yuan, who was slowly crawling like a tortoise, appeared especially glaring to the eye. When Zhou Yu saw this scene, he smiled coldly and said, "This punk is really impressive. I even thought that he could make it to the 10th segment this time. After half a day, he's just at the second segment. What a joke!" The fury of failure ultimately needed a channel to vent. Clearly, Yi Yuan was very suitable. He-Chin also said disdainfully, "Ignorant thing. This bit of skill, and he also dares to swagger in front of us." Really almost got intimidated by him. However, everyone's attention was still on Qin S, Hi plus Tian. Entering the sixth segment, Qin S, Hi plus Tian's speed clearly slowed down significantly. Each step that he took seemed to require all the strength in his body. But he did not give up. Just like that, he headed towards the seventh segment step by step. Following his footsteps, he got nearer and nearer to the seventh segment. Everyone's hearts were virtually leaping out of their throats. Too exciting. Could it be that Qin S, Hi plus Tian could still create an even greater miracle and reach the seventh segment? 1,000 feet, 700 feet, 300 feet. He got closer and closer to the seventh segment. The expression on Qin S, Hi plus Tian's face was hideous until it was virtually contorted. His soul body also suffered immense damage. The sixth segment's divine soul attacks were too terrifying. Hundreds of divine soul attacks, AS, salped at the same time. It was simply like a bombardment. Qin S, Hi plus Tian's soul body was attacked until it virtually distorted. Finally, he gave up when he was still around 200 feet away from the seventh segment. The whole place boiled over with excitement. What a shame, just 200 feet. Almost created history. But reaching the peak sixth segment is already unbelievably impressive. Most likely body can break this record within a few thousand years. Scarlet drill 3 suns with this Qin S, Hi plus Tian really left them far behind in the dust. Everyone was marveling in admiration. This result was seriously too monstrous, different from the lucid forest. What the soul-controlling avenue competed in was bona fide strength. Qin S, Hi plus Tian challenging this AS assessment this time shocked the entire Nirvana Soul Hall. Chapter 2924, I understand. Chapter 2924, I understand. Good. This seat indeed didn't make an error of judgment. Are the two of you convinced this time? Great Emperor East Sun said good 3 times in a row. His satisfaction with Qin S, Hi plus Tian could be seen. In the Scarlet Drill battlefield, Great Emperor East Sun took fancy on Qin S, Hi plus Tian at a glance and felt very optimistic about him. Otherwise, he also would not have specially come to watch the temper entrance, assessment. A mere true sovereign heaven was not yet worthy of the master of a hall to raise a big rumpus and specially come to watch. Great Emperor West Dawn and Great Emperor Wudreli's faces did not look good. These 3 great hall masters were secretly competing when choosing disciples too. Actually, in the Scarlet Drill battlefield, Qin S, H, I, plus Tian 3 people's performances were virtually on par. But now, the gap was pulled apart all of a sudden. Zhou Yu and He Chen 2 people, their performance was actually already very good. But compared to Qin S, H, I, plus Tian, the difference was too big. Congratulations, Hall Master, for finding a fine disciple. Great Emperor Seven Feather came forward to congratulate. Congratulations, Hall Master. Felicitations, Hall Master. Our Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall finally has a 6 Rots powerhouse too. Qin S, H, I, plus Tian, this boy's future is limitless. The other Emperor realms also came forward to give their felicitations, one after another. When Great Emperor East Sun heard, he was naturally very happy. Between the soul race's various major Nirvana Soul Halls, there was naturally compet. 1. Tie-ins with each other 2. The Nirvana Soul Hall needed to send geniuses to the clan. This way, what the geniuses obtain in the future would also be enjoyed by the Nirvana Soul Hall. It was just that Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall rarely had heaven-defying geniuses appear. Now that they had, Great Emperor East Sun was naturally very happy. At this time, Qin S, H, I, plus Tian already exited the soul controlling Avenue 2. Arriving before Great Emperor East Sun, he knelt and said, "This disciple admits my mistake and asks for punishment from Master. I was just one step away, or else I'd have been able to step into the 7th segment. But unfortunately, it failed just a step short of success." He was naturally not here to apologize and ask for punishment. He was posturing and telling everyone that he was just a step away from reaching the 7th segment. He, Qin S, H, I, plus Tian, did not know what was called modesty. Sure enough, the moment quite a number of people heard it, they wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into, especially Zhou Yu 2 people. You're peak 6th segment, and you're even apologizing and asking for punishment. Wouldn't we have to end ourselves? Great Emperor East Sun smiled and said, "Get up. You're already very good. Making it to this step, your 6 Rot soul body has already reached grand completion. After tempering in the soul refining furnace, you'll be able to step into the realm of 7 Rots. In the future, when you enter the clan, it will be when you soar to the heaven in one bound." As he said, Great Emperor East Sun casually waved his hand. A powerful soul force directly fired into Qin S, H, I, plus Tian's soul body. Qin S, H, I, plus Tian's soul body immediately recovered to its peak state. Qin S, H, I, plus Tian felt an upsurge of emotion from what Great Emperor East Sun said just now. Soul Clan, that was the holy land in his heart. That Yi Yuan actually entered the 3rd segment. Right at this time, no idea who said that, shattering this happy atmosphere. Everyone was stupefied and could not help turning their heads to look. Sure enough, they discovered that Yi Yuan already entered the 3rd segment. "This guy actually Pa-S," said the test unknowingly. The moment Qin S, H, I, plus Tian saw, he was amused. This guy said whatever talk again after Pa-S sing. In the end, after messing around for half a day, he only barely managed to Pa-S the stage. I really want to see how this punk postures after coming out. Qin S, H, I, plus Tian said smugly. His result could already press Yi Yuan onto the ground and beat him. Looking at how each of Yi Yuan's steps was very difficult, the 3rd segment was already the limit. The humiliation that you gave to your father will definitely make you repay it twofold. At this time, he was already planning how to humiliate Yi Yuan. Hoo-hoo! Why does Brother Qin need to stoop to the level of a piece of trash? You're the proud son of heaven. Just a clown jumping around, that's all. He's not even fit to carry shoes for Brother Qin. Sure enough, he's a useless trash, struggling so hard to even enter the 3rd segment. Just this bit of ability, and he also dares to be arrogant and overestimating himself. With Qin S, H, I, plus Tian soaring to the sky in one bound, there were naturally many people who came over to lick his boots. In the future, everyone would still be a member of the Nirvana Soul Hall. Getting into good terms with this big shot would have many benefits. Jiang also could not help laughing as he said, "This is the so-called eyesight that you talked about? Good. Indeed good. This kid doesn't have much strength, but his ability to posture is monstrous. Most likely, even Qin S. H.I. plus Tian is greatly inferior when compared to him." Yan Jade True had a black face and did not know what he should say. He felt that Yi Yuan should be more than this, but Yi Yuan's performance was clearly so. He had no way of refuting. Yi Yuan did not have much self-awareness. He was currently like a fish in the water. Either way, the soul-controlling avenue had no time limit either. He could make use of these divine soul attacks fully to temper his soul body. Making it through the second stage, Yi Yuan's soul body already reached middle 3 rots. Presently, in the third segment, the difficulty soared to another level. The effect of the tempering got even better. Time slowly trickled by. Yuan seemed to be struggling with every step, but he just did not withdraw. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian was very anxious from waiting. He already mustered up a big retort, just waiting for Yi Yuan to come out. But Yi Yuan just did not come out. Yi Yuan's soul body seemed to be in a precarious situation under the divine soul attacks. But he just did not dissipate. Just like that, Yi Yuan approached the fourth segment step by step. When he stepped into the fourth segment, everyone seemed to swallow a gulp. How did this kind of weakling enter the fourth segment? If perseverance had a use, then wouldn't we have long been 10th segment? Really seeing ghosts. This guy entered the fourth segment already. The fourth segment was already a very decent result. Looking across those who entered Nirvana Soul Hall, powerhouses who managed to enter the fourth segment belonged among those with superior apartment I-22. No one expected that Yi Yuan could actually walk until this step 2. This punk can really hold out. Sure enough, the function of Tao Heart is still great. However, it ends here too. The fourth segment's number and power are double that of the third segment's. The power is already extremely terrifying. He'll surely withdraw within 10,000 feet. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian said with certainty. Many people who made it to the fourth segment nodded their heads, one after another. Many top geniuses all suffered a cruise. H.I. plusing defeat at the fourth segment. This round was indeed a watershed. Wanting to clear it was incredibly difficult. Apart from Qin S. H.I. plus Tian 3 people, the best result was also merely peak fourth segment. Very soon, 10,000 feet was reached. Amidst the swaying in the midst of a raging storm, Yi Yuan crossed 10,000 feet. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian's expression was very ugly. Slapped again. However, he was currently lording it over others. Although everyone found it funny, they did not dare to show it. He was the disciple that Hall Master regarded extremely highly. This time Qin S. H.I. plus Tian became wiser. He stopped talking, but in his heart he was still sneering endlessly. This way of perseverance, having his divine soul be destroyed by the divine soul attacks in the end, was the only outcome. No idea how long had Pa S. said either. Yi Yuan arrived at the threshold of the fifth segment. No idea why. Everyone's hearts leaped to their throats again. This guy teetered, and actually Serpa S. set everyone apart from the Scarlet Drill, 3 suns in the end. Inconceivable. Suddenly, great Emperor Easton's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, "For rots! I understand. This boy is using the divine soul attacks to temper his soul body." Chapter 2925. Accidentally cleared the stage. Chapter 2925. Accidentally cleared the stage. Tempering the soul body. Many people could not help crying out in surprise. Tempering the soul body in the soul-controlling avenue. This act was also too crazy. although the soul-controlling avenue had the effect of tempering the soul body in itself. Everyone did not dare to stay for a time. The fighting spirit aroused by the first roll of drums was depleted by the second and exhausted by the third. Once it stopped, the violent, storm-like divine soul attacks would completely knock you unconscious. Even a powerhouse like Qin S. H.I. plus Tian only dared to stop briefly at the first two segments too. After entering the third segment, it was impossible to stay for a time anymore. But Yi Yuan had been tempering his soul body all the way from the first segment. This was simply too crazy. He wouldn't keep on tempering, right? Then wouldn't he be able to break through all the way to the 10th segment? An examiner could not resist asking. Before entering the soul-controlling avenue, he should only be 2 rods. Now he actually broke through 2 rods consecutively. This boy's Tao heart is firm. He indeed has incredible willpower. However, it just about ends here too. Such tempering is very harmful to the soul body. If he doesn't withdraw in the 5th segment, he'll turn to ashes. Great Emperor East Sun shook his head and said, only after hearing this did Qin S. H.I. plus Tian involuntarily let out a sigh of relief. Just now, hearing that Yi Yuan was actually tempering the soul body, he broke out in cold sweat too. In that case, could Yi Yuan keep on breaking through and upgrading continuously? It turned out that it was a false alarm. Humph! A guy who curries favor by claptrap. Don't withdraw if you have the capability. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian said disdainfully. In his heart, he naturally hoped that Yi Yuan would turn to ashes. Right at this time, Yi Yuan stepped into the 5th segment. The pressure increased again. If it was a normal soul race cultivation method, he would naturally be unable to withstand this kind of damage. But the divine emergence was the soul race's supreme soul cannon with endless wonders. Yi Yuan's soul body looked very contorted. But actually the damage was not that great because his recovery ability was extremely shocking. Of course, this process was extremely painful. But pain was really nothing to Yi Yuan. Clearly, after entering the 5th segment, the soul body was in even greater agony. Yi Yuan's soul body became even more contorted too. However, Yi Yuan was still persisting in moving forward. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian's gaze flickered, secretly encouraging in his heart. That's right. Just like this. Don't pull out. Come on. Come on. Just as he wished, Yi Yuan did not pull out. He kept persevering. Then he reached the 6th segment's checkpoint 2. Everyone held their breathing again. Could it be that Yi Yuan was going to break the record too, becoming the 2nd examinee to break through to the 6th segment today? Yi Yuan did not hesitate, taking a stride over. The pressure increased again. Then, Yi Yuan broke through. 5 rots. Great Emperor Easton's expression somewhat could not be maintained anymore. He predicted just now that if Yi Yuan still did not withdraw, he would turn to ashes. Now, Yi Yuan broke through to the 6th segment. His soul body broke through to 5 rots too, as if he was slapping his face. Many people cast strange gazes over. Just now, wasn't it you who said that if Yi Yuan still did not withdraw, he would die? This kid must have some mystic art that can rapidly recover the soul body. However, no matter how strong the mystic art is, it's impossible for him to tide over the 6th segment too. Great Emperor East Sun said with certainty, as if he was regaining some face for himself. Everyone came to a sudden realization. Yi Yuan naturally had some reliance to dare to temper his soul like this. Hall Master was a great emperor. His words could still be trusted. In reality, that was indeed the case too. It was just that he did not know that Yi Yuan's mystic art was the supreme sacred canon of the soul race. Then Yi Yuan got closer to Qin S. H.I. plus Tian's record bit by bit. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian's expression also started to become ugly little by little. This was like the tortoise and hare. That tortoise at the back got closer to him little by little. This kind of feeling was like being roasted on a fire. Arduous. Die. Why haven't you died yet? The 6 segment's divine soul attacks are so terrifying. Why hasn't he died yet? Qin S. H.I. plus Tian shouted crazily in his heart, cursing Yi Yuan to turn to ashes. But very sadly he did not. Yi Yuan's footsteps were difficult, but stu. R. Dysprosium 200 feet. Tied. When Yi Yuan took a stride, someone suddenly cried out in alarm. The people came to a sudden realization. It turned out that Yi Yuan already tied with Qin S. H.I. plus Tian's record. The powerhouses present seethed with excitement again. No one expected that a brand new record, that virtually no one could surpass. S was broken on the same day. Many people's faces felt fiery hot. Earlier, they lavished Qin S. H.I. plus Tian with praises crazily, trampling Yi Yuan until he was utterly worthless. But now Yi Yuan was on the verge of breaking Qin S. H.I. plus Tian's record. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian's expression was almost contorted. Trampled again. At the lucid forest, it was instant kill. At the soul-controlling avenue, it was boiling the frog slowly in warm water. From the 5th segment until now, he was like a frog that was slowly being boiled. Then he was cooked. He wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into now. The posturing earlier seemed extremely laughable now. Zhou Yu and He Qin stopped talking too. They used Yi Yuan to give vent earlier. Now, Yi Yuan was feeding them S. H.I. plus T. This slap was extremely resounding. But the surprise that Yi Yuan created was clearly not enough yet. Then he stepped into the 7th segment. Hiss! Everyone drew a breath of cold air. 7th segment. To everyone present, including those Emperor realms. This was something that was unimaginable. Body could do it. Great Emperor Eason's expression became even uglier. He tried to regain some face, but he discovered that his face was beaten more and more swollen. Below the soul-controlling avenue, it was deathly silent. Everyone just looked at Yi Yuan like that, looking at his solo performance. They already did not know what they should say. This test already became Yi Yuan's solo show. Amidst the deathly silence, Yi Yuan was still advancing. 7th segment, 8th segment, 9th segment. With each segment that he said, everyone's hearts seemed to thud heavily. When Yi Yuan crossed the 9th segment and entered the 10th segment, the air seemed to have solidified. It's the 10th segment already. If say that the 1st segment is a light drizzle, then the 10th segment is the sky being rent asunder and the earth split open. How can this guy endure it? This guy is simply a freak. At this soul-controlling avenue, he forcibly broke through from 2 rots to peak 8 rots. They already did not know what to use to describe their current mood. Before this, they did their best to lavish praise, lauding Qin S. H.I. plus Tian's achievement until it was number 1 under the heavens. But now, compared to Yi Yuan, he was nothing. 10th segment was too crazy. This legendary checkpoint was indeed formidable. Even if Yi Yuan cultivated the divine emergence, this round was quite strenuous too. But, along with his soul body getting stronger and stronger, his comprehensions in the divine emergence's 2nd level also became deeper and deeper. His divine emergence already gradually showed signs of grand completion. He needed an opportunity to break through to the 3rd level. One step, another step. Yi Yuan got nearer and nearer to the peak 10th segment. Everyone's hearts failed to live up to expectations and beat faster and faster. They felt as if their chest were about to explode. Suddenly, a terrifying thought emerged in their minds. Clearing the stage? There was actually someone who could clear the stage in the soul-controlling avenue. How long had this not happened when looking across the entire nihility exceeding balance heaven? Finally, Yi Yuan took a step out, blue skies that spanned for 10,000 miles. I accidentally cleared the stage. Yi Yuan looked back at the soul controlling avenue and said somewhat absent-mindedly. Chapter 29-26. Slight imperfection in an otherwise flawless thing. Chapter 29-26. Slight imperfection in an otherwise flawless thing. Sea cleared the stage. There were no heaven-shocking exclamations. There was only blankness. Until now, they still did not dare to believe it. Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall never had anyone who cleared the stage before. Today it was broken. No one thought that the tortoise-like Yi Yuan actually created a myth in the end. Cleared the stage. This is clearing the stage. How did he do it? Still said that it was accidental. Can this guy not be so demoralizing? Just now, I still felt that Qin S. H. I. plus Tian was unbelievably impressive. But compared to Yi Yuan, he's not even dregs. Being able to witness a stage clear with my own eyes, I haven't lived my life in vain. All of a sudden, the crowd exploded. Soul-controlling Avenue stage clear was a legendary, grand occasion. Some people were even agitated until they shed tears. Witnessing the birth of a miracle was indeed a kind of honor too. This matter could be boasted for life. The Imbara meant from before no longer existed a long time ago. What was there to be Imbara set about? Many examinees already treated Yi Yuan as an idol, prostrating on all fours in idolization. People were like this. When your strength was more or less the same as him, they would be envious and would be jealous. But when you reached a height that was lofty and out of reach, there was no longer such a thing. There was only admiration remaining. Great Emperor East Sun took a look at Yi Yuan, then looked at Qin S. H. I. plus Tian and let out a long sigh. When the latter felt this gaze, he was ashamed and resentful until he wanted to die. However glorious he was a moment ago, it was how Imbara sing it was now. All of his glory served as a foil to Yi Yuan's glory. To a genius, nothing was more demoralizing than this. Weston, if I didn't remember wrongly, in the last 30,000 years, there was only Hegemon Heaven Subduer, one person, who cleared the stage, right? Great Emperor East Sun suddenly said. Great Emperor West Dawn said rather excitedly, "That's right." Wu Yu Nirvana Soul Hall also became one of the 10 great Nirvana Soul Halls based on this. I didn't expect that we produced one too. But Great Emperor East Sun let out a sigh and said, "How unfortunate. He's merely 9 rots when he made it through the 10th segment. Compared to Hegemon Heaven Subduer, he's still much worse." West Dawn said, "Yeah, when Hegemon Heaven Subduer cleared the soul controlling avenue back then, he achieved the Heaven Tyrant Soul Physique with 10 rots. Later, he relied on the Heaven Tyrant Soul Physique and roamed the world unhindered, becoming a hegemon. Yi Yuan's ultimately a level worse than him. A discrepancy of a hair's breadth could lead to an error of 1,000 miles. Even if it's 9 rots, wanting to step into the hegemon realm is incredibly difficult too." East Sun said rather disappointedly. Not entering hegemon, they would at most be about the same as him. Even if they were more formidable than him, they would just be an emperor Sakra heaven in the end. That was not a big deal. Only by stepping into the hegemon realm would it be considered to have really leaped over the dragon gate, soaring to the heaven in one leap. Therefore, even if Yi Yuan's performance was extremely breathtaking, Great Emperor East Sun was somewhat waning in interest too. When everyone heard, they could not help being enlightened. It turned out that there was still such a thing. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian finally regained a trace of confidence. Isn't there still the 3rd stage? Yi Yuan could do it, so he could also do the same. Who said that Qin S. H. I. plus Tian could not go against the wind and perform a reversal. On the Scarlet Drill battlefield, he was originally very inconspicuous. How many times he was S.N.A.T.C. head from the jaws of death, how many times was he in adverse circuit? Stances he did not shrink back. This time he absolutely would not too. He, Qin S. H.I. plus Tian used his life to fight for today. Thinking up to here, Qin S.H.I. plus Tian suddenly knelt down to East Sun and said, Master, this third round, this disciple will definitely go against the wind and reverse the situation, regaining all that I've lost. Great Emperor East Sun saw an incomparably strong determination in Qin S.H.I. plus Tian's eyes. This kind of resolve was tempered in the Scarlet Drill battlefield. Qin S.H.I. plus Tian was not beaten down by Yi Yuan. On the contrary, Yi Yuan's heaven-defying rise ignited his fighting spirit even more. The corners of Great Emperor East Sun's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a faint smile, Good! Master thinks very highly of you. Perhaps Yi Yuan's appearance is a good thing to you. Qin S.H.I. plus Tian's entire body trembled, immediately understanding Great Emperor East Sun's meaning. These few years he had become somewhat egotistical, especially just now. He virtually had one leg into the seventh segment. His life seemed to have reached its peak. But Yi Yuan's appearance gave him a direct blow, knocking him awake. The so-called being toughened and hardened into steel. Great Emperor East Sun knew that someone like Qin S.H.I. plus Tian might have even greater potential than Yi Yuan. After all, they were just true sovereign heaven. Everything was possible. At this time, Yi Yuan floated down. Many people cast wars. H.I. plus Ping gazes over. However, they also knew that there was likely still a battle between Yi Yuan and Qin S.H.I. plus Tian. This fight would very likely determine the two people's future. Seeing Great Emperor East Sun's gratified gaze, everyone naturally would not think that he was shooting at random. Hall Master's gaze had always been very sharp. It was naturally not without reason that he picked Qin S.H.I. plus Tian at one glance among the Scarlet Drill 3 sons. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of deliberately showing off. He cultivated the divine emergence. If he could not even clear the stage, he could find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with. There was no comparison between him and Qin S.H.I. plus Tian at all, and he had never treated him as an opponent before either. However, Qin S.H.I. plus Tian clearly did not feel that way. He already viewed Yi Yuan as his lifelong enemy. Seeing Yi Yuan come over, Qin S.H.I. plus Tian snorted coldly and said, Yi Yuan, don't you be smug. The victor hasn't been decided between us yet. The third stage, Soul Refining Furnace, is where we'll have our final showdown. This time, I'll completely defeat you, and you'll become the stepping stone on my path to hegemon. Yi Yuan had a baffled look. I did not even posture when I cleared the stage. What did you run here to posture for? Who is going to determine the victor with you? From start to you, it had always been you performing by yourself, all right? Oh, hegemon? Then very impressive. Buck up. Yi Yuan said coolly. Qin S.H.I. plus Tian could not help choking, as if his punch had landed on cotton. If Yi Yuan went tea for tat with him, he would have even greater fighting spirit. But what the H.E.L.I. was this? Soul Refining Furnace was a chaos heavenly treasure with boundless power. Of course, the Soul Refining Furnace in the Nirvana Soul Hall was just a projection of it. This third stage, Soul Refining Furnace, was for the soul denizen to enter it and receive the tempering of 7 by 7, 49 kinds of Tao fires. These 49 kinds of Tao fire, each one was stronger than the last. Only by being able to make it through the test of 7 Tao fires was it considered to have pass, said the round. Same as before, this round was a test and also a lucky chance. The tempering of Tao fire was extremely harmful to the soul body. But true gold was not afraid of being refined by fire. Tempering revival amidst Tao fire was the greatest significance of this round. Someone transformed into a BU. Turfly in the soul refining furnace, rising from the ashes, reaching the peak. After 2 rounds of assessment, there were only 97 people remaining in this third round. After Pa S sing the third round, one would be considered a true Nirvana Soul Hall's disciple. But this third round was also the most dangerous. This was because this round could not be backed out of. One must experience 7 Tao fires before the soul refining furnace would open again, and the examinee could then only come out. Either succeed or die trying. This seat reminds you all, the Tao fires in the soul refining furnace aren't average Tao fires. These 7 by 7, 49 kinds of Tao fires are all chaos fires. Our soul race expended a huge price before collecting them. Of course, the main bodies of these Tao fires are all in the real soul refining furnace. But even so, you all can't underestimate it either. Now, if you want to withdraw, you can still pull out. Otherwise, once you enter the soul refining furnace, there's only Pa S. Sing the test before you can come out. Great Emperor East Sun said coolly. Chapter 2927, Bigger Bet. Chapter 2927, Bigger Bet. The audience was in an uproar. Many people actually already wanted to back out. It's actually chaos Tao fires. Furthermore, it's even 49 kinds, my G. OD. Chaos Tao fires burn myriad life. I heard that it can even burn hegemon realms to death. Wouldn't we be courting death by entering it? This round, there's probably only Yi Yuan and Qin S, H, I, plus Tian they all, these freaks that have hope of Pa S sing, right? It's too difficult to enter the Nirvana Soul Hall. The examinee's wails echoed, clearly being intimidated by Chaos Tao Fire, 3 words. In reality, this round was indeed the most difficult of the 3 stages. Of the 3 rounds, the Lucid Forest was the easiest instead. Although the soul-controlling avenue was difficult, there would always be someone who could clear the stage every several tens of thousands of years. But in the 3rd round, Soul Refining Furnace, up to this date there were only a scanty few people who could clear the stage. These handful of people were all presently the soul race's T, I, Tanciale, S existences now. Even if compared to Hegemon Cloudmount, they were not at all inferior to him in the least bit. When West Dawn saw that many people could not make up their minds, he smiled slightly and said, "There's no harm telling you all. Each time the test starts, this round's death rate is the highest, with close to 70%. This is also to say that, at most, only 30 people out of you guys can survive." With this, many people shrink back. A death rate of 70% was indeed too horrifying. One had to know that those able to make it to the 3rd round were all soul path geniuses. There was actually such a terrifying death rate. I'll withdraw. I'm withdrawing too. Forget it, I give up. West Dawn's words made some of those who were ranked at the back make up their minds in the end. To these people, them entering the soul refining furnace were equivalent to being cannon fodders, being virtually unable to set off any waves. Very soon, more than 10 people backed out. Right at this time, Qin S, H, I, plus Tian suddenly looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Yi Yuan, why don't we bet bigger? Let's compete in this soul refining furnace. How about it?" Yi Yuan was not surprised. He smiled and said, "Oh, I wonder how you want to compete." Qin S, H, I, plus Tian said, "In the Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall, the soul refining furnace's highest record is 4 by 7, 28 kinds of Tao fires. Let's simply bet a little higher and request for Master to take action, sealing the 2 of our soul refining furnaces shut. Without reaching 5 by 7, 35 kinds of Tao fires were not allowed to come out." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces suddenly changed. This was betting too big. Putting aside that it was 5 by 7, 35 kinds of Tao fires, just 2 by 7, 28 kinds of Tao fires was already extremely terrifying too. One had to know that the Tao fires in the soul refining furnace were added 1 by 1. With 28 kinds of chaos Tao fires, what kind of horrifying refinement ability was that? But to consider 35 kinds of Tao fires, This was simply an impossible task. Even Great Emperor Isen's pupils constricted slightly too. But very soon, the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. This was Qin S. H.I. plus Tian, forcing himself into a desperate situation so that he could risk it all. This boy had resolve, had willpower, and had strength. He was an exceptionally talented person from beginning to end. Furthermore, this was psychological warfare too. Once Yi Yuan cowered, it would be hard to win Qin S. H.I. plus Tian in this round. But if he accepted it, it would virtually be a certain death scenario. In this round, there was indeed an advantage for strong soul bodies. But once it reached the late stages, dozens of Dao fires superimposed. Whatever soul body would be useless too. Even if it was 10 rots, it was also merely true sovereign heaven's 10 rots. That was all. In contrast, this round's test was more comprehensive. Strength, talent, perseverance, courage. All these various aspects were all in this round. Many people looked at Yi Yuan sympathetically. Right now, he was being caught in the horns of a dilemma. Yi Yuan fell silent. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian looked at Yi Yuan and said smugly, "What? Don't dare anymore? Does the powerhouse in the soul, controlling avenue, juncture, not even have this bit of courage? How disappointing." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I was thinking that 35 kinds are too few. How about this? I actually don't have much confidence in 49 kinds of chaos Dao fires too. Let's just set it on 6 by 7, 42 kinds. I feel that this number is just right. There's some challenge, and it also won't be too easy." Hiss! The sound of cold air being sucked and came from all around. Impressive. Well deserving of being the soul-controlling avenue stage clearing big shot, he was BRIMMING with confidence. With this, Yi Yuan directly counter-checkmated and performed a posture while he was at it. These 42 kinds. Just whether you dare or not. If you don't dare, don't compete. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian's face was almost becoming as long as a horse's face. "Brat, you're ruthless enough." Everyone gazes turned toward Qin S. H.I. plus Tian simultaneously with a whoosh. The latter was hesitating. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What, don't dare anymore? The genius who created a miracle in the soul, controlling avenue. Just a step away from the 7th segment. Doesn't even have this bit of courage? How disappointing." Uft. When many people heard this, they immediately spurted out. Sarcastic. Blatant sarcasm. A stage-clearing powerhouse who created a myth deriding a rookie who was only 7th segment. Nothing was more ironic than this. Furthermore, Yi Yuan even retorted Qin S. H.I. plus Tian with his original words. The power was more than 10 times that of the original words. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian's face could not be preserved anymore. He was not a fool and knew that Yi Yuan was goading him. But at this time could he shrink back? Qin S. H.I. plus Tian naturally did not know which step he could walk until. But he wanted to challenge himself and put Yi Yuan down while he was at it. But who knew that Yi Yuan was even more ruthless than him? Directly mentioning 42 kinds of Dao fires. One had to know, reaching that kind of degree. Each additional Dao fire was like having a mountain pressing on the body. The level of danger rose exponentially. Could he withstand it? Okay, I accept. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian was silent for a long time, using a low voice to roar these words out. Great Emperor Isen's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "S.H.I. plus Tian." Qin S.H.I. plus Tian raised his head to look at Great Emperor Isun and said solemnly, "Master, I've experienced too many life and death in the Scarlet Drill battlefield. How can I not see through that he's goading me? However, so what? Which powerhouse didn't wander out of the brink of death? How can the likes of them become hegemons?" As he spoke, he pointed at the examinees who backed out. Those people were incomparably ashamed and angry. Wisconsin H. I, plussing to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. When great Emperor Eastsun heard, he was very moved too, and said with a nod, "This seat understands. Go on. This seat will take action to lock in 6 by 7, 42 kinds of chaos Tao fires." Chin sh. I. Plus Tian cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks, master, for granting my Wisconsin H." Plus he looked toward Yi Yuan again and said with a cold smile, "How is it? You didn't expect that I'd agree, right? Do you feel like you lifted a rock to smash your own feet?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It doesn't matter as long as you're happy." Chin s. H. I. Plus Tian nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. This guy was too hateful. He smiled coldly and said, "I heard Master say before, each of the chaos Tao fires in the soul refining furnace has power at the limit of true sovereign heaven. After 21 chaos Tao fires are superimposed, even if it's a 10 rots powerhouse, a moment of carelessness and they will fall too. Don't think that you can sleep in peace with 9 rots." Yi Yuan still had a calm appearance, as he said with a smile, "Is that so? You're just 6 rots. You have to be careful." Chapter 29-28 Grand Awakening Chin S. H. I. Plus Tian. Chapter 29-28 Grand Awakening Chin S. H. I. Plus Tian. Out of 97 people, there were only 79 people who entered the soul refining furnace in the end. The Nirvana Soul Hall could freely control the number of soul refining furnaces projections. Chin S. H. I. Plus Tian arrived before the soul refining furnace that belonged to him and involuntarily took a deep breath. Against 42 kinds of chaos Tao fires, this was really tremendous pressure. Even if he had experienced life and death countless times, facing such enormous pressure, he could not be composed and collected too. He could not resist glancing in Yi Yuan's direction and discovered that Yi Yuan was currently sizing the soul refining furnace up with interest. Not the slightest pressure could be seen. Chin S. H. I. Plus Tian's heart could not help turning cold. Why is this guy so relaxed? Hang on. It was him who was too nervous. Facing 42 kinds of Tao fires, he was unprecedentedly nervous. This was a desperate situation, with virtually no possibility of returning alive. Hence, he was somewhat at a loss on what to do. In the past, whenever he was faced with a desperate situation, he could cope with it calmly. What was going on this time? Chin S. H. I. Plus Tian spat out a mouthful of turbid breath heavily, his entire person suddenly being unprecedentedly relaxed. Wanting to look down on the enemy strategically, one must attach importance to the enemy in terms of tactics. Chin S. H. I. Plus Tian did not expect that he actually found himself again in Yi Yuan. Got beaten again. Chin S. H. I. Plus Tian was proud and also monstrous. It was just that he did not expect that after entering the hall and trance assessment this time he would be pressed to the ground by Yi Yuan and dragged across it time and again. Panicked. "Thank you, Yi Yuan." Chin S. H. I. Plus Tian suddenly said. Yi Yuan was stunned and could not help looking toward Chin S. H. I. Plus Tian, suddenly discovering that the other party had become somewhat different. Yes, this guy found his original heart again himself. Hence, he smiled slightly and said, "Don't mention it." But Chin S. H. I. Plus Tian's expression turned intent, and he said, "However, I won't lose to you in this round." Yi Yuan just smiled slightly, rising into the air and landing inside the soul refining furnace. A burning sensation hit him head-on. S. H. I. Plus Tian found his original heart again and had a grand awakening. In this battle, he absolutely won't lose to Yi Yuan. Perhaps my estimation of him is still far, far lower. This seat feels that he might really create a miracle, walking out safely from under the soul refinement of 42 kinds of chaos Tao fires. Perhaps he's the next hegemon, heaven's subduer. Great Emperor East Sun clearly felt Qin's Hi plus Tian's change too. Earlier he was still worried, but now he was not worried at all anymore. At this time he was incomparably certain that Yi Yuan was just Qin's Hi plus Tian's wedding stone. Because at this time Qin's Hi plus Tian was already equipped with all the qualities that a powerhouse needed to have. He had no reason not to rise up. Great Emperor Weston also nodded and said, "Originally, I also felt that it was messing around a little. But now I'm very optimistic about Qin's Hi plus Tian too." Even the Great Emperor would release, who had been silent all along, also said, "That's right, Qin's Hi plus Tian is very likely to soar to the heavens in one bound." 3 great emperors putting the word out at the same time. This was virtually a final verdict already. Many people started to get excited again. Could it be that they were still going to witness a miracle again today? Yi Yuan won 2 matches in a row. In the end, was he still going to be trampled by Qin's Hi plus Tian? That would really be a great reversal. No matter what, just wait and see. Great Emperor East Sun fired out one soul seal after another. Yi Yuan and Qin's Hi plus Tian soul refining furnaces seemed to have one shackle after another added on. Each time one was fired out, everyone's heart tensed up a bit. Finally, he fired out 35 shackles, coupled with the originally locked in 7 kinds of Dao fires. It was 42 kinds. With this, everyone knew that these 2 people could not get out anymore. Against 42 kinds of chaos Dao fires. Even thinking about it made people's hair stand on end. Boom! A purple flame lit up at the same time in the 79 soul refining furnaces. The soul refining furnaces were completely filled with purple flames. That berserk fire tongue devoured everyone's bodies at once. Ah! 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 Several miserable cries transmitted over. The examinees in several soul refining furnaces directly turned to ashes. Everyone's expression could not help changing. They knew that Chaos Dao Fire was strong, but did not expect that it was so strong. Those few people simply disappeared, virtually without the strength to resist. Those examinees who withdrew could not help wiping away cold sweat. Luckily, I pulled out. Otherwise, with my strength, I'll definitely be the same as them. This is the legendary Purple Sun, True Fire. The power is indeed terrifying. I heard that this Purple Sun True Fire is an extreme yang and indomitable fire. It can burn all life in heaven and earth. Back then, my soul race's hegemon Purple Sun completely burned a human hegemon to nothingness with this fire. The moment the Dao fire emerged, it caused an uproar. This Purple Sun, True Fire, had a great reputation. It was the lifeblood Dao fire of the soul race's hegemon Purple Sun. It had boundless power. Those who withdrew from the test all secretly heaved sighs of relief, one after another. So what if they lost some face? It was better than losing their lives. Arg. Delightful. Come on. Again. Inside the soul refining furnace, Qin's Hi plus Tian cried out in pain as he shouted arrogantly. It was as if he was crazy. Clearly, he was not having a good time in this soul refining furnace, but his performance made everyone extremely surprised, because the others were already exhausting all of their strength just to resist the tempering of the Dao fire. How could they still have the time to shout? Qin's Hi plus Tian being like this, it showed that he still had strength left over. On the contrary, there was not much activity over at Yi Yuan there. However, this was just the first Dao fire. There was clearly nothing that could be seen. With Yi Yuan's 9 wrought soul body, it was clearly not difficult to resist 7 kinds of Dao fire. Every 4 hours, a Dao fire would descend. 4 hours later, the second Dao fire descended. Hence, several other examinees died inside the soul refining furnace. Time slowly trickled by, the third, the fourth, all the way until the 6th. With each Tao fire that descended, there were many examinees who died. When it reached the 6th, there were already more than 40 people who had died. The death rate was not an ordinary kind of high, but right at this time an accident happened. Ha ha ha, finally broke through. Qin S, H, I, plus Tian's loud laughter came out. 7 rots. Experiencing the baptism of 6 kinds of Tao fires, Qin S, H, I, plus Tian finally broke through to 7 rots. Sure enough, it came. Against 6 kinds of Tao fire, the others were all exhausted from dealing with them. But Qin S, H, I, plus Tian could break through his own shackles. Remarkable. Now, Yi Yuan became the one being challenged. He's 9 rots. It's probably not easy for him to want to reach the legendary 10 rots. Next, it will depend on how far Qin S, H, I, plus Tian could go. If he can reach 9 rots too, then he'll really soar to the heavens in one bound. Qin S, H, I, plus Tian's breakthrough made everyone faintly look forward to it. Very soon, the 7th kind of Tao fire descended. A large group died at once. Every 7th kind was a major hurdle. The power of the chaos Tao fire would suddenly soar significantly. The initial 79 people were actually only left with a little over 20 people now. The death rate was even higher than imagined. Ha ha ha. I finally pa-s, said the round. I pa-s said, gee, oh, D knows how your father pulled through. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly and actually had already pa-s, said the round. Your father pa-s, said the round too. F asterisk King H, E, L. L, your father isn't entering the soul refining furnace ever again. Sniff, sniff, this person actually cried. These few people were all challengers with very eye-catching performances in the first 2 rounds. It could be seen how terrifying this round was. Chapter 2929, Catching Up from Behind. Chapter 2929, Catching Up from Behind. It's 8 rots already. Impressive. Impressive. Qin S, H, I, plus Tian is really showing signs of catching up. Great Emperor East Sun indeed has eyes like torches. Qin S, H, I, plus Tian really erupted this time. After the 14th kind of Tao fire descended, Qin S, H, I, plus Tian finally broke through to the realm of 8 rots. Hence, the people were ignited once more. Up until now, there was already nothing else to pay attention to in this round. Although Zhou Yu and He Qin were still struggling bitterly, there was already no one paying attention to them. These 2 people would quit sooner or later. The only thing worth paying attention to was the compet. 1. Tie-in between Yi Yuan and Qin S, H, I, plus Tian. The compet. 1. Tie-in of 6 by 7. 27 kinds of Tao fires had already pa-s said now. Qin S, H, I, plus Tian showed signs of catching up rapidly from behind. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan still had no activities until now. The current Qin S, H, I, plus Tian seemed to be ACCU, mule-adding momentum, waiting to soar to the sky in one bound. After his grand awakening, he indeed did not let great Emperor East Sun down, exhibiting amazing perseverance and potential. One had to know after 14 kinds of Tao fires, it was like the soul controlling avenue segments, the difficulty coefficient soaring. The soul refining furnace was a glazed color. It was transparent. Everyone could see that inside was already filled with multicolored chaos Tao fires. Under 14 kinds of Tao fires, it was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. In the soul refining furnace, the soul body was constantly enduring endless agony. Even the slightest carelessness, and one would turn to ashes. Even if it was Qin S, H, I, plus Tian and Yi Yuan, there were no exceptions either. That kind of pain, look at Zhou Yu and He Qin, 2 people, and one would know. But Qin S, H, I, plus Tian broke through time and again. Everyone's enthusiasm was ignited by him. However, everyone understood that following that would be the toughest test. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian said before, after 21 kinds of Dao fires, a powerhouse with 10 rots was unable to persist too. This was also to say that 14 kinds to 21 kinds were the two people's limit already. Whoever won or lost, it might be time to showcase their true abilities. When the 16th Dao fire descended, He-Chin could not hold on and had to withdraw. When it was the 17th, Zhou Yu could not hold on anymore as well. At this time there was no one left in the soul refining furnace anymore, except for two people. There were only Yi Yuan and Qin S. H. I. plus Tian left. Over at Yi Yuan there, it had been very quiet all along, without any activities at all. It looked just like he was eking out a miserable existence, while Qin S. H. I. plus Tian this side was everyone's focal point. Inside the soul refining furnace, Qin S. H. I. plus Tian was screaming miserably, but his aura was getting stronger and stronger. Finally, after the 20th Dao fire descended, he broke through again. 9 rots. With this, even Great Emperor East Sun was not calm anymore too. He was very optimistic about Qin S. H. I. plus Tian, but he did not expect that Qin S. H. I. plus Tian would give him one pleasant surprise after another. 9 rots. Before entering the hall and trance A.S. assessment, Great Emperor East Sun had never even thought about it before. He had long expected that after experiencing 3 rounds of assessment, there was no problem in Qin S. H. I. plus Tian breaking through to 7 rots. But now he already entered 9 rots. Tied. With this, they are back to the same starting line again. With this, he really caught up from behind. 10 rots. Will the legendary 10 rots appear? There's still half of the Dao fires left at the back. If they can really hold on, 10 rots will definitely appear. After the second round, everyone thought that the third round would become boring. Who knew that Qin S. H. I. plus Tian strove harder after knowing humiliation and actually caught up miraculously. Reaching 9 rots, Qin S. H. I. plus Tian was tied with Yi Yuan. Haha, this seat indeed didn't misjudge this boy. Already 9 rots. In this seat's view, he will definitely be able to steep into 10 rots. Great Emperor East Sun already gave up on the reservedness of a great emperor, being pleased with himself as he said with a loud laugh. West Dawn and Wood Release, 2 great emperors, took a look at Zhou Yu and He-Chin, and they could not help sighing slightly. In this compet, 1, Tian, they had lost until they were badly mauled all over. Who could have thought that Qin S. H. I. plus Tian could actually be so heaven-defying, suddenly awakening amidst adversity, soaring to the sky in one bound? The legendary 10 rots. 9 rots to 10 rots was a huge threshold. It was 100 times harder than stepping into the Emperor realm. To someone who was 10 rots, stepping into the Emperor realm was just ordinary. As long as they did not fall, their lowest future achievement would also be an origin level Great Emperor. If they really stepped into 10 rots, that would really be leaping over the Dragon Gate, soaring to the heaven in one leap. Compared to the Qin S. H. I. plus Tian, who was like the noonday sun at this time, the current Yi Yuan seemed much dimmer. Actually, Yi Yuan had long already reached peak 9 rots. He was only a step away from 10 rots, but he encountered a bottleneck. Actually, this was also within reason. What Yi Yuan cultivated was the powerful soul race's sacred canon, the divine emergence. Furthermore, he broke through too smoothly and too quickly from 2nd rots to 9 rots. Therefore, the difficulty of stepping into 10 rots was naturally 100 times, even 1,000 times compared to the others. One chaos Dao fire after another descended, and the pain and pressure that Yi Yuan endured were also increasing several times over. The pain of Dao fire refining the soul overwhelmed him to the extent where he wished that he was dead. When the 21st kind of Dao fire descended, he could not resist giving UF fled groan. Reached his limit, just as great Emperor East's son said. The advantage that he had previously already completely did not exist. Following that, it was the match between perseverance and potential. Of course, the pain that Qin S. H.I. plus Tian endured was not the slightest bit worse than Yi Yuan. Although he broke through to 9 rots, under the superimposition of 21 kinds of chaos Dao fires, 9 rots did not hold too much advantage. Hence, the two people fell into a state of extreme danger. Arg. Inside the soul refining furnace, Qin S. H.I. plus Tian was still howling in pain, appearing extremely imposing. Why do I feel that Qin S. H.I. plus Tian will definitely win this time? I feel so too. Yi Yuan has clearly already exhausted his potential and isn't able to step into the realm of 10 rots anymore. Although Qin S. H.I. plus Tian is miserable, he's full of energy. Furthermore, mustering such vigorous perseverance now, he might very likely break through this shackle. At this time, Yi Yuan and Qin S. H.I. plus Tian two people situation had already completely changed. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian's great reversal already completely suppressed Yi Yuan. For by 7 fire, activate, 1 Dao fire after another descended one after another. Inside the soul refining furnace, it became even more brightly colored. These colors looked great, but were extremely dangerous. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian was originally still howling miserably without ceasing. But very soon he could not howl anymore. His howls also gradually weakened. This also showed that the power of the Dao fires inside the soul refining furnace already reached an extremely terrifying level. However, Qin S. H.I. plus Tian still relied on shocking perseverance and pulled through 4 by 7 fires. This already broke Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall's record. Following that, it was 5 by 7 fires. Once 5 by 7 fires started, Qin S. H.I. plus Tian and Yi Yuan let out M.U.F. fled groans at the same time. The two people's soul bodies actually started dissipating. Their 9 rots soul bodies actually started to be refined. Everyone held their breaths, watching these two people's soul bodies become weak little by little. Nihility Dao fire! Nihility Dao fire came. Can the two of them pull through? Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. This Nihility Dao fire was the last Dao fire of the 5 by 7 Dao fires, the 35th kind of Dao fire. Arg! Break for me! Break for me! I, Qin S. H.I. plus Tian, absolutely won't die here. The originally feeble to the extreme Qin S. H.I. plus Tian suddenly started to roar crazily. Following that, a powerful to the extreme undulation came out of the soul refining furnace. 10 rots. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian broke through to 10 rots, defying the heavens, defying the heavens. This time, the one who cried out in surprise was Great Emperor East's son. Chapter 2930. Breaking through the shackles, unprecedented and unrepeatable. Chapter 2930. Breaking through the shackles, unprecedented and unrepeatable. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian breaking through to 10 rots made the entire Nirvana Soul Hall boil over with excitement. This was a glorious moment. 9 rots to 10 rots, just 1 rot, but the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. 10 rots virtually represented immortality. In the same rank, no matter how exceedingly formidable your methods, you could not kill a 10 rot soul denizen too, even when facing an emperor realm. 10 rots had the power to protect themselves too. Furthermore, once the bottleneck of 10 rots was opened, there would be no bottlenecks from now on. This was also to say that after breaking through to emperor realm, although the soul body was unable to reach 10 rots, one could cultivate all the way to 10 rots. Apart from this, when 10 rots advanced, the soul body would have a huge improvement. The lousiest would also start with 6 rots. This way, it saved countless cultivation time. All in all, the benefits were too numerous to enumerate. 10 rots. It's really 10 rots. I didn't expect that I actually witnessed the birth of 10 rots with my own eyes. Sure enough, Yi Yuan's sharp edge previously, it was all serving as a foil to a new genius. He's ultimately just a stepping stone. After today, Qin S, H-I plus Tian, this name, will shake the entire soul race. Yi Yuan and Qin S, H-I plus Tian's compet. 1. Tian already spread from mouth to mouth. Those who were idle in the Nirvana Soul Hall practically all came to watch the battle. 10 rots. This was something that had never happened before in the Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall. Now, 10 rots powerhouse was really born. Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall was completely ignited from top to bottom. Qin S, H-I plus Tian, this name, reverberated throughout Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall. The several great emperors were extremely agitated too. 9 rots, they could still maintain composure. But 10 rots, the significance was completely different. 10 rots, if he did not fall. He had very high hopes of stepping into hegemon realm in the future. Once Qin S, H-I plus Tian became a hegemon, then Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall would also attain Tao and ascend to heaven. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu and He Qin, 2 people, felt unbelievably ashamed of their unworthiness. Before this, they were called the Scarlet Drill, 3 sons together with Qin S, H-I plus Tian. But now Qin S, H-I plus Tian soared to the heavens in one bound. They could only fade into the crowd. Although their performance was pretty good too, in front of Qin S, H-I plus Tian, they were bleak and dim. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm, "You guys look? Yi Yuan can't make it anymore." Everyone got a shock, looking toward Yi Yuan's soul refining furnace. They discovered that Yi Yuan's soul body actually started to dissipate little by little. Soul body collapsing and dissipating. These were the precursors to disintegrating. However, there was already no one who cared too much. No one would care about losers. The winner was that person who wrote history. Yi Yuan's ultimately just a stepping stone. He's currently already useless. Yeah, if not for him, it would have been impossible for Qin S, H-I plus Tian to soar to the heavens in one bound too. It's him who let Qin S, H-I plus Tian have a grand awakening at the final moment. His arrogance was too high. That's why he would bet with Qin S, H-I plus Tian on these 42 kinds of Tao fires. In the end, he played himself to death. If they just bet 35 kinds, he still had hope of surviving. Now, everything has evaporated. What a shame, such a heaven-defying genius. Seeing this scene, many mocking voices came from the crowd, feeling that Yi Yuan courted death himself. Of course, there were people who lamented over Yi Yuan too, but there were more that were just ridiculing him. No one would sympathize with losers. Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan, thank you. Without you, it would have been impossible for me to break through to the realm of 10 rots. It's you who made me Qin S, H-I plus Tian. In the soul refining furnace, Qin S, H-I plus Tian already thoroughly completed the transformation. The originally weak him became incomparably powerful again. In the soul refining furnace, his soul body seemed especially clear. Even if there were 35 kinds of Tao fires covering, it could not hide his light too. 10 wrought soul body was sufficient to forcefully have a frontal confrontation with the human race and true spirit clan's fleshy body major powers. But very soon Qin S, H-I plus Tian could not laugh anymore. 10 wrought soul body was very strong, almost undying and imperishable. But in the end it was just almost. Hegemons would die, let alone mere true sovereign heavens. Each chaos Tao fire in the soul refining furnace had exceedingly formidable power. Furthermore, the attributes were different. Now, 35 kinds of Tao fires had already built up inside. The power could be imagined. When the 36th Tao fire descended, Qin S, H, I, plus Tian screamed miserably, his soul body immediately suffering heavy injuries. At first, he still had strength to yell, but as the number of Tao fires increased again, he lost his breath very quickly. Furthermore, very soon, Qin S, H, I, plus Tian's soul body also started to collapse and dissipate. Everyone were virtually suffocating. Could it be that the Qin S, H, I plus Tian, who created a heaven-defying legend, was actually going to die here? Looking over at Yi Yuan there, the dissipation of the soul body became more and more serious. His soul body had already become blurry, being completely surrounded by dozens of Tao fires, virtually unable to see clearly anymore. It's all this D.A.M. and Yi Yuan. He's useless himself and actually still had to drag Qin S, H, I, plus Tian into the water. Could it be that the Qin S, H, I, plus Tian, who just created a miracle, was going to die here? You guys look, Great Emperor Isen's expression is already ugly to the extreme. Most likely he wishes to pull Yi Yuan out now and kill him again, right? Indeed, Great Emperor Isen's expression was very ugly. He knew that Qin S, H, I, plus Tian had already reached the brink of life and death survival. There were still 2 Tao fires remaining, but when the 42nd Tao fire descended, it would be a devastating blow. Could the Qin S, H, I, plus Tian under the current state pull through? Great Emperor East Sun hated Yi Yuan to the extreme. If it was just agreed on 35 kinds, Qin S, H, I, plus Tian would be like the noonday sun now, without the slightest danger. But 42 was too many. Boom! When the 42nd Tao fire descended, Qin S, H, I, plus Tian gave a fled groan, his soul body almost completely collapsing. But he still held on with tremendous willpower. Everyone held their breaths again, staring at him without turning their eyes. Hang in there. Hold on. Great Emperor East Sun gritted his teeth as he said, in the soul refining furnace, Qin S, H, I, plus Tian's soul body was gruesomely contorted, both eyes blood red. At this time, he was already struggling to the extreme. Life and death, it was hanging by a thread. Yi Yuan, I won't perish together with you. I, Qin S, H, I, plus Tian, am destined to step into Hegemon realm. Arga. Qin S, H, I, plus Tian seemed to be crazy, frenziedly squeezing out all of the potentials in his body. Time slowly trickled by. 15 minutes, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. Swizz. H. Plus a streak of azure light suddenly flew out. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian's nearly collapsed soul body actually flew out of the soul refining furnace at this moment. The lock was removed. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian made it through 42 kinds of Chaos Tao fires. 2 brilliant rays of light shot out of Great Emperor Isen's 2 eyes. A powerful soul force instantly wrapped Qin S. H. I. plus Tian up. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian's soul body could be seen recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ha ha ha. I, Qin S. H. I. plus Tian made it through 42 kinds of Tao fires. 42. Not saying that it's unrepeatable, but it should be unprecedented, right? Yi Yuan, you didn't expect it, right? This battle, it's ultimately me, Qin S. H. I. plus Tian, who won. Henceforth, I, Qin S. H. I. plus Tian, soared to the sky in one bound, soaring in the heavens. And you are just my Qin S. H. I. plus Tian stepping stone. Feeling joy after surviving calamity, Qin S. H. I. plus Tian let out a long laugh. Everything was settled. Hoo-hoo, not bad. Really good. S. H. I. plus Tian, Master is proud of you. From now on, Oh, body can stop your marching footsteps anymore. Great Emperor East Sun looked at Qin S. H.I. plus Tian and said with relief. Chapter 2931, Smoking. Chapter 2931, Smoking. Congratulations, Brother Qin. From now on, the skies will be vast with brilliant prospects, the seas wide for fishes to leap about. Zhou Yu's expression was somewhat unnatural as he said. Merely several days ago, he and Qin S. H.I. plus Tian were still almost on par. But a few days later, the two were already the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. He Chen's expression was awkward too, stepping forward to congratulate. Who knew that Qin S. H.I. plus Tian's expression turned dark, a powerful surge of soul force exploding with a loud bang. Zhou Yu and He Qin, two people, gave A.M.U.F. fled groan and were immediately blasted flying. Dog-like things. Who the H.E.L. I do the two of you think you are to be worthy of addressing me as your brother. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian immediately fell out. Being slapped in public, their soul bodies already sustained heavy injuries. Zhou Yu two people felt ashamed and resentful, but they did not dare to flare up too. They could only crawl to their feet again and said with a bow, "See, congratulations, young emperor." 10 rots had an extremely high status in the soul race. It was equivalent to a great emperor in reserve. Therefore, they were respectfully called young emperor. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian was surly in nature. In his eyes, only people with strength similar to him were fit to call him as their brother. Previously, these two people had similar strength as him. He naturally did not think otherwise. But now this brother Qin sounded like sarcasm to him. However, even if Qin S. H.I. plus Tian was arrogant to this extent, no one dared to say anything too. It was just that some people who originally wanted to come forward to congratulate did not dare to come forward anymore. After all, his current strength and status were already completely different. Before long, Qin S. H.I. plus Tian would definitely enter the core of the soul race and go further and further away from them. This was a heavenly figure. Great Emperor Weston's expression was also somewhat unnatural. Coughing dryly twice, he said, "Marshal nephew doesn't need to get angry. You're currently already someone above the clouds. Why is there a need to stoop to their level?" Wood-Release was also slightly awkward as he said, right, toward two kids who don't know any better. Marshal nephew doesn't need to be like this. 10 Rot's powerhouse was indeed the honor of Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall. But even if it was a great emperor, they did not dare to easily offend one too. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian gave Zhou they all a slap each. How was it not slapping the two of their faces? But they had no choice either. From now on, Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall still needed Qin S. H.I. plus Tian to help out. The present Qin S. H.I. plus Tian had truly soared to the heavens in one bound. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian gave a cold snort and said, "If not for looking on the account of 2 martial uncles' faces, I'd definitely teach them a lesson." Suddenly, he seemed to have remembered something. Looking toward Yi Yuan's soul refining furnace, he could not help smiling. He thought that he could use 42 kinds of Tao fires to entrap me to death, but he didn't expect that it would help me to achieve my aim, right? In the end, he himself died inside. Actually, 35 kinds of Tao fires. Even if he can't break through to 10 rots, there's no problem coming out. Great Emperor East Sun nodded slightly, and deeply felt that way too as he said, "Although he's much worse when compared to you, he's considered a genius too. It's just a shame. He lost to himself." Qin S. H.I. plus Tian laughed loudly and said, "Someone who is already dead, care about him for what? From now on, it's my Qin S. H.I. plus Tian's era." The current Qin S. H.I. plus Tian was full of high spirits. Who else but me could do it? Those examinees no longer had the qualifications to come forward and congratulate. Nirvana Soul Hall's Emperor Realm powerhouses came forward to give felicitations one after another. Qin S.H.I. plus Tian became everyone's nucleus. Even Great Emperor East Sun was worse off compared to him too. Great Emperor East Sun did not mind. Qin S.H.I. plus Tian was his disciple. He could not run away. However, his gaze swept in the direction of the soul refining furnace, and his brows could not help furrowing slightly. This was because he saw the 34th kind of Tao fire descending. Strange. Logically speaking, Yi Yuan is dead. Shouldn't the soul refining furnaces, Tao fires, be extinguished? Why is the Tao fire still increasing? By the side, when West Dawn and the rest heard Great Emperor Isen's words, they were extremely surprised, looking over one after another. Inside the soul refining furnace, Yi Yuan's soul body had already completely disappeared. Therefore, everyone thought that he was already dead. But the 34th kind of Tao fire had truly descended. Could it be that he's not dead yet? How is that possible? His soul body has already completely dissipated. He's clearly completely dead already. But how do you explain why the Tao fires in the soul refining furnace haven't gone out yet? There wouldn't be some problem with the soul refining furnace, right? A phenomenon that they could not explain appeared. Even the few great emperors were very perplexed too. Brother East Sun, is there something wrong with the soul refining furnace? Why don't you cast a spell to interrupt the soul refining furnace? Let the Tao fires extinguish, Great Emperor West Dawn said. As the Hall Master, he naturally had the authority to control these soul refining furnace projections. When East Sun heard that, he nodded his head and fired out one soul seal after another. However, in the next moment, Yi Yuan's soul refining furnace suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. Great Emperor East Sun gave fled groan, his entire person falling several steps back in a row. His soul body became much more illusory too. Clearly, he had sustained considerable injuries. The other people's expressions changed one after another. What's wrong, Brother East Sun? West Dawn asked. Great Emperor East Sun shook his head and said, I don't know. The soul refining furnace has already broken away from my control. It gave me a backlash just now. West Dawn's pupils constricted, and he said in astonishment, How is this possible? You're the Hall Master. You have the authority to control the soul refining furnace. Great Emperor East Sun smiled bitterly and said, Now, it's no longer what I can control. It can only depend on when the soul refining furnace stops by itself. But I hope that nothing bad happens. Everyone started to panic. Now, something that even the Hall Master could not control had appeared. Qin S.H.I. plus Tian's expression was somewhat ugly. This Yi Yuan really left no peace, even after he died. I'm a 10-rots powerhouse now. Being Lord Young Emperor is right when one is like the noonday sun. Shouldn't I be enjoying everyone's admiration? But all these were ruined by Yi Yuan. Rumble. Suddenly, the soul refining furnace started trembling intensely, as if it might explode at any time. Everyone's faces changed again, staring at the soul refining furnace with vigilance looks. Unknown things always made people afraid. Very soon, for hours past, said, the 44th kind of Tao fire descended. Hence, the soul refining furnace's trembling became even more intense. The current soul refining furnace was like a machine that would never rest. Body could stop it. 45th kind, 46th kind, 47th kind, 48th kind, 49th kind. In a twinkle, it was another day. When the last Tao fire descended, the entire soul refining furnace seemed to be boiling. The cover on top of the furnace was actually going to be pushed off. Everyone exchanged glances, feeling like the soul refining furnace was about to explode. What's going on here? This Yi Yuan is also formidable, already dead, and he can still cause new problems. This guy wouldn't have triggered some secret mechanism to blow this Nirvana soul hall up, right? I feel that with this power, once it blows up, none of us can run away. Quickly look. The soul refining furnace is emitting smoke. Wafts of hot air are actually emerging from the soul refining furnace. Could it be that Yi Yuan was refined into smoke? At this time, large quant. 1. Ties of cloud and mist emerged from the soul refining furnace, looking extremely like water boiling. Great Emperor Yi Sun's entire body trembled, his eyes revealing a look of astonishment as he cried out in alarm. That wouldn't be. Chapter 2932, Strongest Soul Physique. Chapter 2932, Strongest Soul Physique. Many people did not understand why great Emperor Yi Sun would lose composure like this. Even when Qin S. H. I. plus Tian broke through to 10 rots earlier, they did not see him so shocked either. What did this smoking represent? But West Dawn and Wood Release, 2 great emperors, seemed to have realized something. Their expressions immediately became fascinating. You're saying that that's the enshrouding mist soul physique? This is impossible, right? West Dawn said. Great Emperor East Sun drew a deep breath and said, Otherwise, how do you explain why the Tao fires are still descending? There's no mistake. It's definitely the enshrouding mist soul physique. Not far away, Qin S. H. I. plus Tian's pupils constricted, and he exploded at once, exclaiming, What? Could Master be talking about hegemon imperishables enshrouding mist soul physique? East Sun nodded and said, Otherwise, can there still be a second enshrouding mist soul physique? Hang on, didn't a second one appear now? With this, everyone was shocked. An entire place burst out into an uproar. One of the 3 great hegemons, hegemon imperishable, what Yi Yuan awakened is the same soul physique as him. Doesn't that mean that Yi Yuan might very likely corroborate his Tao as a supreme in the future? Enshrouding mist soul physique. It's also called imperishable soul physique. The reason why hegemon imperishable got his name is because his soul physique is too strong and can't be killed at all. Could it be that Yi Yuan is the same as him? This is impossible, right? How did it suddenly? Then wouldn't Qin S. H. I. plus Tian become a joke? Soul races 3 great hegemons, hegemon imperishable, hegemon samsara, as well as hegemon heavenly soul. Hegemon samsara and hegemon heavenly soul were both chaos hegemons that the Chi Soul clan gave birth to. Meanwhile, hegemon imperishable was the strongest hegemon that the Nirvanic Soul clan gave birth to. This so-called strongest hegemon was not the strongest in the world, but he was the strongest across all the heavens. Hegemon Cloudmount's strength was extremely formidable, but he could not rank in the top 3 in the human race at all. But hegemon imperishable was one of the strongest 3 hegemons in the entire soul race. Now, Yi Yuan awakened the same soul physique as him. Everyone's shock could be imagined. This kind of soul physique was too strong, could not be killed no matter how you tried to kill the person. This kind of soul physique could be rated as freakish, no matter how exceedingly formidable your means. If you can't kill the opponent, how would you play? Although both enshrouding mist soul physique and 10 rots were hailed as being unkillable, the level was completely different. 10 rots could be killed. But up to this point, out of the hegemons in all the heavens, no one could kill hegemon imperishable yet. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian stared fixedly at that smoking soul refining furnace, his eyes full of unwillingness. How was this possible? 10 rots was not the final form of the soul body. Above 10 rots, with the meeting of karmic fate, the soul race would awaken all kinds of powerful soul physiques that had attributes, such as hegemon heaven's subduer from 30,000 years ago. He awakened the powerful tyrant heaven soul physique, also achieving his unmatched and awe-inspiring reputation. But for countless years, there had been many soul physiques that the soul race awakened, but not one could surpa S, the enshrouding mist soul physique. And ever since Hegemon imperishable, no one could awaken the enshrouding mist soul physique anymore. This soul physique was too hard to awaken. Therefore, up until now, the enshrouding mist soul physique was also publicly recognized as the most difficult soul physique to awaken in the soul race. Not one of. However, today Yi Yuan actually awakened it. The significance was extraordinary. After the shock, Great Emperor Yi Sun's face was full of an agitated expression. If a genius who awakened the enshrouding mist soul physique appeared in the Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall, this was absolutely tremendous glory. As the saying went, when one man attained Tao, his fowls and dogs ascended to heaven too. What did a mere 10 rots count for, when compared to the enshrouding mist soul physique? Seeing Great Emperor Yi Sun's expression, Qin S, H, I, plus Tian felt like he had incredibly bad luck. He naturally understood what Great Emperor Yi Sun was thinking. An object was valued in proportion to its rarity. If Yi Yuan was really of the enshrouding mist soul physique, that would be the Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall's pride. As for him, concerning his 10 rot soul body, he was no longer important. He could only scoot over to one side. But the important thing now was that, did Yi Yuan really awaken the enshrouding mist soul physique? Master, the enshrouding mist soul physique is the strongest in the world. Countless tens of thousands of years have already said. How can it possibly suddenly appear? In my view, even if Yi Yuan awakened a special soul physique, it's impossible for it to be the enshrouding mist soul physique too. Qin S, H, I, plus Tian said. Great Emperor Yi Sun was taken aback, but he reacted to it very quickly too. Yeah, how could the enshrouding mist soul physique be so easy to awaken? The 33 heavens had already existed for G. Oh, D knows how many years. But for so many years, only one enshrouding mist soul physique appeared. The other soul physiques, no matter how long the interval, it had all appeared once before. Only this enshrouding mist soul physique did not. As for the Qi soul clan soul physiques that was born from chaos, it was totally different from the Nirvanic soul clan. Great Emperor Yi Sun's brows furrowed, and he said, but his current form is virtually identical with the legendary enshrouding mist soul physique. Qin S, H, I, plus Tian smiled coldly and said, our soul race presently has thousands of soul physiques recorded. After so many years, there have been special soul physiques that appeared nonstop too. Perhaps the soul physique that Yi Yuan awakened is just similar to the enshrouding mist soul physique? Or, even if his soul physique really has attributes like the enshrouding mist soul physique, it might be worlds apart compared to the enshrouding mist soul physique? How can Hegemon imperishable emerge so easily? The moment everyone heard, yeah, these countless years, G. Oh, D knows how many soul race Hegemon realm powerhouses had been born, and a large batch had fallen too. But the ones who stood firmly and indomitably at the summit of Hegemons were the 3 great Hegemons. The Nirvanic Soul Clan also wanted to give birth to another powerhouse that could rival the 3 great Hegemons. However, they did not. Qin S, H, I, plus Tian's words splashed down their heads like a basin of cold water. Great Emperor Yi Sun nodded and said, what S, H, I, plus Tian said is right. However, carry on looking and we'll die. Amidst the discussions, the soul refining furnaces, trembling, became fiercer and fierce. The mist also grew thicker and thicker. Finally, 4 hours' time was up. Boom! A loud boom could be heard. The soul refining furnace exploded with a loud bang, fragmenting into pieces. Dozens of Tao fire scattered everywhere. The thick mist teemed the entire SPAC. Everyone's expression changed wildly. The 3 great emperors' expressions turned intent, taking action at the same time extinguished. H.I. Plussing these Tao fires. The mist started to slowly gather and actually transformed into Yi Yuan's figure in the end. Hiss! Everyone drew a breath of cold air. He really didn't die. Furthermore, this is virtually identical to the legendary, enshrouding, mist soul physique. Could it be that after Hegemon Imperishable, a second enshrouding mist soul physique is really going to be born? Originally, I thought that Yi Yuan was just a stepping stone. Only now do I know that he's a Sky SC, a pink pillar. In the Nirvana Soul Hall, cries of exclamation sounded out. No one could have thought that a simple test would develop into such an explosive situation in the end. First, it was Qin S, H.I. plus Tian breaking through to 10 rots, and then it was Yi Yuan giving birth to the strongest soul physique. Yi Yuan's gaze landed on Qin S, H.I. plus Tian, and he could not help saying with some surprise, I didn't expect that you really broke through the 42 kinds of chaos Tao fires. Looks like your talent is indeed pretty good. Everyone's faces revealed extremely strange looks, looking toward Qin S, H.I. plus Tian one after another. The latter's face already became a horse's face. Why did this sound so sarcastic? I'm called pretty good talent, then what are you called? Chapter 2933. Test. Chapter 2933. Test. Yi Yuan, your soul physique hasn't been confirmed as the enshrouding mist soul physique, and you're already this impatient to want to humiliate me? Be careful that you slap your own face. Qin S, H.I. plus Tian felt a strong humiliation and immediately retorted. He did not believe that Yi Yuan really awakened the enshrouding mist soul physique. Yi Yuan was stunned and said, Enshrouding mist soul physique? You're saying that the soul physique I awakened is the enshrouding mist soul physique? Qin S, H.I. plus Tian smiled coldly and said, Not confirmed yet. It's just that looking at it on the surface, it's very alike. That's all. The enshrouding mist soul physique is the number one soul physique. How can it be what you can awaken? Yi Yuan suddenly saw the light and said with a smile that was not a smile, Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder your reaction is so big. It turns out that you turned angry from Imbara. S meant you. Qin S, H.I. plus Tian nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Don't comment if you saw through it. This guy was really detestable. By the side, Zhou Yu and He Chen felt like their frustrations were vented, secretly satisfied to the extreme. At this point, they could not bear the sight of Qin S, H.I. plus Tian's face anymore as well. Since he came to the soul race, Yi Yuan had naturally heard Cloudmount and Mi Tian talk about this Nirvanic Soul Clan's number one soul physique before. It was just that he himself also did not expect that the soul physique he awakened now was actually suspected to be the enshrouding mist soul physique. Didn't that mean that this half-divided soul of his had hopes of reaching Hegemon Imperishable's level? No matter whether or not what Yi Yuan awakened is the enshrouding mist soul physique, it's also much stronger than 10 rots. S, H, I, plus Tian. How are you speaking to Lord Young Hegemon? Why haven't you apologized? Right at this time, Great Emperor East Sun gave Qin S, H, I, plus Tian a deadly blow. Qin S, H, I, plus Tian's face was Imbara. S said to the extreme. He did not expect that the one who put him on the spot was actually his own master. This face change was really faster than flipping a book. However, in Great Emperor East Sun's view, his disciple's face was clearly not important. The important thing was the Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall's future. Originally, to the 3 Great Hall Masters, a 10-rot soul body was absolutely a genius that made them value greatly. But now, with Yi Yuan, Qin S, H, I, plus Tian had become nothing. Young Emperor, Young Hegemon. The difference of one word, but the difference was akin to heaven and earth. Young Hegemon, That was a genius with extremely high hopes of stepping into hegemon realm. The status was more than a level stronger than young emperor. Zhou Yu and He Qin, two people who were really satisfied to the extremely, currently, truly instant karma. Just a day ago, Qin S, H.I. plus Tian swept their faces to the ground with the status of young emperor. But now, Yi Yuan made Qin S, H.I. plus Tian unable to raise his head with the item. 1. Tie of young hegemon. Furthermore, Qin S, H.I. plus Tian flaunted his prowess himself. But now it was great Emperor East Sun, his own master, who personally slapped his face. Yes, Qin S, H.I. plus Tian affronted Lord Young Hegemon. Please pardon my crime. Qin S, H.I. plus Tian gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Qin S, H.I. plus Tian, it seems like right when we enter the hall and trance S. assessment, you have constantly been offending me. Why? Want to casually brush it off with a word? Qin S, H.I. plus Tian's eyes turned black. Wisconsin H.I. plussing to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Right from the beginning, he had been posturing in front of Yi Yuan. Originally, he thought that he could take Yi Yuan down in the first round. But who could have thought that Yi Yuan actually cleared the stage in 5 breaths? Originally thought that in the second round, it was already very impressive that he made it to the 7th segment. In the end, Yi Yuan cleared the stage again unhurriedly. Originally thought that in the 3rd round, he reached the heaven-defying 10 rots. He could finally posture, right? Who knew that Yi Yuan actually awakened a special soul physique? Furthermore, it was even suspected to be the number 1 soul physique, the enshrouding mist soul physique. From start to end, he was just a joke. W, what do you want? Qin S, H.I. plus Tian's expression changed as he said. But Yi Yuan looked toward great Emperor East Sun and said with a smile, Lord Hall Master, I wonder if there's any problem if I want to exterminate him now. Great Emperor East Sun hesitated for a moment and said, Lord Young Hegemon SH plus Tian is this seat's disciple in the end. Can you let him off? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Lord Hall Master, how about this? You all haven't confirmed yet whether or not I'm of the enshrouding mist soul physique, right? I think that Qin S, H.I. plus Tian is also unconvinced by me, this so-called young hegemon. Why don't I have a fair fight with him to determine life and death? How about it? East Sun smiled bitterly and said, Lord Young Hegemon has already awakened a special soul physique. Even if it isn't the enshrouding mist soul physique S, H.I. plus Tian isn't a match either. Yi Yuan said, therefore, that's why I said a fair fight. Within 10 moves he can go all out. I won't make any resistance. If he can kill me, that will show that I, this so-called imperishable soul physique, am naturally unworthy of the title. After 10 moves, if he can't kill me, then I'll make a move. How about it? This. Okay, I agree. When East Sun was still hesitating, Qin S, H.I. plus Tian himself agreed to it. Even until now, he also did not believe that Yi Yuan really awakened the enshrouding mist soul physique. This was considered to have been decided on it. Great Emperor East Sun could not come forward to intervene too. Everyone moved aside, creating an open S, P-A-C. In the center of the field, there was just Yi Yuan and Qin S, H.I. plus Tian. The confrontation between a 10-rot soul body and a suspected enshrouding mist soul physique also aroused everyone's great interest. This kind of showdown was hard to come across in a million years. If Yi Yuan isn't of the enshrouding mist soul physique, the 10 rots Qin S, H.I. plus Tian might really have a possibility of killing him. I feel that Yi Yuan is too confident. How can the enshrouding mist soul physique be so easy to awaken? Heard that Qin S, H.I. plus Tian mastered several killing moves in the Scarlet Drill battlefield. now that he has achieved 10 rots. Even if an Emperor Realm powerhouse is standing there, he has the confidence to kill him too. However, if Yi Yuan is really of the imperishable soul physique, then it will really shake the entire soul race. With regards to Yi Yuan's soul physique, there was more skepticism, because the legendary imperishable soul physique was seriously too hard to give birth to. Since time immemorial, God knew how many geniuses had attempted to awaken this imperishable soul physique and failed to succeed. Therefore, more still felt pessimistic about Yi Yuan. Not moving for 10 moves was sufficient to let Qin S. H.I. plus Tian kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan naturally would not be foolish enough to seek death. In reality, he could feel that his soul physique was very extraordinary. Previously, when he transformed into mist, that sort of form was very miraculous. It was as if nothing could make him completely die. That sort of power rooted at the bottom of his heart. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, Yi Yuan, you just quietly pray that you're of the enshrouding mist soul physique. Otherwise, you'll definitely die beyond doubt within 10 moves. Yi Yuan said coolly, make your move. You really talk a lot of C.R.A.P. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian's expression turned cold. Suddenly, his soul force erupted crazily. Under 10 rots, his soul force almost turned corporeal. Countless black stars surrounded Yi Yuan tightly. Zhou Yu's expression changed, and he cried out in shock, Star Soul Explosion! This is the killing move that Qin S. H.I. plus Tian comprehended himself. It has boundless power. When he was at the middle true sovereign heaven realm, he had once used this move to surprise attack, killing a human half-step Emperor realm before. Now he's already 10 rots. Yi Yuan isn't guarding against him. Unless Yi Yuan was of the imperishable soul physique, he would definitely die without a doubt. Even if he had a special soul physique, it would not do either. Zhou, you clearly understood Qin S. H.I. plus Tian very well. So he did not expect that the moment Qin S. H.I. plus Tian made his move, it was such a swift and fierce killing move. Furthermore, looking at his appearance, he was already going all out. Bang, bang, bang. Countless star souls exploded in front of Yi Yuan, releasing incomparably terrifying soul force undulations. Yi Yuan's soul body was bombarded until it became extremely distorted. Chapter 2934. The Powerful Enshrouding Mist Soul Physique. Chapter 2934. The Powerful Enshrouding Mist Soul Physique. Explode! 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 Qin S. H.I. plus Tian's soul force poured out frenziedly, and one star soul explosion after another exploded next to Yi Yuan. But, apart from his body being a little distorted, Yi Yuan did not show the slightest signs of dissipating. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian's heart was wildly shaking. Could it be that this guy was really of the enshrouding mist soul physique? 10 rots. Our genius only has this bit of strength? If it's just this bit of strength, you aren't even qualified to make me turn into mist form. Amidst the soul star explosions came Yi Yuan's ridiculing voice. At this time, he felt the power of the soul body. Got to say, Qin S. H.I. plus Tian's attack was already extremely strong. If an Emperor Realm powerhouse did not defend in the slightest, allowing Qin S. H.I. plus Tian to cast a spell as he wished, he would also have to die with regrets at this time. But Yi Yuan did not even utilize soul force at all, and Qin S. H.I. plus Tian could not breach his soul body too. This soul physique's toughness was terrifyingly strong. Finally, Qin S. H.I. plus Tian suddenly rescinded his move. The first move he lost. Yi Yuan's soul body recovered back to new. It was as if nothing had happened just now. With this, everyone was shocked. Even great Emperor East Sun felt the power of Yi Yuan's soul body too. This kind of toughness, even if it was 10 rots, it was impossible to achieve it too. I absolutely don't believe that you can awaken the imperishable soul physique. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian virtually roared it out, the soul force on his body skyrocketing once more. The killing move that erupted this time was even stronger than Star Soul Explosion. It was just that, sadly, he was still unable to hurt Yi Yuan. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian had a lot of means. He unleashed 9 moves in a row, each move stronger than the last. It was just that, sadly, Yi Yuan's soul physique was like a roly-poly. No matter how strong your means, you could not knock him down too. Enshrouding mist soul physique. The strongest form was to turn into mist. But Qin S. H. I. plus Tian unleashed 9 moves in a row, and Yi Yuan did not even release his mist form at all. The Nirvana Soul Hall's powerhouses were shocked. So strong! Is this the imperishable soul physique? There's no weakness to exploit at all. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian's 10-rot soul body, coupled with killing moves, can virtually rival Emperor Realm powerhouses already. But it's actually unable to even make him use the enshrouding mist soul physique. Such a freakish soul body, who can kill him? It was not that Qin S. H. I. plus Tian was not wrong, but that Qin S. H. I. plus Tian was too strong. It was precisely because he was strong until it was shocking that it showed the enshrouding mist soul physique's power even more. At this time, they already pretty much believed that what Yi Yuan awakened was probably really the enshrouding mist soul physique. 9 moves failed, while Qin S. H. I. plus Tian himself was dog-tired. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There's still 1 move. If you still can't kill me, I'm going to make a move." Qin S. H. I. plus Tian clenched his jaws hard and said in a solemn voice, "Yi Yuan, don't you get C-O-C-K-Y? This 10th move, I'll definitely make you regret it. Speaking of which, I have to thank you too. If not for you, I also wouldn't have achieved mastery through comprehensive study of my previous killing moves, comprehending the sub-origin soul martial move. It was only to see a bright moon slowly rising in Qin S. H. I. plus Tian's hand. The aura of Tao filled the entire S.P.A.C. When everyone saw this scene, each of them was extremely shocked. Sub-origin soul martial. This is the embryonic form of an origin soul martial. How can this guy be so monstrous? Once he reaches Emperor Sakra Heaven, this move will be able to transform into an origin soul martial. As long as he's given time, he'll definitely be able to become hegemon. When human race powerhouses comprehended the power of origin, they would create divine abilities. Meanwhile, what soul race powerhouses comprehended was origin soul martials. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian had not comprehended an origin yet. It was naturally impossible to comprehend an origin soul martial. But the sub-origin soul martial this time already touched the level of Tao. Comprehending origin in the future was just taking something out of his bag. Being able to reach this step at true sovereign heaven, Qin S. H. I. plus Tian was absolutely a genius among geniuses already. Hence, that was why people would be so surprised. The Hall and Trance A.'s assessment this time was really where developments of many things kept reaching new heights, all kinds of surprises emerging in endless streams. Yi Yuan felt the extraordinariness of this move too, and said with a smile, "This move is a little interesting." Qin S. H. I. plus Tian smiled coldly and said, "A little interesting? Yi Yuan, I admit that your soul physique is very powerful, but the final victory will definitely be me. Moon akin to frost, annihilate for me." There was no earth-shaking soul force undulation. Under the moonlight, the frost was akin to silver, cascading down, covering Yi Yuan's soul body fully. This time, Yi Yuan's soul body finally had a change. His soul body actually started to disintegrate and dissipate. When everyone saw this scene, each one of them was extremely shocked. Qin S, H, I, plus Tian actually really did it. The current Yi Yuan seemed to have been decomposed into billions of pixels, his soul body shattering into pieces. Sub-Origin's soul marshal already came into contact with sold-out Origin. It had boundless power. But very soon, those fragmented pieces of soul body actually started to turn into mist. A cloud of mist began to emerge. The misty air did not dissipate, but headed towards that bright moon. The frost was still raining down, but under the propulsion of the misty air, it did not have any leeway to resist at all. Boom! Suddenly, the bright moon dissipated. Qin S, H, I, plus Tian gave A-M-U-F fled groan, his soul body becoming much dimmer too. Following that, the mist condensed again, turning into Yi Yuan. Qin S, H, I, plus Tian's expression was ugly to the extreme. He lost, completely defeated. His moon akin to frost had already touched Origin, but it was still unable to do anything to Yi Yuan. This move is decent, but it's also merely just decent. That's all. I don't know whether or not my soul physique is the enshrouding mist soul physique, but I think it's sufficient to deal with this move of yours. Then, following that, it's my turn to make a move. Yi Yuan looked straight at Qin S, H, I, plus Tian and just did so looking. How could Qin S, H, I, plus Tian be willing to surrender without resistance? He was even waiting to make a move and fight back, but he suddenly discovered that he could not move anymore. His consciousness began to blur. His soul body began to dissipate. All around, each and every one of the Nirvana Soul Hall's powerhouses felt their hair stand on end. Yi Yuan just looked at Qin S, H, I, plus Tian like this and did not even see him make any movements at all. Just one look, Qin S, H, I, plus Tian's 10 wrought soul body began to dissipate. Everyone drew a breath of cold air. That was a 10 wrought soul body. The legendary 10 wroughts actually could not even beat a single look. Arg! Qin S, H, I, plus Tian let out a miserable scream, but his voice became weaker and weaker, turning into nothingness in the end. The entire Nirvana Soul Hall was quiet until the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Lord Hall Master, tell me, is this soul physique of mine the enshrouding mist soul physique or not? Yi Yuan asked enshrouding mist soul physique rather curiously. Actually, until now, he also did not dare to confirm whether or not it was the enshrouding mist soul physique. The latter was startled. Only then he returned to his senses and said with a bitter smile, This seat really doesn't know. Hegemin, imperishable, that's a figure in the heavens. This seat has no way of knowing about the enshrouding, mist soul physique's characteristics too. It's just that, judging from the form, it's indeed exactly like in the legends. He drew a deep breath and said, This matter is by no means insignificant. Lord Young Hegemin should cultivate in the Nirvanic Soul Hall. This seat will immediately send the news back to the clan and request the powerhouses in the clan to confirm. Yi Yuan nodded and said, All right, then I'll have to trouble Lord Hall Master. Watching Yi Yuan leave, everyone's hearts were still incredibly shocked. No matter whether or not Yi Yuan was of the enshrouding mist soul physique, the strength of this soul physique was hair-raisingly strong. Chapter 2935, Digging Your Own Grave. Chapter 2935, Digging Your Own Grave. In the Pa S sageway light shone. Two figures slowly walked out of the Pa S sageway. East Sun leads Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall and pays respect to Lord Cloud Neon, paying respect to young Hegemin Feng Rue. East Sun led West Dawn and the rest to bow to the two people. The arrival was a woman who was peerlessly beautiful with an extraordinary temperament. Meanwhile, the youth behind her had an arrogant and unyielding look on his face. These great emperors in front of him seemed to be utterly worthless in his eyes. Cloud Neon nodded slightly and said, Brother East Sun has trained a lot. East Sun repeated that he did not dare. In the crowd, Yi Yuan sized Cloud Neon up with interest. He heard that this woman was hailed as one of the few people closest to Hegemon realm in the soul race. In the soul race, her status was extraordinary. She seemed to be a heavenly fairy amidst the group of powerhouses, unable to be touched. Arriving at Nirvana Soul Hall, the group of people sat down according to guest and host. Cloud Neon saw the Yi Yuan in the crowd with a glance and was rippleless like an ancient well as she said, "Is the one that's suspected to be enshrouding Mist Soul Physique that you talked about him?" East Sun said, "Lord Cloud Neon's eyes are like torches. He's Yi Yuan." "Master, don't need to look anymore. It must be a pseudo-imperishable soul physique too. These guys from the outside world like to kick up a big fuss when they see a special soul physique every few thousand or tens of thousands of years. They don't know that our imperishable soul domain will have a special soul physique appear every 80 or 100 years. D knows how many pseudo-imperishable soul physiques, such as this have already appeared. Do these country be? Kins really think that ancestor imperishable soul physique is what everyone can awaken." Feng Rue said with a disdainful look. The moment these words came out, everyone present was extremely shocked. Every 80 to 100 years, a special soul physique would emerge. This rate was also too high, right? Didn't that mean that in the imperishable soul domain, geniuses like Yi Yuan were everywhere? They discovered that Feng Rue's one sentence already subverted their worldview. When Feng Rue saw their expressions, he had a disdainful look as he said, "What do 80 to 100 years count for?" In the recent 10 years, imperishable soul domain gave birth to 7 special soul physiques. There was even one that's second only to ancestor imperishable's enshrouding Mist Soul physique. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly. Even Great Emperor East Sun had a stunned look too. Were special soul physiques so worthless? In reality, these Nirvana Soul Hall's Hall Masters, knew extremely little about the imperishable soul domain's matters too. Without special circumstances, they did not have the qualifications to enter the imperishable soul domain. They were merely tools that the imperishable soul domain used to rule the world. Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall was short on talents, so they were marginalized even more. They knew absolutely nothing about the imperishable soul domain's matters. But Hegemon Heaven Subduer? Do you all really think that Hegemon Heaven Subduer could corroborate his Tao and become a Hegemon realm just by relying on his soul physique? If Hegemon realm was so easy, Master would have long stepped into Hegemon realm. Feng Rue said with a cold smile. Cloud Neon said coolly, "Feng Rue isn't bluffing you guys. Special soul physiques are indeed nothing in the imperishable soul domain. Of course, soul physiques had weak ones and strong ones. Hegemon Heaven Subduer's Tyrant Heaven Soul physique is indeed extremely strong. That's how it could help him step into Hegemon realm. But the weak ones aren't even as good as 10 rots." Cloud Neon did not say too much. Clearly, she felt that even if they knew these things, it was useless to. These words seemed to have opened another door for everyone. Only then did they know that it turned out soul physiques still had so many things involved. It was just that special soul physiques were extremely far away from them to begin with. As for Hegemon realm and whatnot, it was even further beyond reach. At this time, Great Emperor East Sun let out a slight sigh in his heart. He no longer harbored any hopes that Yi Yuan was of the imperishable soul physique. They already said that this kind of pseudo-soul physique was plentiful. So that's how it is. East Sun has received the teachings. However, Yi Yuan killed a 10 rots powerhouse with just one look. His soul physique shouldn't be weak, right? East Sun said, "Uft." Feng Rue could not resist laughing and said, "Does a mere 10 rots from your outside world count as some powerhouse too? Just a thought is enough for me to kill a 10 rots. Kid, display your soul physique and let Master take a look. As long as it isn't a trash soul physique, you can go with us." That attitude was just like coming to put on a monkey show. Yi Yuan's brows could not refrain from furrowing. When East Sun saw Yi Yuan frowning, he urged, "Yi Yuan, hurry up and display your soul physique. What are you still in a daze for? Lord Cloud Neon has arrived. This is a rare opportunity." Yi Yuan still remained silent. When Feng Rue saw the situation, he smiled coldly and said, "Put away that pitiful pride of yours. The more powerful the soul physique, the weaker the pseudo-soul physique tends to be. If there are no accidents, you should be of the Traz. H.I. plus est low-grade yellow rank soul physique. Gave you face, and you still refused it. Don't blame me for not warning you. With how you are, if you go to the imperishable soul domain, apart from being beaten to death by people, there are no other paths to take." Yi Yuan still did not speak. He looked toward Great Emperor Cloud Neon. Great Emperor Cloud Neon said coolly, "Rumors often tend to be false. You'd best display it." At this time, Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said, "I wonder what rank young Hegemin Feng Rue's soul physique is." Feng Rue snickered and said proudly, "I knew that you'd ask this. Listen up. Don't pee. ISS your pants in fear. Soul physiques are divided into heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow for ranks. Each rank is further divided into upper, middle, and low, 3 grades. This young Hegemin snickering is of the middle grade heaven rank." The moment these words came out, the Nirvana Soul Hall instantly exploded. Only at this time did they know that the disparity between special soul physiques was actually so great. The division of soul physiques did not spread to the outside world. It was because to the outside world there was no need at all. This time, everyone in the Nirvana Soul Hall finally broadened their knowledge. However, what amazed them even more was that Feng Rue's grade was actually so high. Sigh. We even thought that Yi Yuan was already the soul race's #1 genius. It turns out that it was us who were ignorant and ill-informed. Yeah, Yi Yuan is somewhat bringing disgrace on his own head. Imperishable soul domain's geniuses are indeed not what we can imagine. At this time, they no longer harbored any hopes about Yi Yuan. Previously, they thought that Yi Yuan's soul physique was one of a kind. Furthermore, he killed Qin S, H.I. plus Tian with one move. It naturally had a possibility of being the imperishable soul physique. But looking at it now, it was virtually certain that it was the pseudo-imperishable soul physique. Furthermore, it was even a trash soul physique. But Yi Yuan was aloof and indifferent, and he said coolly, "Is that so? Since young Hegemin Feng is so formidable, then there's no harm in verifying whether or not my soul physique is really trash. Didn't you want to play monkey? Then come down and play together. When have I, Yi Yuan, been scared of anyone before? Even if it was a pseudo-imperishable soul physique. So what?" Feng Rue's gaze turned cold, and he said, "Boy, although you're a trash soul physique, and it's nothing in the imperishable soul domain either. But awakening a soul physique in the outside world isn't an easy matter after all. Letting this young Hegemin come and verify, you probably can't afford to bear the consequences." Yi Yuan was provoking his majesty as young Hegemin. Furthermore, he, Feng Rue, was an Emperor Realm powerhouse. A mere ant dared to provoke his dignity too. Yi Yuan just said coolly, "Relax. I can afford to bear it. Young Hegemin Feng, please make a move." Feng Rue gave a cold laugh and said, "Very well, since you're digging your own grave. Then this young Hegemin will send you off." Chapter 2936. Nothing more than this. Chapter 2936. Nothing more than this. This Yi Yuan is also too lacking in judgment. Barely managed to awaken a soul physique. Even if it's a trash soul physique, it's better than nothing too. This guy actually went to provoke an Emperor Realm powerhouse. Furthermore, it's even a super genius among Emperor Realm powerhouses. Isn't this digging his own grave? When everyone saw that Yi Yuan was so stubborn, they shook their heads endlessly. They could not stand Feng Rue's haughtiness too. But, so what if they could not bear the sight of it? Feng Rue and Qin S. Hi plus Tian were on completely different levels. Feng Rue was a true heaven's chosen. Although it sounded unpleasant, what he said was right. This group of people was all be kins. How can Feng Rue, this middle-grade heaven rank soul physique, plus emperor realm strength, be what you, a measly little true sovereign heaven, can provoke? Master, since this ant-like thing is provoking me, there shouldn't be any problem with me beating him to death, right? Feng Rue cupped his fists and said. Cloud Neon still had the appearance of an ancient well without any ripples, and said coolly, no problem. Her words carried overweening arrogance and disdain. In her eyes, Yi Yuan was merely an unimportant ant. That was all. Trampling him to death was quite acceptable. With regards to this kind of despise, Yi Yuan had experienced D knows how many. He was naturally furious in his heart, but he would not show it on his face either. That would show a flaw. The only way to shut these people up was to be stronger than them. Feng Rue grinned, looking like he was itching for a fight as he floated down. Outside world's genius, you might not know the gap between the outside world and the imperishable soul domain. Today, this young hegemon will let you understand that you're merely mundane. Whatever rubbish pride of a genius, you aren't worthy of possessing such a thing. Feng Rue had a deprecating look as he said. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, I'm very adept in making idiots like you shut up. Stop talking rubbish and bring it on. Feng Rue's pupils constricted, a divine soul attack already arriving. Yi Yuan could kill a 10 rots with one glance. He could naturally kill Yi Yuan with one look too. He wanted to let these ants understand that the outside world's so-called geniuses were nothing at all. Let them be filled with even more awe toward the imperishable soul domain. Bang! Yi Yuan gave fled groan. His entire person seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, falling several steps back in a row. Following that, his soul body also became much dimmer. Clearly, the power of this blow was tremendously strong. When everyone saw this scene, their expressions changed one after another. So strong. He just casually dealt an attack, and it injured Yi Yuan already. Previously, Qin Shi plus Tian even unleashed his sub-origin soul martial and failed to harm Yi Yuan too. Are the imperishable soul domain's geniuses all so strong? Facing the Bu, kins with shocked faces, Feng Rue was very pleased with himself. It was just that a hint of surprise actually flashed across Cloud Neon's 10,000 years-like face. Actually, Feng Rue was also shocked in his heart. Divine soul attacks and divine soul attacks were different. What the imperishable soul domain's geniuses cultivated were all extremely strong soul path martial arts. The power of their divine soul attacks could not be mentioned in the same breadth as the outside world at all. Furthermore, he was an emperor realm powerhouse. How terrifying was the power of his one blow! But Yi Yuan actually just moved back several steps. Feng Rue was very dissatisfied with this result. In his view, this strike could have taken Yi Yuan's life. Yi Yuan's soul physique was at most just upper-grade yellow rank. Plus, his cultivation realm was inferior to him too. Wouldn't killing him be as easy as flipping over his hand? But Yi Yuan's toughness had clearly exceeded his expectations. Can't even block an ordinary divine soul attack. Just the likes of you dare to profess to be of the enshrouding mist soul physique too? You probably don't know how terrifying the enshrouding mist soul physique is, right? Feng Rue said with a ridiculing look. Losing in reality, but not losing in disposition. Feng Rue naturally would not admit that Yi Yuan was very strong. As long as he annihilated him with the next strike, these kins would naturally continue to be shocked. Yi Yuan gave Feng Rue a glance and said coolly, young hegemon Feng, an exalted emperor realm powerhouse who also cultivated the imperishable soul domain's supreme martial arts. Your divine soul attack only has this bit of power? Imperishable soul domain's genius disappoints me greatly. Yi Yuan cultivated the divine emergence and naturally knew how powerful the soul race's mystic arts were. Although Feng Rui's divine soul attack was inferior to the moves in divine emergence, it was also extremely powerful. At least compared to Qin SHI plus Tian, that sort of rookie, it was no idea how many times stronger. How could an attack that could injure his soul body be of an ordinary sort? Feng Rui's pupils constricted, feeling like the cloth that was covering up his embara. Cement was pulled off. Immediately, he turned angry from embara. Cement, ha! Razor-tongued fellow, this young hegemon wants to see how long you can be stubborn until. Feng Rui gave a cold laugh, Emperor Realm's soul force erupting. The moment he erupted, Feng Rui's strength was completely manifested. This condensed to the extreme soul force made a powerhouse like Great Emperor East Sun perspire from embara. Meant too, only to see Feng Rui grip his hand, a punch flying out. The soul force came head-on like the boundless sea. Even the people outside of the field could feel the force of this punch. Forget about true sovereign heaven. Even if an Emperor Realm powerhouse was here, it would be the outcome of the soul disintegrating too. Origin Dipper force. Feng Rui threw a punch out. Everyone broke into cold sweat for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan bent the bow and notched the arrow neither too fast nor too slow. Arrow of G. Oh, de-extermination. Cloud Nian's gaze turned intent, her eyes showing even greater surprise. With her eyesight, she could naturally tell the extraordinary aspects of this move. It was just that, how could an outside world's ant know such a profound soul path mystic art? Presently, Yi Yuan awakened the enshrouding mist soul physique. The power of this arrow of de-extermination was dozens of times stronger than before. When this arrow was unleashed in terms of power, it was not the slightest bit below Emperor Realm powerhouses. Boom! Two formidable soul forces collided together in the air. The undulation caused was not the slightest bit weaker than the undulation caused by divine essence. The expressions of the powerhouses present changed one after another, incredibly shocked. These two people were both too strong. One had to know that the showdown of soul force was often silent, even if it caused some fluctuations that was far from the fluctuations caused by divine essence. But these two people's fight already spurred heaven and earth's spiritual energy to wreak havoc. The combat power already did not lose to the human race in the least bit. However, Yi Yuan gave another M-U-F, fled groan under this blow and flew out backward. This time, his soul body became even dimmer. Clearly, he had suffered even greater injuries. However, Feng Rui's face did not show any joy. He became somewhat angry from embara. Meant he had not even forced Yi Yuan's soul physique form out up till now. This was a huge loss in face. Sure enough, Yi Yuan stabilized his figure, looking at Feng Rui as he said with a sneer, "The strength of imperishable soul domain's genius is nothing more than this. You can't even force my soul physique form out, and yet you have the cheek to swagger and BLUS in front of everyone too?" Nirvana Soul Hall's powerhouses felt very pleased currently. They were PIS set off with Feng Rui's face too, but did not dare to speak up despite feeling angry. But Yi Yuan used his strength and slapped his face ruthlessly. Even if he suffered a loss for both exchanges, he was just true sovereign heaven after all, an imperishable soul domain's genius, whose cultivation realm was higher than Yi Yuan, actually could not even force Yi Yuan's soul physique form out. How disgraceful! Feng Rui's face was grim, and he said with a cold snort, "Brat, you forced my hand.